carry this pain. Sometimes I wake up, think I'm going insane. There's gotta be an answer for the way I feel. I never said that I was perfect, I'm just real. Don't get in my way, yeah, and have a nice day. Sister, say what you won't say, yeah, and have a nice day. Brother, I feel your pain, yeah, so have a nice day. Sister, go do your thing, yeah, and have a nice day. Have a nice day. Get moving, get moving, get moving, and don't you ever slow down. Get moving, get moving, get moving, and don't you ever slow down. If you wanna get with me, all you gotta do, call me when you need me. I'll be waiting for you. I know exactly what you want, satisfy your need. We can have a good time, don't you worry about a thing. If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby? If you want it here, or if you want it there, you got it. Have yourself a good time, act like you don't care. You got it. Get that motivation, you got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. You got it. I got just what you need. Don't you know you got it, baby? Don't you know you got it, baby?
Sometimes, what can you say? Trouble was yesterday, it's okay. Sometimes you gotta hit the restart and understand life ain't perfect. Sometimes it won't go your way, but it's cool. What's beautiful about the day is when it's new. You never seen it before, so much to do. It's all about the timing. Check out the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding. And you can't find it. That silver lining, that silver lining. I told the black cloud sorry, I can't be bothered. Today I'm feeling like $1 million. Damn, where all these haters come from? Too bad, I'ma just pop my collar, okay? You can't rain on my parade, I'm blowing up like grenades. If life is giving me lemons, I'm selling some lemonade. And keep on smiling, she got the sun, look at the silver lining. The sun's always shining, somewhere behind the clouds. That silver lining, so you can't stop it now when it's hiding. And you can't find it, that silver lining, silver lining.
Hey there, I'm SnootyBoo. Today we're going to talk about lose streak and win streak and how to approach each one of these. So guys, we have two approaches, win streak and lose streak, and how we're going to focus on each one of them. In order to win streak, you need at least a few 2 stars so you can go for a strong opener. Otherwise, you'll have to sell all of your units to go for an econ approach. The general thing about win streaking is you need at least 2 upgraded units and slammable items for these units to make the best out of your opener. While win streaking, forget about all those builds you see online, just slam the best items you have at each point in the game in order to keep this win streak going. That's the most important thing to take into consideration. Next important step, go for combat augments. These augments are going to reinforce your team to be even stronger and help you keep up with the pace of the game. For example, Lucky Gloves. This augment will give you perfect items on each one of your units, which makes them all a different level of threat. You can have a strong carry, a strong tank, every one of them being very useful to the team. Investing into this win streak means everything. So we actually have to level much earlier than usual to protect the win streak. For example, you have to go level 7 on 3-5, even if it costs you a lot of econ to keep strong in the mid game. So what are we trying to achieve with all of this? We're trying to get to level 8 and 9 as soon as possible so we can access epic and legendary units, which are the most powerful in TFT overall. And that is so we can actually get there before other players have access to these units. And that's why we have to save up a lot of money while win streaking to get to this point. All of this might sound very confusing to you. So how are we going to recognize exactly when to level or how to make the best of it? So in TFT, every time you press the XP button, you're going to get 4 experience units. This means you're going to get perfect intervals for 8 XP, 12, 16, and so on. For example, the most natural thing we have in TFT is going from level 3 to level 4, which only costs you 4 XP and always makes you feel a little bit stronger. Over time, the TFT community has gotten very used to leveling at some exact intervals. For example, at stage 2-1, we go from level 3 to level 4. At stage 2-5, we go from level 4 to level 5. At stage 3-2, we go to level 6. This all feels very natural to us because we can actually get there having a lot of money left over so we can keep on pushing the tempo of the lobby. And what exactly do I mean by pushing the lobby? Well, you're gonna have to put a lot of pressure on your opponents, and this means having more units on your board. Each extra unit is 2 more damage for your opponent. Let's say you win a round by 6 of your units. This is at least 12 damage your opponent is taking, plus the extra damage for the stage that we're on. So that's a lot of pressure, and they're gonna have to hurry if they want to come back in that game. So remember, if you want to go for a win streak approach, you need upgraded units, you want to put pressure on your lobby by getting to higher levels as soon as possible, which will allow you to get to those epic and legendary units, and we want to reinforce those with a lot of combat augments so you're going to feel really powerful throughout the game. So let's talk about the lose streak a little bit. Everybody fears this a lot because you're always feeling like you're playing from behind, you have a low HP total, but sometimes your opener just doesn't give you any more options. You don't have any upgraded units, or you don't have good items, so you're just gonna have to go for that econ approach and try to make the best out of it. How can I feel safer while playing lose streak? You want to go for those econ augments. These augments are going to give you extra income, more money. Some will give you more intervals for economy, some will just give you extra gold each round, but they're going to help you get to those comps as soon as possible. Or you can also go for some comp specific augments. Let's say you're playing a Gnar reroll comp and you're getting a Warden spat, which make him a lot stronger. You have to find your direction as early as possible, either through econ or some very specific augments, which will help you get there easier. Each set of TFT, there's always an econ trait. This time it's Fortune, we've had Heartsteel. It's actually the second iteration of Fortune, so they're always trying to meme it a little bit to make it a little bit more spicy. How are we going to recognize if this trait is good for us or not? Usually, when you're losing, there's no disadvantage to putting an econ trait on your board, because you can either lose and not get anything extra for it, or put Fortune in there and maybe have a spicy cash out that will help you out further on. And what does Fortune really do? So this trait, every time you field it, a dice will be rolled and a number will appear. After the number of rounds, you will get an extra reward. So let's say, for example, you hit a 6. After 6 rounds, you will get an extra award for having placed those units on your board. Obviously, those units are not always going to be great for you, so there's a risk-reward kind of factor you have to take into consideration for this synergy. While lose streaking, scouting is way more important than when you're on a win streak. Usually when you're in a win streak, you're way too focused on your own units and how to make the best out of it. But while you're lose streaking, you only have to make interest, so you have a lot of spare time to check out what your opponents are doing. Make sure the line of play you're going for is available for you and nobody else is going for it, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble. While scouting, it's very important to know what your opponents are doing, so you have to recognize exactly what you're trying to approach. For example, this set, we have some very specific item holders for different situations. Let's take the Bard comp. He's the best item holder for Guinsus that there is in their entire game. So if you see by somebody with a Ginsus built there, he's trying to go for the Bard comp. Stay away from it. It's very dangerous to contest the comp from somebody who's already built a Ginsus. And that's the most important thing about scouting, recognizing their main item and where it's going to go. When the first carousel comes around, you should have decided more or less what comp you're going for. Because from now on, you're always going to have to take the items that suit your comp the best. So let's say, for example, you are going for that Bard comp and you don't have a Guinsus. You're going to try to have to go for those components to get as many Guinsus as possible and make your Bard really pop off in the future. Once you've decided the comp you're going for, you will already know more or less when you have to roll, or you can help yourself from online guides. For example, in this Bard comp, you're trying to go for a level 7 approach, where you have the best chance to actually go for the 3 cost units. So save up all of your gold to get to that desired level, and then roll as much as possible to hit your units 2-star. While loose streaking, there are 3 main approaches for reroll comps. You've got 1 cost units, 2 cost units, and 3 cost units. So for example, on 1 cost units, you try to get to level 5 naturally and slow roll above 50 gold throughout the entirety of stage 3 so we get those 3-star units. Regarding 2 costs, our best odds are at level 6. Same concept, we try to get to level 6 with 50 gold and slow roll for those 2 cost units. And finally, the 3 cost approach, at level 7 it feels most comfortable, so try to get there with 50 gold and do the same thing. Obviously, the higher the level, it becomes more expensive, but also usually your units become a little bit more powerful, so it's a bit more rewarding. Ultimately, we have the most YOLO approach of them all, which is trying to go straight to level 8. This means we're not playing stage 2 or stage 3, which is obviously very dangerous, but otherwise you can't save up enough money to get there. This way, we will be the first person to get to level 8 and actually be able to roll for those epic units, which will give us the highest priority on the strongest comp of the metagame. I don't recommend this playstyle for you if you're not used to loose streaking, because you have to be really fast in your transition, otherwise you're just going straight 8th. So remember, overall, while loose streaking, you have to take into consideration econ augments to get more interest, you have to go for the units that other people aren't trying to buy, econ trades will help you along the way to get better rewards, and try to decide what level you're going to end on so you can actually know what comp is best for you. So that's it for the win streak and lose streak concept. Hope you enjoyed it as much as I did recording this piece. And I also hope to see you very soon, the 26th of April, for the first GSC, where the best European players are going to face off in their tournament to see who's the very best. See you soon. Bye-bye.
It takes you higher and higher. Say it with me now. Take me higher. Take me higher.
wanna be with me? Everything you see is your deepest fantasy. Maybe, maybe, maybe I'm your woman meant to be. Make it so your dreams will become reality.
Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup #1, day 3, the final day. It is time. How are we feeling?
Whoa.
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. And just at the top of the show, I need a favor from you guys. Are either of you familiar with American tax law?
Not really.
Okay, so there's this thing. When you work as an independent contractor, you can write off things that you use for work as a tax deduction. And I just got a really nice guitar, so I'm just gonna show this on stream for a second there. All right, I'll send that to my accountant later. I think we're all set. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Of course, Matt, we got your back, but we also have got your back, chat, because Counterfeit, why don't you tell them what we have in store for them today?
Oh yeah, well, of course, across the whole estate, as we'll see come up on the screen in just a second. We're going to be running through a whole bunch of stuff. Of course, we'll be having our interviews coming in from today a little bit later on, but of course, we'll be talking a little bit about what happened yesterday and our overall standings, so where players are heading into our final day of play. And a little between there, we'll be sneaking a little bit of meta talk as well as some particular other players to watch heading into all 7 games today.
I heard there's even a special segment on Fortune, but we'll get to that later. I'm personally also interested in our format because if anybody was camping this channel and was surprised that we started an hour early, Matt, there are some changes to the format that people might not know yet.
Yeah, we've been running with this new setup for a little bit here. We are usual day 3 stuff. We're down to that top couple of players, but this time we've got an extra game on hand. So at the very end of the day, that top 8 will compete for that final spot to claim victory, which is a very exciting new way for the Golden Spatula Cups. And it means everyone gets a little extra gameplay. That's what I'm after. The late games have been really fun, so that highest stake of lobbies is going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I agree. We'll definitely have the lobby winner in our lobby, or the day winner in our lobby. And we also have Ari with us here today, just checking in to say she was here yesterday and she hopes you haven't missed anything. Peter, what was your favorite moment of day 2?
Oh gosh. I mean, I think coming out of day 1, we were going to expecting everything to be completely consumed by just getting into many 3-star forecasts as possible. I think as we'll get into a little bit later on, some of the fortune shenanigans we saw as a way to kind of keep developing the ever-growing power level of our lobbies. I think that's the one that really stuck with me.
Yeah, I personally, I still have hope. It is the final day. Surely, day 3, we will finally see a 3-star legendary. I've seen so many 4-cost legendaries being 3-starred. I think it is time for the legendaries to come around, but it is also time for a day 2 recap to come around, so let's check that out. Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup #1 in Inkborn Fables. My name is Mix and I'm here with Counterfeit and Impatcious Panda, and today we're all going to be unmuted, we're all going to have fun, and we have a lot in store for you guys as well. I don't know why you're laughing, Peter. This is a serious broadcast.
Oh, it is, absolutely. Our voices need to be heard.
But I'm also very glad to say that our favorite Niberia is back on a desk and is going to take you through game #1. So here are Niberia and Memo.
It's the 1-star. Syndra fires off one more, but that Udyr still hasn't fallen. Finally gets taken down. Kaisa pumping out so much damage. Syndra, one more ultimate, able to save Clémou's life. Kaisa needs one more ultimate. Should be able to chew through some of these, able to take down one. And Udyr coming in with the big blows, not enough. Off, still going for before Lysandra falls. Looks like that's going to be all she wrote. That Kane doing so much. Busher will finally take the loss.
Frontline is dying one after the other, but the enemy frontline is also dying. And we can see the Kai'Sa just dealing so much damage, and the Xayah as well, and he's able to win. And
not landing on the Kai'Sa still. Finally, some damage goes down, but she's just able to clean up the board. One more ultimate isn't out.
One by one, the sacrifices are made. And it's just enough, but you have to find a way to... Oh, no.
He didn't have enough to sell for it. Oh, God, this is brutal. Their ultimate takes down the remainder of the front line. She's got one more in the tank.
No healing.
Takes down half of it. Kai'Sa goes down.
We still got the Silas right in the middle. It's still a massive damage threat of his own. It's coming down to the line, but it looks like the Heavenly Crowd have done it.
These win conditions, re-rolling your artifacts to make sure they're the best you could have gotten here. You're gonna see this board overrun everything in this lobby, and Stylet will take yet another win on broadcast here.
So much, Memo. We loved having you. Remember, you can tune in tomorrow for the final day at 3 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you there.
Thank you, past Niberia, and welcome back, present Niberia, as well as Counterfeit, of course. Do you know, I was watching this video and I was thinking to myself, after last set, the Malala set, as I lovingly call it, there is a chance for an EMEA player to maybe replicate what has been done. He's already taken the first step of winning the LAN event that we had going, and he made it into day 3. So Clemu, I'm watching. If you take this Golden Spatula Cup, I'm going to be a believer. That's all I'm saying.
We'll let you have that, Makes. I'll let you take that over. I'm excited to follow it throughout the day. We'll see how it turns out. Kind of like everyone's saying that Lelouch needs to win 6 games. We're just gonna see how these predictions play out. Nothing more.
You just have to throw something at them, you know?
We're very reasonable with our players here with our expectations. You know, just be perfect all the time.
Only 6 out of 7 games first place. That's fine.
Well, we're going to take a look at our standings and see all of our amazing top 64 players out of yesterday, and as well the 32 that have qualified to today. So why don't we take a look together, Matt?
Yeah, I was really excited before we get into the standings about a couple of the players that made it up. That top 4 was really reminiscent of previous sets. You know, you had Potable, you had Wet Jungler, like these names that have been here forever. Solo Gasong as well. So seeing all of the old echelons of the EMEA community make it into those top spots coming into day number 3 was really exciting, alongside a couple of other names, some of whom, foreshadowing, hint, hint, foreshadowing, we may see later today in this pre-show.
I want to double foreshadow by saying I'm really excited to see the Spanish and the Turkish players as well, who we'll be seeing in a minute on our standings, you know, who managed to fight tooth and nail through the end of day 2. You know, they're really trying to get across the line as a group, and they managed to do it in pretty big numbers, honestly. So hopefully we'll see those groups of players going even further today.
I mean, you know, we're always excited about new countries having more representation and so on and so forth, but we kind of cannot ignore the French in the room being just absolutely dominant and everywhere. Once again, it is day 3 of a Golden Spatula Cup, and nearly half of the players are French.
And now we're going to see exactly how that breaks down in these standings. Unfortunately, a couple names we very know and very like. The interview debuff really not doing them any favors. We're so sorry.
Don't say that. We're trying to get away from this image, Matt. I cannot believe you're throwing us under the bus like that.
Let's move on. Let's move on swiftly and pretend that hopefully none of our players will listen to that as we move on to our top 32. So these are all the players who are playing today. As I mentioned before, the Spanish and Turkish players, mostly towards the lower end here, but all making it in spades. But of course, you know, if we're looking for a front runner today to take the GSC 1 crown and the guaranteed spot at the regional finals, it's all about the first page.
Yeah, and of course, Lelouch here, this is why we're expecting perfection from him. Obviously, a totally fair expectation. 5 first places, and then the one game that he didn't get a first place was an 8th, which I think is really funny. An incredible gameplay coming out from him yesterday.
Well, but of course, you also have to mention the players that are right below him. And personally, I'm really excited to see some more variation come out of the EMEA scene for a long time. It's been France, it's been Poland, it's been DACH. That is starting to shake up a little bit in our standings there. We have one region that has been on the rise joining us here today and now. We have Blackza as well as Rokiwarrior here with us. Welcome, guys. How are you feeling,
hello.
Roki? Let's start with you right off the gate. First Golden Spatula Cup, day 3. Are you nervous? What is your thought process?
I'm so nervous. I'm shaking right now. I don't believe I made it this far. I was having a blast the day 1, day 2, and I can't believe it. I'm having so much fun. I'm saying, having so much fun.
What about you, Blackza? Are you nervous, or would you say you're more chill?
No. I think I'm more nervous than him. Like, I wasn't expecting to make it that far. Yesterday, last game was like so terrible. I needed a 5 and I made it in last second, so I'm glad to be here.
I mean, a lot of the time we will see players trying to play it as cool as possible coming into the day. But last time Spain won a GSC, it was back in Dragonlands with Limarpin getting the win there. Blackza, I guess start with you. Do you think you've got it in you to replicate that, to get another GSC back for Spain?
I think will be hard. Like, we've been watching some players like Lelouch yesterday and others in first day doing so great on the games, like 5 top 1s. So I think it will be very hard to compete against that, but we will try it.
Well, I've been really excited getting to see both of you. And of course, we have a bit of a bias on our production team. Our entire team in the back end is Spanish. We also have, of course, Panda on broadcast, throwing in a little bit more. What do you think has been like the secret, Roki, for seeing these more Spanish players? Because very early on, Spain had a little bit of a powerhouse, but this is the most Spanish players we've seen in a Golden Spatula Cup Day 3.
Yeah, I think the Spanish region, we are not producing more players, but we are getting better and better, the few players that we have. And for example, Dale, Soma, and Gyosko are such good players that are always on the top ranking. And sadly, they didn't make today 3, but it's the example that we are getting stronger as a region because our players are getting better at it, I think.
Okay. Well, further along those lines, Blackza, to your play style particularly, we've seen you play very risky before and it pay off. Is that going to be your approach to today as well?
Yes, I think so. Like, I'm a great player that also likes to play aggressive. I like to push a lot. I don't like to do open forts. So in this meta, some games I will have some trouble, but I will try my best.
And Roki, I actually have a pretty similar question for you because, our first game seeing you on stream yesterday was just an absolute banger start to finish. And you went in like really aggressive in the early game. You were just like, you know what, Darius 2, that's all I'm going to need for an entire stage. And you just like slammed through to the late game with so much HP. Is that the way you prefer to play, with that super strong, like slammable early game?
Yeah, because the game on stream, it was so hyped. I had my whole family watching it, and they don't understand anything about TFT, but they were like, wow, it's so hyped. They're rooting for you. Wow, it's amazing. We had so much fun. And then, I tried to play strong because I think I'm one of the weakest players. So I had a lobby with such good names on it, and I'm like, okay, I play for top 2, top 3, and let's go.
Hey, you're playing for top 2, top 3, and you're saying all those other players are stronger. I don't know if that's fair at that point. Just like, oh yeah, all these other players are so much better. I mean, I only got second. Like, really? I think you've got nothing to worry about, Roki.
Thank you. Nah, I think I high rolled a bit.
Everyone says that.
Yeah, it's a typical thing to say for our players. But of course, games are about to start in a little more than 15 minutes. We don't want to take you too long. But before we let you go, Roki, I assume, starting with you here, family is watching again. We're going to say hi. Is there anyone you want to shout out today?
Yeah, I think I'm going to shout out to all my family. I told all of them, I sent the link. I think we're Spanish, so we have a big family. So yeah, shout out to them.
I love that. Blackza, your choice, anyone to shout out.
Shout out to Timidines, like they are my group of friends that work with me and help me study TFT, so shout out to them.
Thank you guys so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Good luck out there on the convergence. We're going to be watching, and hi to the family.
Hey, thank you so much. Have a good cast.
Thank you guys. Thank you. That was so pleasant. I love that. You know,
Look how
particularly
self-depreciating they were.
Well,
That's what I was going to say. Like every interview, the past 2 interviews we've had, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I only got first place 5 times. It's all luck. And it's just like, oh, I only got like second or third I was playing for. All luck. Come on. At some point, guys, it does come down to skill. Give yourselves some credit. It's all I ask from our players.
Be a little bit more cautious with that because they don't want to jinx themselves. You know how chat, not looking at anyone in particular, keeps saying that we're caster cursing, we're caster blessing, okay? And with that, we're going to be moving on. Leave it as is. Matt, tell the people about the social media contest, because not only are we giving away caster blessings, we're also giving away a prize.
Yes, the broadcast taketh and the broadcast giveth, and we're takething your responses. Fill in the blanks to these proverbs, and we may giveth you a reward. That ended up sounding a little bit more medieval than I wanted, but we're just going to roll past it. So we had this contest for the first 2 days. We're going to have the third one. We've got 3 proverbs, and I think, Peter, I want you to give me your most proverb-heavy voice and read these out for us.
What voice does a proverb need? I don't know. Old creaky guy voice, I guess.
It to you.
A blind chunk, always somethings. Something before you are thirsty. And the best time to something was 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
Okay,
Perfect.
I really like that. We're gonna need you to voice some children's stories or something. That was epic. But speaking of epic, oh, what a segue. We have 3 epic players ready that we want to talk about, because there are players that maybe haven't had too much time in the limelight just yet. We do think that you should be watching these guys. Starting us off here with Arzu. You know, we've always been looking at Bricks coming out of Tunisia as an absolute powerhouse, but of course there is more talent in that regional scene, and Arzu is kind of stepping up and following these footsteps. Definitely a player that has the potential to take a win today. Sorry.
Well, if I may present for your consideration second, Yatora, our only player from Kyrgyzstan, started playing TFT because of Soju. So if you're wondering in the chat where Soju is, Yatora is the best place to look. He's big into Sage Salas, which we'll be talking about a little bit later on, but he's a very exciting player to watch as well.
Speaking of excitement, we have Stylet, who's been in our scene since the very birth of Rising Legends, when it was but a wee babe. Stylet, our first Super Brawl winner ever, was very exciting, and we've seen him up and down the ladder a little bit, but yesterday turned out some really strong performances that left me super excited to see him play again today, hoping that he's going to head back to that upper tier of play.
Well, and speaking of the upper tier of play, we do want to keep you guys updated on the meta, of course. We have had our amazing stat brain ZZ go over everything players have been playing, and there's been some changes from day 3 to day 2. We're going to run you through it, starting with the comms that had the lowest play rate, not necessarily a lot of success. Still out here, lowest play rate, built different. We were kind of hyping this one up at the start of the event, really, on Friday. Not as many pickups as I would have liked, but still a very solid raid into the average placement. You can still mostly do well with it. Of course, it's going to be about finding those forecasts, as everything is. Shout out to the Dragon Lord flex, really. Seems to be very good right now. Average placement of 3.25. Rest of them, just, you know, not ideal. Azir, if you can play around it, legendary, of course, is going to do you well. But, necessarily not the comms with the most representation, so take these stats with a little bit of spice.
Yeah, I mean, looking on to our second set of comps here in just a second, one thing, we were hoping to see some of our different competitions kind of sneak in here, and some of the ones which are kind of grabbing my attention are the Janna and Diana reroll, and Senna reroll as well. While they admittedly haven't got the best stats alongside them, we were kind of expecting them to be almost completely absent, so I'm glad to see people trying it. We do have, of course, the warning sign here of the Ink Shadow Vertical, which I think is our only composition that has a higher top 8 rate than it has a top 4 rate, so hopefully our players will steer clear.
Yeah, it's really not the best, is it? But speaking of the Janna and Diana reroll, there is an Exalted where you get a lot of 2 costs Exalted. Basically, all of the Exalted are 2 costs. If you get that, the Janna Diana is actually so much more viable because you can flex on something like a Kiana and have the Heavenly and then go for it all the way. So I think that's what maybe may have ramped up the play rate on this comp specifically.
I've been very much a Janna/Diana/Soraka reroll enjoyer since the beginning of the set. A little bit lower now that we've seen the differences in comps, but we've seen it once or twice. Maybe we'll see it again today. The big one that I want to pull out from the meta developments recently is around Heavenly. And that is not just saying the trait, that's also because it's Lee Sin. For once, we were coming into this and we were expecting it to be all Kayn all the way, but what we've seen so far is that Lee Sin has become a very competent carry. Not just in Heavenly, but alongside Sylas or other units, we've seen him have huge success and be able to fit into almost any composition. Being relatively uncontested compared to the other 4-cost carries makes him a pretty viable option in a tournament setting. So that's been really exciting to see and something to look out for as the days go forward.
Yeah, I think speaking of, we kind of have to mention the comps that were played the most. If you look at it, Ashe and Trickshot Flex both sitting at 200 play count plus. Definitely has to be something we acknowledge here. Everybody is kind of going for those backline carries. But with that, that opens up the Faded you saw on the previous slide, as it's more uncontested. Players are finding more ways into that. And then, of course, we still have the Kayn. We're going to be talking about the Sage Flex in just a second, so I'll push that to the side. And the Nara reroll as the only non-4-cost carry comp here, breaking through, still trying to hold steady with an average of 4.12.
Yeah, and I want to particularly highlight there the top 4 rate for the Nara reroll is the best in class. So while I think more and more people are moving into the trick shot direction, including apparently some folks picking up Teemo as a more primary carry in that kind of composition, if you've got opportunity to go into Nara reroll and you want to get yourself a solid result, I don't think you can do too much better.
Well, and speaking of Teemo, I've actually seen a little bit more Fortune representation than I was expecting. Not exactly known as the most reliable trait, especially in sets past, but we've been seeing a lot of people go for that Teemo early on, and has been a secondary carry in some compositions, especially around Kai'Sa, but it means that you can set up for this incredibly powerful late game trait. We saw some players play it with like Metabolic Accelerator or Tiniest Titans that allows you to take those big loss streaks, stack up all the way, and get these big cash outs, some of which you're seeing on the screen now. And one of the most popular ones, well, infamous, I think maybe is the right word, is the +1 to all traits, because yes, very powerful, but my God, is it hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it, of course, being played out yesterday. I think it's one of those very, very, very skill-testing approaches to the games. I know between the three of us, we all agreed we wouldn't want to be in a situation like that ourselves, but I think for particularly these players here, they're such incredibly high-end pro players that given the opportunity to flex their brain power, they'll take it.
Honestly, I just think I'm a little bit too smooth-brained for the +1 traits, but there is something that can really save you if you are playing Fortune, and that are encounters. If Ahri comes by and she just gives you player health blessings, you're really rubbing your hands thinking, oh yeah, I've done it. Lobby is saved. I'm so good on HP now, despite having been lost streaking early on. Very, very cool one. We did actually get to see the +1 traits yesterday from Lakoko, and he's a player that's just so happy to play into these lines where you're risky, where you're on the edge, and just look at that trait bar lighting up there on the left-hand side. It's marvelous, really.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild, and I think, the big thing coming out of that one was that when Lakoko got to this point, he already had a pretty well-developed board, so all it meant was he could cut a bunch of his chaff units, in particular make sure that Exalted stayed in the mix, and just gave him that extra layer that would help him push across and go for the really huge wins.
And we also want to mention another player here coming back to that Sylas comp. It kind of came up the night before the Golden Spatula Cup started, or all of the regional tournaments started, really. I've been seeing it kind of pop up in a couple of streams and players really trying to force it. It is the Sylas comp that you're seeing here. Yeah, I know my directions. On Blackza's board, in the backline there's a lot of commotion around what the correct Sylas board is. It will always be influenced a little bit by the Exalteds, because it's often very easy to flex that in. You can see Storyweaver variations where you buff up a Morgana and a Sylas in the backline, or here, like Blackza did with the Hui in the backline, and you're actually playing more around the sages, around the Dragon Lords in the front line. Little bit of discussion on whether or not that Sylas goes in the top 2 rows or the bottom 2 rows, depending on what sage buff you want. You can move it around, depends on what your board strength is. I personally really like this comp because of how flexible it is and how many outs it has, so I would definitely recommend you try it.
And I love we're in the kind of space where we're seeing that, the comp in particular picking up popularity between days 1 and 2. To be in a kind of meta where people are still trying out things, trying to figure out the best way. And as you said, with so many variables in play, we may still not know the best way to play the comp by the time the tournament is done.
As
my
always.
boy Lee Sin making an appearance too. Look, gotta love it.
Honestly, besides the 3-star legendary I've been yapping on about, I think I'd really like to see a very successful Janna reroll, something like learning to spell into Enter the Dragon, or I don't know, I'm cooking here. We'll see whether or not it happens. I would love that personally, but what I also love, Matt, is our list of co-streamers, because they're all up and ready to bring you the games in every language EMEA has to offer.
That's right, we're back to the Super Smash Bros. Character select screen. So pick your language, pick your co-streamer. We've got plenty of options regardless of how you prefer to watch your game. So if English commentary isn't your thing, you want to hear your own language, you've got plenty of options there over to the left. And Makes, after you mentioned not being sure what side of the screen it was, I did test while you were on camera. So I was able to point. So thank you for saving me from it.
Honestly, I love that this list is just ever growing and we're now infiltrating the top layer where the title is because of how many co-streamers we have. It's awesome to see, and I'm so happy to see kind of how big our EMEA region is, right? You mentioned it earlier, Peter, with Kyrgyzstan. When I heard that, I'm not good at geography. I had to Google that. I was like, where is this country? And honestly, it's just so awesome to see all of that come out there. But of course, before we go into games, one last question to you both. I'll start with you, Niberia. Your prediction for the winner today?
It's hard because I don't know if I should go with my heart or my head. Honestly, it's mostly because I use his tier list every single day when I play, but I'm hoping Solo can get the win. I just need to give back to the man. You know, he gave us that great interview last time we had him on air. He's given me many a solo queue win by actually showing me what the hell I'm supposed to be playing. So I feel like he's earned it from me. If I have any way to wish it for him, I will.
I'll put aside my personal preferences and say I'll give the people what they want, which is, of course, Double 61 to get his first GSC title. I think he's waited long enough to add that accolade to his list.
All right. Playing the fan favorite card. I see you both. All right. I already set my prediction for today earlier in the show. I think Clémoulahagra takes it, despite him calling me a caster curse. I still believe, okay, we're going to make it out of here, Clémoulahagra. Just trust. And with that, we're going to be going over to our casters here, Wita and Patches Panda, for you guys for game 1.
Welcome, one and all. We're finally here in day 3, Wita. I'm Impetuous Panda, and we're ready to go into an insane lobby with some big names.
We definitely do have one of the most insane lobbies. We have the record holders for most GSC Day 3s in the lobby here, Wet Jungler and Lakoko. The big difference between those two is the fact that Wet Jungler has done that in the most recent 9 tournaments. He's gotten 8, whereas Lakoko has done it over the course of the entirety of Rising Legends. Anyone else stands out to you? David?
I mean, really just looking at France as the pinnacle of TFT and EMEA, and I would consider we have the three winningest and I think most just accomplished French players in this lobby right now, Coco, Double 61, and Volta as well. And a nice mix of very veteran talent, Chinar and Jungler, of course, joining that group, with Animosity and Roki, who are, I think, more newcomers to this set. Roki especially, I think, is someone that no one in Spain 2 sets ago was really considering an absolute top player, but they're really popping off in this tournament.
Would you say he's a rookie?
Yes, Vita, I would. And also, I'm gonna give some extra little story time. In the open qualifier, Roki actually destroyed my dreams of making it to day 3. I needed a first, and he ended up taking that first with 9 Umbral. So I kind of hated him last weekend, but now I love him again.
Yeah, and I kind of want to highlight Chinar as well, because as we got this lobby kind of set up, and I was just looking into it, because Chinar has been an absolutely mainstay of the upper echelons of day 3 over the course of the last 2 sets, and like he has he has 4 top 16 finishes outside of the last 5 GSCs. That is ridiculous. His last 2 regional finishes are 6th and 11th. This guy, when it gets down to prime time, you know, day 3, this guy normally always turns it on. He has been on the brink of making it. He got 31 points in day 1, 28 points yesterday, right? So he's not had like that massive, powerful performance on day 1, day 2, but you know, he's in day 3, he has a lot more experience in these environments than most other players, and I'm really excited to see whether or not he's going to find that extra gear today.
I think Chinar has, as you mentioned, he was an absolute standout on ladder and just one of those players that seemed dominant all throughout in any kind of competition. This set, not so much the case. A very slow start for Chinar on ladder. For Ging as well, really the 2 kind of big Turkish players, big Turkish names, have not had their usual starts to the set. So I think Chinar is especially relieved and kind of some pressures off his shoulders, knowing he's made it now into this day 3 and has turned things around when it mattered most.
He had a bit of a back road into the GSC in general, right? Because he finished 34th, I believe, in the open qualifier, and then a couple of dropouts here and there, and all of a sudden he's in there. But there are 2 interesting routes on this board for Animosity, David. There is the Fortune route potentially opening up with the Kabogu pair, and then there's also the Gnar.
And the Darius. I think Darius is a route that should be, you know, explored all in of itself. We saw so many games yesterday. We even saw on top of show, it was mentioned, where Darius 2 carries you through all of stage 2, all of stage 3, and really helps you save so much HP. And it's a clean transition into that Kayn Heavenly board we've seen so much of this weekend.
Yeah, and even in the previous patch, he was such a fantastic item holder for the boards of the duelists, right? Like he just held those Volibear items to perfection. Very easy unit to kind of find a different copy of. And you can see now, David, as well, we have the Exalted units online here. A very interesting set of units to work with.
Oh, it's time, baby. 5 Exalted gaming. As a Kayn Heavily, some would say Forcer, I would say Enjoyer in the last week or so. This Exalted is not fair because it's really, you can literally fit 5 Exalted Malphite, 3 of those melee bruisers with Silas also joining the party, and just fit in a Mumu. You can have Lysandra later on for Porcelain as well, and it's so much extra damage. It's really insane in stage 4.
Yeah, but we get the prismatic start here as well, Dave. Right? We're looking at level up being picked up. Sniper Crown already committed here from Volterix. That's a big benefit. Wait, is this build-up bot? It's not, right? We just have a...
It is. It's build-up bot.
It is build-up bot. Sorry, Living Forge build-up bot. The item augment, the item picture's a little bit the same, but again, Jack's free, not a carry unit, so it's not like you have a 1-cost reroll kind of just given to you for free here. What are the main things you're going to be looking for with something like the Jax early on?
If it wasn't Build-A-Bud and Roki looked that calm, having a Jax 3-on-2-1, I would be a little bit surprised.
He's locked in, David. You know, he's in the box already.
That's the way you know it's Build-A-Bud. You look at his face and he has really he's not happy at all. And I don't blame him. I actually picked Build-A-Bud for the first time in the Open Qualifier last weekend, and I got Jax as well. And I was like, well, now what do I do? Because we saw it yesterday, and it was a Darius 3 from Azul and Ash, and that carried him all the way into stage 6 almost with that duelist board. So Jax, I would say a bit of a low roll.
Yeah, I got a Severe on ladder the other week, and it was also a bit of an interesting one for sure, where it's like, she's not really you want to carry to a certain extent, right? A lot of the traditional damage carry items doesn't really help you through the early game. It's just kind of got a little bit mudded up here, but that's an interesting thing to keep an eye out for as well here. I think that we also got to keep in mind here, Prismatic Ticket from Wet Jungler, already a choke F2 here. Is it time for the return of the fabled Cockmore reroll, David?
I'm not going to say any opinions because I used to love this comp in the last few few weeks, last patch, hasn't really been as strong. I think really, I mentioned it on broadcast on day one, you have to, play for it from an absolutely insane spot. And even then, a lot of encounters can really get in your way. So when there's everything on the line in the tournament where you're taking this big risk, if suddenly a loon comes up, we saw it yesterday with Amateur where you have Kha'Zix, for example, where you don't really want to level up, you don't have the gold for it, your whole game plan can be kind of destroyed in a second. So it's, I think, a little bit too risky. And someone like WetJungler, I'd be surprised to be taking such a risk considering his relative skill, in my opinion, as a player, but we'll see if that's the case.
Yeah, and also an interesting position here from Volterix, right? It puts the Sniper Crown onto the Ahri. Ahri normally the item holder of the Rage Blade in these type of spots when you're playing the Faded route into either an Aphelios reroll or into the traditional Porsche board. Yeah, we're driving. It's full force, right? The porcelain board with the Ash. So what do you think about like having that on the Aphelios instead of the Ash there?
I'm just really surprised the Sniper Crown was a pickup, to be honest, as a first augment. I haven't seen it, I think, at all the entire set in all my games on ladder, anyone ever picking it. So I think overall the Sniper +1s have not been in the best spot the entire set. So I'm curious to see if Volta actually was angling towards this and it was a decision he made, or just low rolled every other option that were kind of unpickable for his kind of game plan or his inertia in the stage 2, and just was forced to pick it to play around this Aphelios and this Faded opener. But I'm very curious to see how it'll do coming into the late game and how he plays around the board, really, what kind of board he sets up.
Yeah, because the thing about Volterix as a player, historically speaking, is that he's always been known to kind of just try to get everything out of the board that he can. Like he sees lines that most other players don't want to go for. He's playing like he's always going to hit, which is obviously something that will come back to bite you, but it also puts you into multiple top 8s at the global championships, right? You cannot really question Volterix's game plans, even though sometimes you don't understand them.
That's very, very true. We're looking at the augments now once again. Animosity on level up. Going to be very interesting to see what board he goes for. It looks like it's going to be Kai'Sa. One of the key indicators, I think Hubin mentioned in the day one interview, where at this level of play, players, give so many different little small details indicating what they're going to be playing for, even all the way in the late game in stage 4 and 5. And one of those details is the Kayle, of course. Depending on the power up, you already have a guarantee of, hey, he's not playing Sage Silas, doesn't have the AP, he's not playing for, this or that. In this case, the attack speed's Kayle, most likely indicating that he will be playing for that Kai'Sa board, which you saw really pop off in day 2.
Yeah, another one of those small indicators as well. We briefly got to look at it here. For $61, he's slammed an Edge of Night already while being on shopping spree. So you already, at that point, you can kind of start ruling out the Kai'Sa, you can start ruling out the Ashe, because that's more for those Lee Sin, those Kayn bots we're talking so much about. And with Shannara already being on that Heavenly Emblem, there's going to be a lot of overlap there. And whether or not that Heavenly Emblem will push him over the edge, or the stacked rerolls from that shopping spree will be the deciding factor for double, is going to be a super interesting storyline to follow all throughout this game.
This Exalted combination is actually very interesting in terms of the kind of psychological implications for the lobby, because it is such a strong Exalted, it's hard to ignore, and this will force, I think, 3 or 4 players to try and take the risk of playing into this line, of contesting these same units, and it opens up the idea of counter comps in TFT. And if any player knows, hey, if this comp does well into Heavenly Kayn in general, if I have this extra amount of CC, or I have this single target damage, I can play for this and have very good results in this game 1.
Yeah, and David, I'm sorry to say this, but as a blue buff slammed on a Cockmaw, it could look like we are seeing the reroll. Again, it could just be the fact that Cockmaw is one of the better item holders for a blue buff in the game, but we can't really rule it out just yet.
I think with Ticket, it's going to be pretty much a guarantee at this point with the blue buff slam as well, as you mentioned. So all I can say is best of luck to WetJungler. We'll look at the top of the stage for stage 3 and see what that looks like, if there's any encounters, and if those encounters can potentially throw a wrench in the game plan of one of the strongest German players in the last few sets.
Yeah, and also an interesting spot here for Roki, right? Putting with the force story right here. Obviously, kind of hard to find those extra sages in the early game. Could have gone for a different Arcanist than with the Lux in the shop, for example, but with the Severe being a 2-star here, it's just all about playing the strongest board here with the upgrades. Again, to be fair, like if you're not full string with build-up bot stage 2, something's gone horribly wrong, to be fair.
I'm very curious if Roki has a good tattoo from Ink Shadow. If that's the case, he can just play for the Kai'Sa board and have the Jack stand in for Udyr most of stage 4, maybe most of stage 5. I'm not sure if you ever actually even sell out of the Jack into the Udyr. I imagine you do if you have like an Udyr 2, for example. But I imagine that's the game plan for Roki. I think there isn't really an easier way to navigate having this Jax 3 and finding value from it in the later stages. Ink Shadow Vertical, we saw, even without a +1, I think it's not really a viable game plan. And there really isn't any other comps outside of maybe Senna reroll that would utilize Jax in any way.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, where like, the big question for him is going to be like, when is, like, for example, is Udio 1 better than Jax 3, right? Like, you got to make those calls, because, but like, it's one of the key parts about this also when you're playing these, okay, well, David, we got a tome.
Don't get baited, Roki. Just don't do it. Hey, just get a Heavenly Emblem, just sell the Jax, and just play into Heavenly.
Get into it. I mean, Sage and Dragonlord are actually pretty decent in terms of being able to play some more flexible stuff, right? Get that Dragonlord in there. Behemoth also fought like a bit of a frontline squish. You know, Behemoth Jax free. You know, we get something online. We find an Ornn. We find all these things. You know, and then all of a sudden that Jax free gets a lot of value. But I think that the Sage pickup here makes a lot of sense. Really flexible, adds value to your board at this moment in time already, which is huge when you're playing for a full-on tempo game plan.
And Wet Jungler leaning heavily into this Kog'Maw reroll. We do see already a lot of upgrades. Wet Jungler has hit quite a few units here. Very, very close to all the key upgrades. Really, this early in Stage 3 is a very, very good sign. So I imagine, like I think most talented and skilled players in TFT, Wet Jungler only decided to go into this because he had a lot of these natural units. He was in a position where it's almost impossible to low roll, I would say, at least for hitting your 3 stars. And that's why we see now here all these extra upgrades.
Yeah, but even then, right, we are still waiting for these things. Like right now, Behemoth is not even online on the board, right? So that's something as well we got to keep in mind here. So this might just be 5 copies of Malphite, and then we have...
Yep, you're very right.
And that's a huge thing here as well, because that is just so much frontline power lacking. If you don't have that double 3-star setup, then that you are going to struggle quite a lot here. The Coco's augment options here already has the pumping up, so we do have that late game scaling in the combat augment here. So
I wonder if Lakoko wants to lean into this. Oh, gonna go directly out of Gargantuan Resolve. It doesn't have any components for it, so I think it does make some sense. Could have been a great option though, considering he has pumping up, has the attack speed to stack those Titan stacks, and then also has so many different users that would love to have a Titans coming into the late game with this Exalted if he leans into that Heavenly tree.
We do see now that Wet Jungler's board is somewhat online here, can just focus all the attention onto this Cho'Gath here. So that's going to be an interesting one to follow here. But again, David, we're level 5. We're only 30 gold. Again, we are kind of on curve, but there's an encounter coming up here next round that could just mean that we just no longer have a chance of winning the game.
Don't jinx it, Weeda. Let's believe that it's an encounter that would be good for Kog'Maw. In this case, though, the spot is looking good. You have fantastic items. I would say BIS for both the Cho'Gath and the Kog'Maw is in the works. We have these half Nashers already there for the Kog'Maw. You have the 2 most important 3-stars. You can even tempo out of getting everything else 3-star and just play into the Vertical Mythic and let Hui print some extra copies of whatever 1 cost you're missing, maybe the Malphite later in Stage 4. So all in all, as a Kog'Maw enjoyer, this is looking like a very good spot, despite the comp's power level not quite being there compared to a few patches ago.
You know, it's also worth noting, we are in game 1 of the day here. You don't have to play for a first. Obviously, it's real big for you to get that first, get right out of the gate here. But if for someone like Wet Jungler, if all of his other augment choices were horrible, right, and in the Prismatic lobby, that can really start running away from you. Then, like, just, you know, taking this Kog'Maw, get like a 5th or a 4th under your belt, and then start playing from there could just be a good start to the day, and even a satisfying start to the day, even if it's not exactly what you want.
Curious now about the rest of the players in this lobby for this Stage 3 especially, because when so many players are contesting for the same line, because it is so strong, it's kind of hard to ignore. In TFT, you should be playing flexibly, of course, but when you look at this Exalted, it is very hard, at least in my opinion, to say, hey, I'm not playing this Heavenly line, because it really is going to be so strong for most players, with 5 Exalted fitting fairly easily on level 8.
Yeah, and again, now you look at this here, Double picking up that Heavenly Crest here from the second round of augments. So he has the stronger Econ augment, whereas someone like Shinar, who we know for sure is going to go down this route, just has the emblem, right? So this could be an interesting thing where Top 61 even, right now is kind of ahead in the race. But also Shinar, he's kind of rocking with that Nard too. We saw earlier on, perfect item holder for those Kane items, right? So he's going to play from ahead in terms of HP, whereas Double might play ahead in terms of economy.
And Shopping Spree is really where this Exalted is so contested. The guarantee of hitting is the most important thing, I think, above combat augmented being, because you get so much damage from the Exalted anyway. And in this case, doubles with Shopping Spree, I think, is one of the best options. The level 8 roll down, you'll have so many extra rolls. You can go level 8 on 4-1 with the extra kind of free rolls that you have. And again, snipe out all of these important 4 costs before anyone else.
Yeah, and also when you look at the board from Shinar right now, has a Banshee's Veil as well for that frontline for that CC neglection for the Kayn or the Lee Sin, right? So he has a very strong combat setup as you're talking about, but again, that shopping spree could just be what really makes this game for double.
We do also see little buddies for Animosity, who was playing to that Kai'Sa line. So overall, a lot of players finding kind of these key augments that really elevate these comps to that next level. I think Kai'Sa's success yesterday, a lot of it came from Fortune, of course. It was we talked about, a lot of the Fortune players like YLCO mentioning that it's the easiest comp to transition into. It's usually a little bit less contested than something like an Ashe, for example. So the stats are a bit inflated from these massive Fortune cash outs, but also from augments like little buddies that elevate the comp to that next level.
Yeah, and with case in point here, we have it with the combination with the level up, another way of kind of guaranteeing yourself to hit, because it becomes so much cheaper for you to get those higher levels in the game here. And already with one copy of Kai'Sa on the board here for Animosity, he's puts himself into a fantastic position to kind of stabilize himself come 4-1, 4-2.
Not just Kai'Sa, but Sylas as well. Sylas gains so much more relevance in the Kai'Sa comp, even with little buddies. He just becomes an absolute menace, to be honest. Even if you don't really itemize him, he just seems to be doing so much in stage 4 especially. But again, big win for White Jungler, who did hit most of his key units way ahead of, I would say, tempo. Usually you're scrambling on 4-1, trying to, finish off that Kog'Maw 3, that Cho'Gath 3.
Yeah, and also the Coco here being offered the choice, the pick of the litter here. Do you want Ashe? Do you want Kai'Sa? And with the setup he has in mind right now, it looks like that's going to be the Ashe here. There is a big gaping hole right now in the front line, David, and that's the fact that we have the Exalt, which is a big thing, obviously, going to get to that level 8, get extra team-wide damage, but this composition tends to fall and stand whether or not you have that Annie in play, right? And there's no Annie right now, and the Annie is super contested. That's going to be like the big kicker here for the Coco. If you can find that Andy now that he has a copy of the Ashe here, that's going to be what really makes this game.
I mean, we're on stage 3. He has an Ornn, an Ashe, a Nautilus on the bench. I think he's not too worried just yet. We'll see what the roll down looks like on 4-2 most likely. Because there is a Heavenly Kayn kind of exalted combination going on, he knows he'll be a little bit less contested on Ashe overall. And there's two players that are, I think, fairly obviously angling Kai'Sa as well. So this is very important, especially now in this 4-cost meta. At 4-1, you should be scouting, trying to see and understand all the different indicators for what people are playing in this lobby, and then saying, hey, is my line super contested? I should roll on 4-1, even if that means having less gold. If it's not contested, wait till 4-2. Let everyone else take these 4 costs out of the pool, and then roll down, find your Ashes, find your Nautilus, find your Annie very easily.
And there's also the other added thing here that we know for a fact it's Golden Finale, right? That's a portal here, so they know that the last augment here will be a gold augment, which very often will mean that we're going to get a huge influx of just very solid combat augments or like a crest augment coming in here for most players, right? So you're not going to get like an extra influx of economy. You're not going to get baited by like a hedge fund or something like that. That's a big thing as well to kind of keep in mind.
I'm going to go ahead and say a little bit of a rant here, how unfair it is. There are so many fantastic Millie Bruiser gold augments. It is almost unfair. It's like impossible to not hit one of the great combat augments like Martyr, like Little Buddies even, like the Heavenly Crest like you mentioned. It makes it so much easier to play this comp, almost forcing it every single game because it's very, very hard to have really bad augments for it. Hui 2 out of nowhere for double 61, rolling on level 8. And I think he was rolling for something completely different, but he's like, you know what? Sure, I'll make a Hui 2. Morgana 2, Kayn pair as well. Quite the roll down. Does he even fit the Hui on this board?
Yeah, so like, I was speaking with Stormy earlier, right before our call time today, and like he was kind of talking about like how if you're like playing from ahead right now, if you're someone like Shinar or Roki, right, at some point it's during stage 4, it could even be like beneficial for you to kind of just like, if you find an early way, just like sag off your entire stage to start printing those units, because the win conditions of those 3-star forecasts are so important here. And even for someone like Double, that could just be the guarantee of finding a 2-star Kayn at some point in this game, with Shinar also potentially at some point leaning into contest.
We're looking at a Lee Sin upgrade for Bensek. So as we kind of expected and knew, every player that was playing for this Heavenly line had to be rolling a 4-1. Otherwise, they're just griefing their game because they know every of these units will be removed from the pool already if they roll down on 4-2. And we're seeing now the consequences, the effects of those roll downs and who ended up coming out ahead. For now, Bensek has a very strong Lee Sin, if that'll be enough, with only 3 Dragon Lord. No Exalted yet for Bensek here.
All right, David, hear me out. We pick teaming up and get 2 Kayns. All right.
No, but you get a Wukong after 1 roll, which I think is good enough. But I think the big misser here is not having the Exalted online for the stage 4. Oh, Roki's cooking. That little win streak.
Yeah, he is. But do we like the smell in the kitchen, though? Like, is this going to fall off at some point? We're still lacking that big, like, backline carry. You do have the Silas here. Nash's 2 plus Crown Dive, David. Like, what do we feel about this itemization of the Silas?
I think Silas can use really any items in the game, as long as you have the right setup and the right augments. Like we see here, Martyr, Inspiring Epitaph. I mean, that is fantastic for any kind of melee booster setup.
Yeah, and the thing as well is the fact that he's holding on to so much gold here, and he has so much HP, he can kindly just like sack off over the course of the entirety of the stage, go 9, and then start to put his board together, right? With something like Nature's 2 plus Spear Shodan, every single AP caster in the game becomes a viable holder of these items. So whether or not that's going to be the Morgana or something like an Asir, depending on like which board he ends up leaning into, that's a big thing for Roki, as he does take his first loss off the game.
And I do think it's maybe Roki saying, hey, all these units are super contested. I have as you mentioned, an HP lead, a strong enough board. I think one of the key things with the Silas comp is not that the comp itself is so strong that you're playing it for a top 1. It's more how cheap it is to play in stage 4, especially as a way to go level 9 very quickly and then transition to legendaries, fit, a lot more 5 cost on your board, or maybe just pivot directly into the Heavenly Cane. Regardless, once a few players like Bensek, for example, maybe die off.
Yeah, and also like that's just like one of the key parts about metas that are just super 4-cost composition heavy in general. It's about like how do you get to your end game board. I think as much as like Barry Batten was known as like a super one trick off like the Yone comp back all the way in set 6, his way of getting to those end-game boards was like kind of like the epitome of like how you want to play this. Like he would play like full-on capped-out 4-cost boards of any other composition. Then once the other players that were challenging him on that composition, they died, he just went back into the comp, right? And that's kind of how you want to approach this at times.
I love this setup from Likoko, fitting Exalted without playing the Heavenly line, just fitting in a Mumu, obviously normally with the Ash comp, Malphite with Ornn for Behemoth, and then having the Sniper be the Senna instead, which is also Exalted this game. So fitting in some extra damage for the stage 4. We see the 5 loss streak though for Likoko, 31 HP, in a dire position. He has to make sure he's winning most of these fights in stage 4.
Yeah, he is right now. Volta in a bit of a weird spot with that Epoch, right? So he has that Sniper move being moved over towards that Syndra. So we know we're on the Faded line, but he doesn't have big. Like...
Silas, Annie pair potentially for Likoko, but goes for the bow instead, knowing he needs to finish off that last item on Ash.
Yeah, and that's so important with the Ash items, right? Because the thing is, again, we spoke about this at length over the course of the weekend here, but those bow items are just critical on the Ash. Rageblade, Last Whisper. Generally speaking, like the 2 core components you kind of want to work around. Unless you're slamming something like a Runance plus an IE for tempo, for example, you just like want to play out from ahead, right? In a simple fashion, like Roki's doing this game, right? Just in a different way of thinking about it. But 2-star Silas for Animosity with that 2-star Kaiser on the bench here as well, David, has the potential of going for something like a TG on towards this Galio just to get even more beef and trying to just like stabilize himself incredibly heavily here.
And we see little gold to work with, but I think we're seeing why. The board looks very, very strong. Usually, Kaisa 2 is the big indicator of, hey, you can go 9, but he's also found, like you mentioned, the Silas 2. He also found the Zaya on level 8. So overall, looks like a strong enough board. Positioning will be key here, and hopefully the TG rolling some better items for this Galio. Runan's JG Galio, I think, is not on any of the comp lists that I've seen online.
What do you mean you don't enjoy the return of Clapio, David? Right? Like, remember those days of Runans on Colossal Galio?
Listen, I love those days, but this Galio is not him. Literally, he just stands there taunting, not moving at all, whereas Clapio had a whole lot more action to his kit.
To be fair, this one also only takes up 1 bench slot, right? Like, Shrinkflation going crazy right now, Mordok. Bring back my Colossus.
And the Lee Sin popping off here. Likoko not able to find stability. Did win 1 fight at the very middle area of the stage 4 before the carousel, but now is again losing and down to not quite 1 life at the very least. He has 2 potential hits coming to stage 5, but we'll see if he can turn it around. The upgrades are pretty much there for the Ash at least, but we'll see for the Volta board as well. If Syndra 3, Wida, might be a win condition for this game.
Yeah, he currently has like 2 3-star win conditions, right? Because he's rocking with the Syndra, as you're talking about, because he has Epoch, he has to duplicate, he picked up very early on. And then also, he's currently on 6 compies of this Aphelios. In an ideal world here, these Epoch rolls coming in at start of stage 5 will give Volta the Aphelios free naturally, so he doesn't have to commit that duplicator. Because if then he gets to a point where he's relatively stable, and then he can start working towards that Syndra fee you're talking about.
This Lee Sin going to be an absolute menace, pumping up Inspiring Epitaph, perfect items as well, with the Exalted added into the mix. overall, these Heavenly boards are really, you're starting to notice the fact that this Exalt is going to be so strong for them in this stage 4 especially.
Yeah,
11 HP for Lococo.
That is not a lot, I will say, David. You want to have like 1-1 as your scores after 2 games. You don't want it to be your HP at 4-7 in the first game.
This is where you kind of feel the regrets of obviously a lot of players that don't like playing contested, don't like kind of gambling on their stage 4 rolldowns. They see this Exalted and say, you know what? I'm not going to play for this. I have better items for Ashe. I'll just stick to one of the strongest comps in the game and hope it's enough. But this is where you really feel like, hey, this Exalted is pretty damn broken for this Heavenly comp because you're losing all of these fights in stage 4 facing off against these boards.
Yeah, he's also lacking somewhat of those like critical frontline upgrades, right? Because when the frontline is somewhat paper as it is right now, the case, all of a sudden those Kanes, those Lee Sims, they just get to your backline that much more quickly, and that's going to be a huge issue here. But big roll
This is a lot of gold.
Well.
We're on 5 cinders already with the duplicator. We're on 6 essentially, so 3 more cinders to go. Could have maybe waited. Overall, I think. Maybe not. I'm gonna take it back. Play the second cinder on the board. Overall, I think Wida. It's not just Volta, but a lot of players. Once they start getting into that late game, they start looking for their own alternate win conditions and finding their own 3-star forecast. So it's just much easier to roll down later in the game, where you have the chance to have so many more forecasts out of the pool. But the Aphelios 3, I think, is the upgrade that Volta was really looking for there.
Yeah, but a counterpoint as well, right, David. He kind of has to. He has some free rolls he has to use, right? And at that point, when you don't have the Aphelios 3, he needs to kind of have enough HP to kind of get himself back towards stage 6 once he gets another round of rerolls to work with, right? And I think that's kind of the trade-off he's kind of thinking about. Okay, I need to roll all the way down to save all my gold to even have a chance of staying in the game. We can see right now, it doesn't seem like it was enough for him as he has lost another fight. It seems like a Lococo might just be out altogether here.
The Giga Cho'Gath, unkillable, perfect items on the Kog'Maw, on the Cho'Gath. If you attempt to try this at home, I would suggest not doing so unless you have a lot of natural copies of these units, but also the right item components in stage 2 and 3 especially to go fully into this comp because it's so important to have BIS, and we saw the reason why there with what Jungler's board.
Yeah, and talking about another big roll down here, Roki finally going towards that level 9 point here in 5-2. Has a lot of really interesting pairs here to work with Yudu as well as the Silas, but he's not hitting any of the pairs he kind of needs to hit at all here. And now we just trade a Syra 2 with items for a Syra 2 without items to move these items on to our Morgana here, David. It does not seem like a board that's matching the power curve of the lobby.
And the big thing is, yeah, the Silas 2 upgrade, I think it would be a little bit more contested in this lobby specifically because even Heavenly players are trying to fit Silas on their board if they're going for 5 Exalted. So we saw the HP lead Roki had has diminished almost entirely, now at 44 HP. It's maybe still a good enough spot to guarantee a top 4 with how weak or how low HP Volta, Bensec, and Animosity are. But we'll see if it'll be enough. Another 4 loss streak now for Roki.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. And he's just keep on getting fed these Gallios, but he doesn't want them, obviously, right? And now he finally finds the Morgana too, and we can kind of see like that previous fight. If that happened to Silas too, all of a sudden that's a win and even more HP saved in the race to guarantee the top 4.
And White Jungler, despite the maybe not nerfs to Kog'Maw, it's more the extra HP for forecast is what made Kog'Maw, I think, perform a little bit worse. It is a little bit stronger when it comes to the late game because, of course, Nautilus got a buff, Lily got a buff. They're both part of this vertical mythic you play on this Kog'Maw board as well. So especially the Nautilus with that TG is going to be very impactful in these late game fights.
Yeah, and this board from Bensec is kind of the epitome what you're talking about with the Heavenly players playing that Silas on their board. This time around for Bensec, it's just about getting that free Exalted in, even because he hasn't found a copy of Kayn. Like, these are not, best in slot Silas items, but he's still putting in the work.
Not going to be a win for Roki, but at least kill off a few more units, maybe stops, and just try. Maybe his goal is just to, bleed out into a 4th, maybe a 5th, considering how this late game has looked and how much HP he's plummeted in the last 2 stages.
Yeah, this carousel here could be big for a lot of these players here, but there's no copies of Silas on the carousel for the players looking for those final copies. No Cinder for Volterix either, right? So the denial here kind of continues.
Maybe a Hui 3 for double, considering how early he found that Hui 2 upgrade on stage 4. And double streaking, so really made good use of that Hui. I do love that he sold the Morgana we saw. Last time we saw his board, he had the Morgana with the red buff and the Heavenly Crown, and the Hui on the bench. Immediately swapped to the Morgana, didn't play for Sage, played for the Hui instead, and it's been working out.
Yeah, when you get that weight that early on, right, it really just helps get you in a fantastic position. You can see right now he's currently printing copies of Kayn, taking him out of the pool as well. in the process while he's on his way towards the 3-star here. He's looking towards just going level 10 at some point. As long as his win streak isn't going to be under any threat, there's no reason to even consider rolling down.
Hello? What jungler? Maybe we see why he's playing into this Kog'Maw line. He knows that there's some secret win conditions, not just 10 mythic. Nautilus 3 being chased, Lilia 3 being chased, one off of each of them. All of a sudden, did you notice this at all, Wida? This all of a sudden, the huge change in the game plan for what jungler here, considering how low he is in HP.
Yeah, but that's another effect of something like the prismatic ticket, right? Yes, most of the people are like, yes, it's amazing to kind of get your reroll composition online earlier on in the game, but the added benefit is the fact that it allows you to start chasing some very serious 3-stars as well in the later stage of the game here, but just running out of gold here. This encounter, though, could be an injection of gold, could be duplicates, it could be anything in the world, everything your heart desires. Let's see. Completed items here. The TG, for example, could be pretty good for someone like Wet Jungler right now.
Spark, equally important. There isn't any amount of shred on this board right now. So much AP damage coming in from the Kog'Maw and the Lilia, so really, really relevant here. Actually, a pretty good pickup. But the final roll down coming through. There's an Nautilus again, but now you're just looking for the Lilia. Can it be found in time? What jungler's on his last life is going to be what will be most important. All the gold has been spent now trying to sell, remake some units, find that extra little bit of injection, but he's not able to do it. Cannot find that last Lilia, unfortunately.
Yeah, and even then, right, I think Lilia is the 3-star forecast with the worst placement over the course of the last few days as well. I think she got a 3rd. That's like the only time she got 3-star, right? And again, it's kind of hard to look at those stats in a vacuum, but just kind of tells that Lilia 3 isn't even a guaranteed auto win.
5 players at 10 HP or under. So much at stake in this last fight. Roki fighting for his life. Volta fighting for his life. Kane spinning his way into the backline. The Syndra 3 has not been found, and that's going to be the end of the road for Volta. His game plan does not pan out for Roki. The Battle of the Silas is coming in, but Kai'Sa reigns supreme. Roki, despite the HP lead, taken down. We'll see how the HP shuffles end up here and who ends up in the top 4, who ends up at the bottom. 4 players eliminated. Wet Jungler, Roki, Volta, and of course Lekoko already are down.
Yeah, but amazing here from Double that's kind of starting to invest some of his gold into rolls here now with a lot of the players that kind of were on hugging his units here, going out of the pool just ever so slightly. Maybe you can find one cheeky copy or two, right? Shinar here, we can see very low on the gold here, but has that 2 win streak. Bensak also on a bit of a win streak here with that investment of his gold. So this last stage is going to be really interesting because Double has 2 losses in him before he has to kind of like really invest heavily, and like whoever might be facing Double here could get an easier fight depending on how much they're able to spike on this turn specifically.
So Wida, as a professional analyst of TFT, of course, I just want to bring up a little detail.
Yep.
Out of these 4 players in the top 4, 3 of them are playing heavily Kane, thanks to this Exalted. Is that a crazy turn of events, or do you think it could have been maybe expected, considering that Lee Sin, Kane, and Malphite are part of the Exalted pairs?
Let me think about that for a second, David. You know, it's one of the more difficult questions I've kind of been asked all throughout my career as a competitive TFT commentator, I will say. I think that the jury kind of says that it's to be expected, but, you know, sometimes you'd love surprises. This time around, we just didn't get any.
And Kai'Sa trying to be a little bit of a hipster in this lobby, at least with the Exalted combination. It's not going to work out in the end. Kai'Sa taking down the Zaya as well. Animosity maybe happy just to have a start with the top 4 for this day number 3. Animosity, of course, one of the newer players when it comes to GSCs, and a good start here is going to be great for his momentum going forward.
Yeah, absolutely right. Getting that top 4 here at the start of the day is such a big thing. And as well, we got to keep in mind here that while the ultimate goal of every player today is to get that GSC victory, getting those extra qualifier points, finishing like a top 16 could be absolutely huge, especially with now the fact that qualifier points are kind of spread out over the course of the entire circuit, even from OQ all the way around all other events here. But we can see now Double has kind of given up on the way here, has 6 copies of the Kane on this level 10.
And he's making it harder for other players to find Kane on their own boards, to even maybe 2-star the Kane as well, coming into this late stage, considering that everyone seems to be playing around this Heavenly board in this top 3. And Double 11 win streak, I think, says it all. Has sold the Hui. Hui has done his job, and now moving on to units that are a bit more impactful, considering how fast-paced these fights tend to be.
You know, like he's kind of, you know, like he made his last protein shake and then threw the empty container out, right, the whey protein going to the wayside there for a second, but
Wukong 2 not going down any kind of wayside. He is ready to rumble here. AYellowTomato offered, but I'm not sure you can really cut anything all things considered. I mean, what a board here. All of these key legendaries upgraded to 2-star, and very different story for Chinara there. We see kind of the budget version of what we're seeing on double.
Yeah, but it's kind of poetic, the fact that this was the storyline we were talking about as being like the overarching storyline this entire game, and now they're facing off for the win in game 1.
Dinar up against double, not today impactful, but against Lissandra to Hui to Wukong to spinning his way to success. I think it's going to be too much to handle Lissandra, especially a massive counter to all of these melee bruisers in double. He starts things off how he ended in day number 1, a dominant show of force, a player that maybe finally will get his first GSC win, having won EMEA Finals and Worlds already. So doing it in the reverse order of most players.
Yeah, again, like then, and the thing is, like, again, watching doubles rise to prominence all the way back in Galaxy, like he came in completely changed the game of like how people approach TFT. Right? Again, like, and him getting that GSC win would be such a full circle moment for the scene.
And all in all, we see the importance of Exalted. We harped on it in day 1. I think in this case, you don't have to analyze too much to understand why it was so impactful. It feeds into one of the strongest comps in the game, and just it's almost tailored for all of these different players who maybe are comfortable playing the comp anyway. So I think, 3 or 4 players, their eyes just lit up the moment they saw the Exalted combo. They knew exactly what to play for and how to play for it. We have a break ready interview with Flowders, one of the French players, and then we'll see the analyst breakdown of this very exciting game number 1.
Hi, my name is Flowders. I'm 25 years old. I'm from France, but I also live in Spain most of the time. And I've been playing TFT since set 1, and started competitive around set 6. So here I am. I think this one, because this one I think is much more flexible than Remix Rumble. Here you can visualize a bit like a packet of units. So you can combine those packets of units. So I think it's a really good flex, even for reroll or for fast 8 meta. I think that you can play a bit around anything, which will not be as much the case in Remix Rumble. I mean, if you look at the ladder, you always got a bit of the same one. So I would guess the ladder player should be considered the best player, because in tournaments, even someone from Open Qualifier or anyone can become the Grand GSC champion. So I think ladder for me is more telling about who are the best players. I don't have everyone in my mind, but you got also the French player like Padball and Gotarius, and also, so yeah, I think there is a lot of great players in EMEA. Yeah, of course, big shout out to my friend, to my family, to my brothers, and my girlfriend also. So thank you so much.
Welcome back to the analyst's desk after a game that was pretty clear cut on where we're going to be headed after the Exalted. I think when we saw it, we were all kind of like, you know, GG next. It's just, you know, what's going to come out on top anyhow. It will be that Lee Sin, that Silas coming out, the Kane, and of course, Double 61 here on the back of finding that Heavenly Crest. And then also finding the Huey 2 just on a roll down super early on, just absolutely smurfing through this map. I think a big part of that was also the prismatic, Peter. I think you were talking about that a little bit. Just being able to find as much as he did.
Yeah, well, I think with the game being, as was mentioned in the cast, so much about trying to find your units in a hurry, I think having that guaranteed econ, the guaranteed rerolls later on just meant that, you know, Double 61, along with the way you mentioned, has such an incredible ability to cap out that game just miles ahead of everybody else.
I'm puzzled, guys. I've been sitting here and I've been trying to make sense of it. We have a first place player. Double's board makes sense for first place. There's a lot of 2-stars there. There's 2-star legendaries. Cool. Shinar's board, I'm going to read out the carries and their star levels. 1-star Morgana, 1-star Lee Sin, 1-star Wukong, and a 2-star Kane. And he got second. The amount of power coming in from the augments that he picked and the Exalted is just absolutely unconscionable. I feel like I have watched a crime being committed. But like, great board from him.
And so I can actually solve that riddle. Able to Sherlock Holmes my way through that.
Lay it on me, Detective
Not
Mix.
today. We have the Edge of Night on 3 of our 4 carries, just absolutely giving us that extra buff all across the board. We're playing You Have My Sword, so extra damage coming out. And then of course the Exalted coming through here as well, super supporting the entire board with extra damage. And the 7 Heavenly, it's pretty much a full house, just minus 3 upgrades.
I don't want to go past this without mentioning, though, of for a second, I was like, no, please go back to the previous camera. The Wet Jungler map, you know, I think we were both quite upset with how that developed ultimately, given that in a similar way to the shopping spree, Wet Jungler had a lot of potential that wasn't, unfortunately, as realized as it happened for Double.
Well, and because I think it was a really smart strategy coming into it, because you see that Exalted coming out and you know where everyone is going this game. You have 4 incredibly popular, incredibly highly contested 4-cost units. Everyone is going to be pulling them out of the pool. Everyone is going to be playing for late game. So what Jungler's strategy was say, okay, I'm going to get this prismatic ticket, get an early reroll composition off the ground, and have the capacity to cap with uncontested 4-cost units. And it almost worked. Like, you can see it coming together because he was uncontested on that Lilia, uncontested on that Nautilus, and every other 4-cost was being pulled out of the pool by the other players who are desperately hunting for the same unit 2-star. And as we saw from Shinar, not even getting there. Unfortunately for Wet Jungler, somehow the Lilias and Nautiluses just were not coming. Despite all of the gold he rolled down, despite all of the free rerolls, just wasn't able to make it work. But I do want to shout it out because I think the strategy was sound and really creative.
Yeah, and speaking of sound and creative, those are not necessarily words I would use to describe Build-A-Butt. You're always hoping for something strong there, right? Ideally, that Darius that we've seen in the past couple of days just do so well, it can carry it all the way. And for Roki, it worked somewhat, was streaking up until stage 4, finds the tome on top of that to get that Sajin. And if you're looking across the board, let me just read it out. Wukong 2, Morgana 2, Silas 2. You're having all of these units with 3 items really helping you to get that damage out there. But in the end, he was down a prismatic, and you could really tell that the power level was different between the board that Roki had on the back of a Jax 3, in comparison to some of the other boards like the ones we were talking about from Chinar or from Double.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame, isn't it? You know, when you end up leaving the game with that Jax 3 still in place on the tail end against some of these endgame boards, you know he's designed specifically not to be able to kind of scale in ways that he might be able to improve his set. So it's a real shame. I think Roki, you know, I think, as you said at the start of the day, we knew he was coming to a lobby with a lot of very, very good players, so it took a huge gamble from the off. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off as much as it could have.
Well, speaking of payoffs, we have our standings ready to go. Okay. Drum roll, please. I think so. I think
we're stuck in a void from which we cannot escape.
No, Stream can see them, but we could not. We were being punked by production, but it's okay. We're going to be taking a look at our top 32 here. Of course, a last place in the first game is nothing bad, but I will say some hopes were already crushed with Lelouch taking an 8th place in the first game. That perfect run is not.
Well, while it may not have gone well for Roki in the previous game, Blackza apparently did get an interview buff, getting a first place at that first game. In fact, Odessa as well, getting a very solid finish. So I think we talked about for our Spanish and for our Turkish players coming today, as some of our lower ranked players in the top 32, they've had, as a whole, an amazing start to the day.
Well, I'm just going to bring it up, one 8th place, one loss could still get the other 6. I'm just saying. The run is still possible. The dream is alive. I think Lelouch can do it. He's warming up. He's building his power.
Oh, so you're saying he got the 1/8 out of the way today already, and since we're doing 7 games instead of 6, there's still a chance. All right, I'll buy it.
That's exactly how odds work. Trust me, I've taken statistics.
So, actually, in case you didn't know, there's always a 50-50 chance in every single game that you win, because either you do or you don't. And with that, I'm going to bring you over to our amazing casters who surely have some more insights to stats and numbers and percentages. Here are Wita and Apache's Panda.
Thank you so much, Makes. Numbers I do have, but for Polish fans, maybe not the numbers they want to be seeing from someone like Lelouch, who we will be seeing in this lobby number 2. Starts off today where he went in game number 5 yesterday, back to 8th place. Not a first, unfortunately, but if he continues the trend we saw yesterday of just flipping between 1st or 8th, more on the first side, he still could be an absolute menace in this day 3.
Absolutely right. And again, he's a player that we know, again, regional champion. He knows what it takes to kind of absolutely turn it around on these day 3s. And again, that's such an important skill that it's not something that you just naturally have the affinity for. It's something that you gotta learn over time for the most part. Especially now that we're so deep into this competitive circuit with these Golden Spatula Cups, that there are just so many skilled players that have that experience.
The unfortunate thing is, hey, an 8th place to start is obviously very, very slow for that game 1. Maybe you have to change your goals for this day 3. Instead of, hey, I want to become GSC champion, you shift over to, hey, I want to do the best that I possibly can, recover from this 8th, get as many points as possible, and go for those qualifier points instead, looking at the bigger picture of maybe finally qualifying, well, not finally, just qualifying to EMEA Finals at the end of this set, because he's made it many times before. He's not a new player
David,
by any means.
Ultimately.
Ultimately,
It's a great choice of word for that.
That's the better one.
You miss one set of finals and all of a sudden you're watching to finally make it back, David.
If it was my case, then yes, finally making it to well, not EMEA Finals, just GSC is all I asked for. I have much lower standards, Wida. But all in all, look at the standings that we saw there on the analyst desk. Very surprised to see both of the Romanian players in that top 16. So a good start for Zeul, for Animality. We saw that top 4 with the Kaisa comp. Also very good start for Turkey in general. We saw Darkest doing really well. We saw Arat doing very well. I think he was the lobby winner in this lobby 2, the one we'll be seeing now for game number 2. So Turkey has to be happy, despite Ging not making it, despite that being the first GSC Ging misses in his entire career as one of the most consistent performers in EMEA. The rest of Turkey has been leveling up. We mentioned at the end of set 10, that was one of the big narratives of we see all these extra players, not just Chinar, really stepping up to the next level. So curious to see if Arat can be that new hero in this day 3.
Yeah, and even Arat is he's like an old hero as well, right? Arat is a player that has been around for ages, has been under the Fenerbahce banner before as well, right? Which is a huge sign of just a lot of confidence of the Turkish scene in general, right? And I think that's something that's also super exciting. There are just so many players now in the space where you're you still haven't won a GSC, but you totally could.
I was gonna say that was maybe a squire leveling up to be a hero, but that might be a little bit offensive to Adat's trajectory in TFT. So I'm gonna take it back. But there's other squires in TFT looking to level up.
David, I'll be your squire. How about a set of bananas in this time?
Oh, I think we're gonna not make it very far, Wida, in battle. If you and me are the combo that has to save anything.
Like I'm tall, I'm broad. You know, not in the right places, but I'm broad at least. You know, I'm surely I'm a menace. You know, like no one's gonna come close to you.
Let's just stick to TFT maybe. I think it is the better option for both of us. Someone else to highlight, Odessa in this lobby number 2. We'll be watching for game number 2. Finished second place in game 1. Had an insane comeback. We saw the game 5 yesterday on broadcast. He had a crazy clutch game, and then game 6, he went second place, guaranteed his pass into this day 3. One of the players that is maybe not the biggest player in Spain in terms of popularity, but definitely I think someone that, for those who have been paying real attention, he's been the best performer, or one of the best performers in Spain when it comes to ladder, when it comes to tournament play as well, and a great start for him as well.
Also reasonably picked up a win in the university space as well, right? So again, coming in harness is a huge thing as well. We spent so much time talking about this lobby, David, and we haven't even mentioned Potterball.
You know, Potterball, I just don't want to curse him because he's been absolutely popping off on ladder. I think it is one of his best ladder starts that I've seen in the last few sets. Of course, Potterball became famous in all of our region in set 6 especially. I think that was his big breakout set where he just smurfed so many different tournaments. But then was kind of, I think, falling a bit back into the kind of the tier A+, but not quite the S tier of like Double, Lekoko, etc. Cambiz even, who rose up, maybe took that slot. But this set, maybe Potterball is back in his best form.
I would say that set 4 was one when he really put himself on the map, you know? Playing around Fortune, making it to the championship, becoming one of the, like, there was like when he became a household name, but his streaming kind of picked up all these things, right? And he's just like such an entertaining streamer to watch. I don't even speak French, but like I'll watch Potterball because his gameplay is hilarious. Like I would say his gameplay is hilarious, but the thing is like he just like has like these things. Like he will bring out the most random reroll cards. We even saw that in the competitive space as well. And then sometimes again like he's like one of the best players on EU West at navigating something like the Fortune openers, right? Like he is so good at playing these econ traits and playing around them, and with the fact that like we had these damage changes on this most recent patch, giving someone like Potterball more space to operate in is such a big thing for his gameplay.
Do you want to play Heavenly Rot? If you do, here are some units that could be helpful. Rod, maybe not the best, could become a Morello. The one good thing about Darius is the fact that he can really take any items. He's like the same kind of thing as Silas in the late game, where he can work with, I've put, you know, Last Whispers on there. I think I've put every item in the game on Darius at some point in the set, and it's worked out to some success.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be in the complete same camp here as well, right? I think Darius is just like by far my favorite early game unit in TFT. Not of all time, but I would say like pretty close to it. Right? I love these early game units where you can kind of just put anything on them and you can kind of play for a win streak with them, right? Oh, you want to play him as an AP mage? That works. Oh, you want to play him as a bruiser? That also works. Oh, you want to make him hold IE Last Whisper? I guess we're making that work as well, right? Like he can kind of do anything.
You want to play him as a range caster? Try and put a sniper's emblem on him. Never mind, don't do it. It's bugged, maybe has been fixed for this patch, but has been bugged most of the set. Any kind of extra range on Darius makes him get a little bit too confident, I think, in his abilities.
I was about to say, get ready for the Divine Rose. We're on the Ascending Augments portal, obviously, David, right? So we're going to start out relatively slow, and then we're going to end on that Prismatic Augment to kind of just crown everything towards the end stage of the game here. But which silver augments are we looking for? Because there was a debate between Volterix and Kenobi about Silver Spoon versus 1, 2, 3s, for example, being like strong augments. Like, which like augments are you looking for in the silver opener?
I think stationary support is what will scale and be most impactful coming into the late game, especially if you're looking to play around this Heavenly board. It really depends if you're playing for a win streak or if you have just a slower start where you're just not leveling, trying to kill some units, and then hoping to spike later in the game, because stationary support will not give you any real strength right now. And I think it makes some sense. The Malphite 2 is there, sure. You can level to 4 here regardless, but all in all, you won't have power from the augment itself until that half point in stage 3.
And I love the pickup here from Odessa of the component buffet, right? Like that is just one of the best augments in terms of the fact when you're in a meta where I wouldn't say Hyperbiz is super like the end-all be-all of this game, but having that option of pretty much guaranteeing yourself best in slot on most of your units here with something like the component level is just such a big deal.
Looking at the Exalted for this game number 2 on the final day of this weekend's GSC, it will be Garen, Lux, Aphelios, Ornn, and Irelia. And you know what, Wida? Last game, the Exalted was saying, you know what, if you like playing Kayn, here's your Exalted. And this one is leading into Ashe for most of our players. Very easy to fit, obviously, the Ornn, the Aphelios, and the Lux onto any Ashe board.
Yeah, and I kind of want to just bring it back to what we're talking about with Potterbolt being very happy to stack off early game power, right? He's picked Help is on the way, right? So like he's not getting any value right now until towards the middle of stage 3 from his first augment.
And it makes sense. I mean, this is a silver augment start. Overall, low power levels in this stage 2. Prismatic at the end of the game means you really need that extra little, plus going into stage 4-2 or the 4-2 round where you pick up the Prismatic augment to, I think, try and contest all the other players. So I like players thinking more towards a scaling late game and not so much playing for high tempo.
Yeah, and again, when you have someone like Lucia playing for high tempo, right? Again, picking a Kayle combination here does not necessarily do a whole lot for his late game situation of the board state, but just kind of understanding that I'm playing best friends here, I have a silver combat augment, I can just take this and run with it on all the way to Frey 2. Most likely have a very strong board to play for.
And it also indicates, hey, I'm not playing Kai'Sa, I'm not playing Silas because I picked up this the green shred and Sunder Kayle over the attack speed Kayle. It's not impossible to play Kai'Sa, of course, if you get like a natural spot for it, it's okay. But I think after the nerfs in the last patching is not really the ideal for the most part.
And you can kind of see like how contested the win streak will be here. FIFA going towards level 5 here. Does have the 10 gold because of the 1-2 freeze that he picked up earlier on. The augment that we were talking about right before. And again, if he hits someone like Melucia and breaks his streak, that would be a huge pickup.
I have to imagine the threes part of that augment helped him out to fit in this Thresh Aphelios combination. The Faded Online Last Whisper is here for the Aphelios, which is obviously not exactly a BIS Aphelios item because he already has some Sunder in his kit. Maybe indicating that playing for this Aphelios reroll is not really the goal for FIFA in the late game.
No, and again, this kind of comes down to the Exalted again we were talking about, right? This is going to be an Ashe-heavy lobby or a Kai'Sa-heavy lobby for the most part. No doubt about that here. And again, for someone like FIFA here, again, we talked about there's kind of like 2 routes going into the Ashe board. There is the Story Weaver where you use Severe as your primary early game carry, and then there is the Faded line that is the one that he's on right now.
I do wonder if anyone tries to go for some kind of Irelia carry board with this Exalted, Irelia, Ornn, maybe even a Lux plus Lissandra, and then just having different legendaries, kind of a fast line board, could be an interesting attempt at using this Exalted to your advantage without having to contest the Ashe line.
Yeah, but what would you say is like the needed items to kind of make Irelia work as like the center focus of a composition? Because again, she's very good at spreading out the damage, but again, she's not like nuke heavy carrying the same way something like a Kai'Sa is.
I think she's fairly flexible with the items that work on her. I mean, we've even gone ahead and seen the Warmog's Tattoo of Vitality builds on Irelia because she has the HP scaling as well. She scales off of AP that transfers it into better stats. So I mean, she is quite flexible. I would say Morello and Red Buff, one of the two, is mandatory. She applies it very well. It fits your kit very well. But overall, she's pretty flexible, which is one of the good things about Irelia. You can you have these extra, I don't know, Morello, maybe kind of AP-ish items, and you can still find a way to slam it onto her.
You can kind of see here, Asu currently on a free lawsuit, but has now found that Senna. So we have 4 copies of Senna, David. Again, I believe it's going to be the one from his augment as well. Is going to be the Senna. So do you think that's going to mean that he's going to be like leaning in towards that Senna reroll? He has a pretty solid tattoo for it as well, I'd say.
I think Ghostly reroll, Senna reroll in general, is a little bit underrated right now in terms of how well it can perform if you're playing on tempo, if you have the right start for it. With Caretaker's Ally, obviously you're getting a lot of extra Sennas very early on, so the tempo will be there for stage 2, especially you'll hit fairly early on, and then you can push levels. The bad thing, of course, Kayn Morgana, very contested nowadays in terms of finding the 6 Ghostly later on. But all in all, I think it's a viable game plan. Bombardment's a decent tattoo as well for this Senna. A lot of upgrades in the backline at the very least for Arzu here, so not a bad game plan and spot at all.
Yeah, this is one of them. I'm tend to agree here, but also like I'm excited to see whether or not some people are going to go for the recombobulation here, right? Because if you have an early free cost, for example,
man, Arzu wishes he had this shop in the last round and had somehow played all of these 3 costs. Rakan, one of the more warping encounters, Wida. We have to, admit the possible problems that could arise if a few players, remember, we had a Faded player with Thresh and Aphelios on the board, maybe decided to just, hey, recombobulate, find some 4 costs, maybe Hyrule, and Fifek, yes, exactly, that man has a Morgana, has a Nautilus, and has a Kaisa with Last Whisper on 2-6, Wida.
He definitely does, right? His board is not fully there just yet, so he will lose to Lelouch. It's kind of the fight we're talking about around 2-3, where this could have been a horrific time for Lelouch to kind of fight against Vivek here, but now, even with the recombobulation coming through, the board is still a little bit confused, hasn't found its footing quite yet, and that is going to be the benefit of Lelouch here as he streaks out of stage 2.
And love this from Lelouch, goes 8th in game 1, but still has the, as you mentioned before, the veteran mentality coming back into this game number 2, playing how he knows how to play, flexibly, open to the shops he's given, not really playing cookie cutter stage 2 boards, and finding a 5-win streak.
You can kind of see that the lobby kind of starting to take shape here. Well, Arad, I assume we recombobulated our way into the Kane here, and he was already one of the players that was leaning towards that heavily line. So, I mean, you take that for sure. Has the Edge of Night already slammed? That's an absolutely amazing spot to be in if you're Arad.
Who can I bribe to have this board on Krugs every single game on ladder this set?
I think it starts with an M.
I would pay a decent amount of in-game currency to be able to have a Kane like this with Not Today. The items are a little bit awkward coming off of his Krugs. No swords whatsoever. Can build a Hodge, of course. Can build a Morello. So all in all, not terrible here.
But where does the Morello go on this board specifically, David, right? Because like, do you want Kiana to be part of your late stage comes in? Because she obviously spreads it a little bit, right? But you don't necessarily want it on the Kane, because right now you already can start playing for Kane as being like the primary carry without having to move those secondary items onto him. Obviously, sometimes we do see Morello Kane being a thing.
It's fine for Kiana now. You can remake her later. You're going to be rolling a decent amount of gold to find all your upgrades on level 8s, and most of the times you find the extra Kiana 2, or even just Kiana 1 for a while, being able to transfer the item onto Morgana later on. But we see from Lelouch, clear game plan here is going to be playing for this Kaisa potentially as well. Has a trick shot opener that just makes so much more sense. An easy transition, and obviously probably not very happy that his Polish compatriot Fifek found one of those Kaisas already off of the recombobulator. Gold augments as the ascending augments indicate, and inspiring epitaph. It's almost an instant pick for any comp.
It really is, right? It's such a powerful augment, right? It's kind of like back to the state when it was originally introduced last set as being like just an instant pick no matter what other augment choice was kind of on offer here. But I kind of want to point our attention to Asu's second augment pickup here, David. That's a 2 healthy.
With a center reroll, which, the math I think checks out. He's playing a lot of 2 costs already. 2 healthy, one of those comps that elevates Senna to the next level. I think really it's Gnar and Senna that make the best use of it out of the meta reroll comps. Potentially the Janna Zyra as well, depending on the spot you have for it. So all in all, Arzu has to be happy. A lot of extra HP for the guarantee of those Ghostly Specters stacking in a longer fight.
We do see the board state here for Arad here is going to be on that Epoch here pickup. So we saw that from that in the last game from Volterix. And we also see it being picked up by Electro, one of the other players in the lobby we haven't really spoken too much about so far this game.
And look at this Kane. He just, when it comes to 1v1s, when it comes to cleaning up, farming early game boards, he just does so much.
Hello, I would like to call a technical pause. My game bugged. My Kane did not win the fight, Mordog. I believe this to be a bug.
My Kane with Edge of Night Hodge did not 1v9 every single board in stage 3. I would like a remake, please.
Would you like a remake if you are Rod here? I don't think so. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you would not like this to be remade.
I have to imagine for Lelouch as well. 7-win streak, a really good start here, playing flexibly. I think he's also happy to maybe hope the game continues as we are, as our viewers are as well. Hopefully just a small issue, nothing too impactful for what this game might hold in store for us. Rest of stage 3, stage 4. Stage 3 carousel, very important as always. I think this patch, more than ever, Wida, any kind of 4-cost meta means that finding these 4 costs early, finding maybe even spatulas for things like the Porcelain Emblem, the Heavenly Emblem, super impactful. So at the very least, Gobo and Odessa, if they lose these next 2 fights as well, have something to look forward to.
Yeah, and that's the big thing we gotta keep in mind here. Again, just the overall scalable lobby right now. Gobo down to just the 53 HP you're talking about, gonna get that carousel priority. But Lelouch still 100 streaking here, even after the 3-2 spike coming through, and I think that's a big one to kind of keep in mind here. And I also want to pay attention to the second augment pickup here. I'm just double checking, yes, from Lelouch here, David. has that salvage bin, so he has a full-on transitioner available at any point he would like it throughout this game.
And Salvage Bin is an augment that I think is grossly misunderstood by newer players. You think about it, you say, hey, I'm not getting that much, immediate value or like apparent value from the augment, but in the right hands, in the hands of players like Lelouch, who has been playing TFT for a long time, really understands the nuances of this augment, you're able to do so much in the late game, especially fixing your items, yes, but also doing things like breaking down emblems to kind of create your own different win conditions coming into stage 5 especially.
Yeah, and that's a big thing as well, right? Because again, getting those things going is such a huge thing, and again, sometimes you can also people can also be a little bit too dizzy in those spots, right? Because all of a sudden you just ping because like the only option that you have. In reality, you didn't want to lose that time, to be honest, because like, you have to remake the items. So all of a sudden your item bench is full because there's like 2 duplicates and a reforger because you got those from an encounter, right? So it's an augment where you really have to be very good at managing your time and have a clear conviction of what you want to do when you start like doing those turns.
Looking at an overview of this lobby now in stage 3, looking at the different boards, we can kind of see what comps players are angling towards and what the lobby composition might look like in this stage 4. Arzu, of course, the only player that really looks to be playing for a reroll line, is going to be center reroll, no Gnar whatsoever, which is a little bit sus in my opinion. I think generally in most of the games on this day 3, considering the stats for Gnar and the strength of the comp, if uncontested, at least one player should be angling towards a Gnar comp, maybe just didn't have a natural spot, didn't have those early Gnars or Kindreds in stage 2. But all in all, only Senna will be the reroll option. And we saw already with the early recombobulators as well, a lot of Kaisa boards being, targeted, looked for in this stage 3, potentially stage 4. And at the very least, 2 Heavenly players will also be in stage 4. Arat, the obvious one with the early Kane.
Yeah, and again, also, you look at someone like Gobustar, right? He has the pumping up, he has that into the night already as well, right? So, or not, it's called Not Today. It's only been called Not Today for like 3 sets already.
It has, yes.
Yeah. It did in fact not go gentle into that good night. It kind of came back, I
think it was ever since the Vayne. Was it Vayne? Was it Quinn? Was it Vayne? I think it was Vayne. No? The Recon? I always mix up Vayne and Quinn.
Set 8.
Yes.
Hero augments coming
the
in.
The 3 cost, Darius of stage 3, basically, of this set, which just carried any augments and just, had you very healthy to stage 4. I think that's where the name changed. But all in all, I'm very curious what Illusion going to go for. I don't have a clear prediction. We're seeing the Zyras being held. This could be angling towards a Silas board. You have the Morello, you have the Shojin. You don't have the AP Kale though, and you don't really have Silas items. You have tank items on the Garen, but Silas normally wants more things like Adaptive Helm, the Crown Guard, the Spark, of course, maybe some Omnivamp as well.
Yeah, that's a really interesting thing for me as well, right? Because the thing is, this could just be like, try to play full on level 9, try to go into something like those Azir, like level 9 soup boards that we've also seen kind of come around. It could, in reality, also be like, okay, we're just going to go in towards something like the Janna board for a while here, but he's going to go with the second wave blue Kale here, David. Go into the 5-star Weaver. Again, this is not going to be full-on blue Kale, full-on just like nukes entire boards that we saw when she was at her biggest power level earlier on in the set, but I assume it's still going to be a pretty solid amount of damage on this board.
Okay, never mind. Salvagin makes it much more viable to go into Silas now, considering he can break down a lot of these items, sell the Garen, and then find, he can make like adaptive, double adaptive even, with some of the components he has available if he sells for the Shojin as well. So this is why Salvagin is so strong. Lelouch can really scout at 4-1, see what comp, one of the meta comps he can roll down for, and just fix his items entirely and suit them to what could be an early Silas on this carousel.
David,
and an early Kane as well.
You're talking about this exact scenario for the likes of Gobo and Odessa, right? Getting their pick of the litter of their preferred forecasts on the carousel here. Kane with a sword as well for Gobo, and a rod on the Silas. These are 2 incredible components on these forecast carries.
And Gobo especially, he was like, let me out. I want this Kane on my board right now.
That's just the nature of the combat mechanics of TFT with the carousel.
And one of the key things I mentioned, the importance of stage 3 carousels with how relevant forecasts are. It's actually, I think, sometimes correct to not level to 6 on 3-2 to try and guarantee your first pick because of how impactful that can be, especially if you're playing for a comp that really does spike with one of those early forecasts.
And it can also sometimes be the case in case you're just like lacking that like critical component, right? We've also seen in the past, as you were talking about early on with the blue buff, red buff metas, right? Where you kind of just need that second copy of a very high priority component that you just gotta sacrifice for and just say, you know what, I'm gonna turn my game around after that.
We'll see if Vivek slams the IE here. I would have imagined so, but it looks like it's not going to be the case right now. Looking at the HP totals, Gobo in dangerous territory. Hopefully the Kayn can stabilize him for the rest of stage 3. Odessa now at 58. Electro very close by at 59. And then a much bigger gap. Vivek up to 74, but has a loss now. And looks like a second loss potentially here against Potable, who is playing around the blue buff right now onto this Ahri.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the things where it's like he's just like trying to play out, trying to eke out as much as he can here. And the thing that the blue buff further down the road is going to be super interesting because in reality, it could go into something like the Syndra if you want to go down the Faded route. But we saw that from Voltaire's last game without that Syndra free being in the mix. That's a very scary item set to play around.
That is, or Arzu rather, is rubbing his hands saying, you know what, Yorick, thank you very much. I do plan on re-rolling quite a bit in these next few rounds to try and hit the big spikes with the Senna reroll board. So we're seeing it there from Arzu. Senna 2 showed up, so he's making the best possible use of this augment, or of this encounter.
Yeah, and the thing as well to note here is the players that are currently at like someone like Gobo here is level 7 over 50 gold. They can still make use of those rerolls on 4-1 if they're going to be able to send it level 8 with a decent economy to work with, right? Like essentially halving the cost of like how much you have to spend on rolling is a huge boon as well for these players that are trying to play for that spike.
And when you're talking about things like, hey, there's abundance of resources because of encounters, you might think of like the obvious ones like, oh, here's an artifact or here's a radiant item. But something like this is actually extremely impactful. It's so much extra gold considering all of our players will be rolling heavily on 4-1 to set up their boards. It means that it really increases the lobby tempo and the cap of most boards, considering everyone's going to be able to hit their 2-star upgrades very quickly and then be able to go right to 9, maybe even 10 in some cases.
Yeah, and someone like Lelouch, right, he loses a streak. He's not above 50 right now either, right? So he's going to be in a position where his economy come 4-1 might not be able to kind of keep up with the rest of the lobby here. So he might have to kind of sag off stage 4 just a little bit while he finds his footing going into the later stage of the game.
34 HP for Gobo. He's prepared. He's mentalizing himself for the fastest roll down possible because he cannot have any more missteps in this stage 4 considering his current HP total.
Keep in mind, it's going to be a double whammy over the course of the next 2 turns, David, because it's ascending augments. It's going to come prismatic augments into the mix as well, alongside these half-price 4-1 roll downs. This lobby tempo could be completely off the rails in a couple of minutes.
No, Omnivamp for the Kayn is actually no, has a Hodge, never mind. Going to be a perfect fit there. Finds the early Wukong, an even better fit. Massive, massive upgrade. The Kha'Zix too, you know, a little something there as well, considering the Heavenly, you get the extra bonuses on the star level, so impactful. Early Lissandra, we get the Soraka, and we sell off anything else that is not a Heavenly or a melee bruiser unit that helps make this Kayn an absolute menace in this stage 4.
And meanwhile, on the bench as well, holding on to a lot of these key units that goes into something like the Ashe composition or the Kaiser composition as well, right? So just holding on, kind of making it harder for the rest of the lobby set as well in the process.
I like this from Gobo, not deciding to Edge of Night. The Wukong could have split the items, red buff for Lissandra. I'm just a greater player just because the attack speed helps her cast a bit more often and maybe get those extra item drops. But goes all in on Lissandra, knowing that, hey, if this works out, Lissandra will pay forward and buy me so much extra components in this stage 4 and 5.
So yeah, Gobo fiddling with units here and then not picking up the Diana as the only hold here. But now, David, these prismatic augments, they could be a real game changer. If someone like Asu, binding speed, again, if he's not fully there with the Senna items just yet, Bruiser Crown as well, trying to tailor his board to get as much of a free choice of augments here.
Lucky Gloves could be big if he has any current glove components open. We do see a encounter carousel and an encounter at the end of this stage 4 as well. So something to keep in mind for most of our players. New recruits, an easy way to continue capping your board. A duplicator could help as well with hitting some of the key upgrades that Arzu might need, like that Senna 3.
Yeah, but again, what do you want here? Like, Harm Assist as well is just a solid all-around combat augment, right? And as you were alluding to before, oh, he has a guarantee, right? There comes the Senna free for with the level up here. It's just great management of his resources. Goes into the 4 sniper, and David, with this duplicator, if he can find enough items to put onto this Ashe here, we could be looking at a double carry setup with Senna and Ashe.
It's not something I've seen much of. It does maybe make a little bit of sense considering that Ashe is, so relevant in the meta right now. All in all, 4 Sniper has been, I think, one of the more disappointing vertical traits in this set. I think it's almost always incorrect to play for the most part because you tend to lack so much frontline, which just buys you time for more damage anyway with 2 Sniper. So we'll see if this works out for Arzu. Might just be temporary for now, though.
Yeah, it could be a case of a point of transition, right? Again, the duplicator could be a huge kind of boon in that regard as well. But also, you got to keep in mind to a certain extent here that if there's going to be another duplicator on this carousel, right, that could be a straight up gift here for him again. Also, you kind of spoke about it as well before when you saw Volta pick up the sniper crown, right? Like the 4 Sniper just doesn't do enough. And again, that's one of the cases here. But someone like Odessa, David, he needs to start either getting into the kitchen. He needs to start getting into the kitchen. He has 5 fortune and obviously needs to get that cash out here, but 28 HP to work with for free is not a whole lot.
Not sure how late he teched this in. 7 loss streak right now, as you're mentioning. 28 HP is a little bit sus. And not just that, but because you are maybe delaying the roll down, waiting to cash out, doesn't make sense to really try and get stronger before that. It means that if you're playing for something like a Kai'Sa, for example, a lot of Kai'Sas are out of the pool. Will be very hard to find. So the moment you do try and stabilize, it might just be too late.
He does have the 5 fortune in, though, as well as Alessandro potentially give him even extra resources to work with here, but yeah, these losses are gonna be critical. Electro also falling without trace at the moment. It's gonna be a radiant item to these units on this carousel, David.
You have an Annie with 2 stone plates. Do you want a third? Looks like the answer is no. What is Odessa trying to go for here? What is the key option? Looks like it will be the Jack Show in the very end. Finds the Rakan as well, fits it in. We'll see when the cash out will be happening for Odessa here, and if you'll have the time. With 18 HP, that should be 2 live, especially with the healing from 5 fortune.
Yeah, that is the big kicker, right? It has been a free fortune board. I think it would have been a safe bet to say Odessa has been chalk, kind of just go next already, right? But the fact you're talking about the extra HP from 5 fortune is going to be something that's really going to help him kind of elevate himself into the later stage of the game, in case this cash out is going to be strong enough to really put him towards that level.
Looks like no cash out just yet. Blue buff on Lissandra. The Jack Show goes onto the Silas for now, and we continue to go for this loss situation for Odessa. For Electro, could be just 1 life even here in stage 4. Did find the Ashe upgrade. Could that be enough?
I mean, you gotta hope so at least, right? But again, the big kicker here, there is no Annie, and that Annie does so much work in the front line here. And that's one of the bigger issues with the Fatal setup for Ashe, is that the Annie is a lot more difficult to kind of fit in, and she's just such a potent front line unit at the moment.
The Ornn gets popped before the ult comes through. The double tier item on Lissandra helping so much to get the early cast, and that's all she wrote. Ashe trying her best, but Kayn says, you know what? I'm gonna walk right into you and destroy you in the 1v1. Electro now down to 3 HP.
But he has another go at it. That's going to be the big kicker. But when you start looking around the lobby, these upgraded forecasts are going to be out in spades here. The cash out from Odessa. Full bench though, right? This could be an issue.
What can Odessa cook here? 30 gold on level 8 to work with. Gets a few components, has a lot to do with just 8 HP. He has no breathing room. I thought for a second this Ahri encounter was the extra HP, and that would have been absolutely perfect for Odessa. Not the case though, just the combat blessing. And Odessa has to make something happen here. Has a Xayah instead of the Kai'Sa as the main carry. Has an Ornn too, has the Annie, has a Silas and Lissandra. Is it going to be enough considering how much these boards spiked in stage 4, Wida?
That's going to be a big kicker as well. This is a twofold issue for Odessa as well. His combination of augments right now with the component buffet means that he's actually going to be struggling just a little bit to kind of get all these items on the board in time, because he has to make so many small decisions.
Has to look for a TG here potentially. There he does find it. Could maybe get TG onto the second Lissandra. Maybe one of the tanks as well. The Annie should be holding down the fort for quite a while with this setup. Double stone plate into the Warmogs. But all of a sudden Lissandra comes in, and is that going to be enough? The Kayn can't clutch it up just yet. Odessa lives for at least one more round.
Yeah, you can kind of see the importance of the Annie, as I was talking to right before we were looking at the board from Electro, not having the Annie for a second there, right? Like, just how much anyone with very good items, to be fair, right, is kind of able to kind of work its way and just like buy a lot of time for that backline here. But we're checking in with Part of Bowl, David. Still in a very non-committal situation, I would say.
And a 5 loss streak, so maybe it's time to wake up. Potable has to do something. 40 gold, level 8, maybe trying to go fast 9 on this board. With the 5 loss streak very clearly not working, this is kind of where you are maybe right between the decision of rolling down more heavily or going 9, and you say, you know what, if I win a few fights, it might be good enough. In this case, doesn't quite pan out in Potible's favor.
Yeah, has the blue buff here, has the Giant Slayer as well. This could just be one of those rolldowns here on 8-4, something like the Cinder as we were talking about earlier on in the game, but not an AP option here for Potable, which I think he would have preferred with the way his items are currently panned out. He does have the Accomplice, though. They have one of the strongest augments in the game.
Could just be TG and wait until the carousel 2 more rounds to try and find your Cinder item. You're still, again, 31 HP. That's at very least 2 fights for the most part, so it should be okay. He's going to roll heavily on level 8, trying to find some upgrades, Thresh-3 of course being one of them, especially with Legacy of the Colossus, which was recently buffed in one of the last few patches in this set.
Yeah, he even has the potential of working towards that second behemoth on the board, becoming that Udyr in the shop here, right? So that could be a nice little partner to have for the Fresh further down the road.
Here's the affordable locks to trying to find or to buy this Udyr. Would be interesting, all things considered, the fact that you could find an Udyr 2 on the carousel, but maybe just a little bit too expensive to go for. And the Ornn is exalted. It's just part of the reason why Potable played for this comp in the first place. You have the Ornn, you have the Lux, you have the Aphelios. It screams Ash, but can also fit for this faded board.
Yeah, but again, it seems like that is not going to be perfect here. But we do have an elimination here, David. Odessa did not manage to get something cooking and will now be eliminated instead here. As we see now, Potable finally finds that Cinder 2 and starts moving the items over immediately.
And for Odessa, can't say too surprising. I think the way the game panned out, the way there was quite a few players going for the Kaisa line, rolling so late because of the Fortune cash out, I think the risk was not quite there for the reward, in my opinion. And in the end, it's going to be an 8th place for a player who went second in game number 1. So I maybe had at least that bit of a cushion to work with.
Yeah, absolutely here. And Asu, a player that's kind of trying to do the reverse of that right now, has those 9 units at once, going with the 6 Ghostly Spike here alongside with the Ancient for this center reroll. This is going to be an absolutely amazing position to be in. And as you were talking about, David, the False Sniper was temporary.
Devar Paula Stoneplate on this Ornn, helping him buy as much time as possible. Can he tank enough for this Ash to scale the Rage Blade? Massive ult from Senna cannot kill the Ash, unfortunately, and just barely a loss for Arzu. Pivotal ult there from the Senna, almost enough to one-shot the Ash.
Yeah, it would have been a huge one as well. Getting players eliminated is, generally speaking, a pretty good thing here. But it does seem like Potable has turned around on his luck here. Gets a win at least in this fight. That pickup of the Cinder 2, absolutely massive.
And as you mentioned, Lelouch did end up going for this legendary Fast 9 strategy. Is going to be carrying the Irelia. So we mentioned maybe we would see Irelia on the board for Exalted. In this case, no Exalted here, just the Irelia carry. And one of the kind of classic early PBE start of set 11 boards where you had the Dragon Lords, the Sages, and Irelia as one of the big carries.
Yeah, and actually making use of that shred from the Kale here as well. It doesn't have any other of those shred items being used here. So again, just great creative heads-up play from Lelouch.
Tiny but deadly makes Kayn work in mysterious ways when it comes to his pathing. He walked across to the opposite side of the board now. Udyr trying to buy some time. Kayn trying to just continue 1v1ing, is now onto the Ash. So much speed from these melee bruisers. This is why this augment is so good. Not just the attack speed, but the movement speed, incredibly relevant.
Yeah, a very underrated stat in TFT in general, I would say, right? The movement speed. Again, we've seen some of those augments that also alter movement speed for, I believe, duelists, like challenges in the past, right? The fact you just get to you save so much time, and when you are playing meter-centric compositions, the sooner you can gap close, the better, right? And giving every single unit on your board essentially a gap close is just huge.
Arzu can play for the Ghostly emblem. I think it's obviously not going to be really contested. It's not an emblem anyone's playing for unless they're playing for the vertical Ghostly. So Arzu probably very happy if he has any kind of benefit from getting the extra Ghostly. I imagine so, unless he's missing some key items. Or Ink Shadow, yeah, equally so. Both emblems actually relevant for Arzu.
Yeah, and again, the thing about the Ghostly is the fact that it's a 2 trade, right? So most of the time, if you're running Ghost on your board, since it's such a powerful splash trade, you're running two pretty good units in the first place, right? So you don't necessarily need that emblem.
The Wukong 2 upgrade, the Hui printing, doing his best to help Lelouch assemble the strongest army possible for these last few fights. 6 players remaining, 2 more rounds in stage 5. And I would say 3, maybe 4 players are now on 2 lives. Everyone from Lelouch and down.
Yeah, Arad here kind of just saying, you know what, I have a lot of time to work with here. Could look towards even going level 10 if you can build up the economy to do that, right? When you have a 35 HP buffer down to Asu in second place even, right, you just have so much time to work with.
And the impact of Radiance after that stage 4 carousel cannot be understated. This IE probably came from the Refractor actually for this Kaisa for Fifek, but we're seeing how strong it is. Silas as well, we talked about it. When you itemize this guy, even in the Kaisa comp, he can secretly do a whole lot in most of these fights, especially with Inspiring Epitaph.
Yeah, and again, just like get the healing, the shielding, all the things you're talking about here. And Lelouch now going to be on the receiving end of that. And you're talking about these players being on 1 to 2 lives. Well, Lelouch and Gobo, they're going to go down into the 1 HP pool here, essentially. And Sire Orakan 2 for Gobo is a huge pickup.
And of course, we're not going to talk about the elephant in the room, Arat, 56 HP. I wonder what could have caused this, Guido? What kind of stability in stage 3 could have helped him make it to this point where he has a Heavenly Emblem, 7 Heavenly, the Wukong almost upgraded, 40 gold in level 9, a very, very scary bench in terms of the potential of this board, where it will go, and faces off against the budget version. Gobo now on his last life, 13 HP. Can Arat eliminate him and find all these units back into the pool?
That is a big issue as well. You can see now the Kane wrapping towards that backline here, but the Arat's board is just ridiculous to work with. But the Rakan 2 here is going to be the big all-star here in the mix, trying to stay alive, trying to save Gobo's tournament for now. But this round 2 is not going to be, he's going to be alive on 2 HP though. If he finds a Kane 2, all of a sudden, it's not too far-fetched to expect Gobo to kind of make a charge from the top of the table.
We have a PvP round coming up, so a bit of breathing room for Gobo to find a little bit of extra gold to get those roll downs going and see where that goes. Lelouch now down also to 5 HP, Fifek down to 6 HP. So looking at the rest of this lobby complexion, Arat with Kane, the very early Kane in stage 3, very healthy coming to stage 6. Arzu showcasing why Senna reroll when hit on time with the right setup can definitely work, and definitely top 4, maybe even get a second place in this lobby.
Yeah, and that's just such an exciting thing to watch for. And I also kind of want to highlight part of Ball's play here, right? Again, he's finding success with the Synders that we were talking about, putting Lelouch down in towards that single-digit HP bracket we were talking about here. So this PvE round, David, has to be absolutely massive for pretty much every single player in the lobby to even have a chance of finishing top 4 right now.
Last few items to try and mount some kind of a comeback. Maybe the Hodge on the Wukong, I imagine, would be the best possible option. You already have the Morello. You already have the Shred, at least for this round, with a TG onto this Rakan. Will be another Morello, actually. Okay, never mind. Salvage Bin is the case here. Will be the Warmog instead onto the Wukong.
Yeah, David. Like who spent like a good 3 minutes talking about like the late game flexibility of the augment being like one of the main.
Listen, there's 8 players. There's a lot to remember and focus on, and I'm usually just distracted by all these Kanes doing their thing. I just love to see him go, and Gobo hopefully loves to see his Kane go as well. He might get stunned by the Jax though, and it looks like it's just really the case. A lot of CC onto that Kane with an Udyr there as well. Down to the 1v5 essentially here, and it looks like it's not going to be enough. The center reroll way too strong. Gobo taken down in 6th. Any other players? Oh, it looks like the Lelouch as well.
Lelouch is out. Arad has found that level 10 power spike. You're talking about the potential of this board state, right? So we're down just 3 players remaining here. Triple elimination on the table here, and Lelouch not quite able to make the full run back, traded back for 8th into 1st here, but does get the 4th place eked out in his favor.
Polish okay business from Fifek, allowing Lelouch to top 4, and maybe a top 4 that Lelouch needed more than anyone, considering the 8th place in that game number 1. Needs to find a way to get some positive momentum going for the rest of the 4 games. Someone who doesn't need too much positive momentum is Potable now on a 5-win streak, 50 gold to work with. Can potentially start thinking about going level 9. The Thresh 3, I have to imagine, one of those big helps in terms of making it this far.
Yeah, the combination of the Fresh 3 into finding that Syndra 2 the turn after was such a big deal here for this board state for Potable. And also, this is going to be a critical fight for him to get here, getting the Ghost board, right? Just a bit of a freebie here to work with for Potable as he gets that extra turn to work his economy closer towards that level 9.
I don't imagine we're going to have enough gold to really, I think, realistically go for a Syndra 3 win condition, especially if we're going 9, which is the case considering we're pumping here from Potable. Big thing to mention, the comp list seems to be so relevant for this comp, and you have the golden remover from one of the encounters, so you have a lot of flexibility around how to move this around depending on what you need.
And also interesting thing to kind of point out here about his Faded usage, right, David? It's the fact that he's putting the Faded onto the Ahri and onto the Udyr, get extra tankiness and get that extra raw AP. Because Syndra, we're going to Fade on Syndra because, she gives percentage damage increase, but you want that raw AP instead.
PG onto the Lux, gonna be blue buff Guardbreaker for now. Syndra slowly trying to chip away at all these units one by one, but he's facing off against Sarat, one of the strongest players in the lobby, and for good reason. What a board to be facing. Look at this Lissandra go, buying so much time for Kayn to spin to win onto the Syndra. The CC comes through. Potable takes a massive hit, down to 2 HP now, Wida.
Yeah, and Asu starts building up a win streak here as well. It seems like this week I get trolled by the overlay, and I did not get trolled by the overlay, right? Oh, do you want an emblem, David?
It really depends. I think not really for that. I think it depends what other slots he has open for his board. It might be the case, but usually, yeah, because he has the Rakan and the Sirac already, maybe it's not ideal to cut kind of a 6th Heavenly unit, but we'll see what else he can cut depending on the current composition of legendaries on his board.
It's also worth noting that he is level 10, so he has so many slots to operate with, right? That's such a big deal as well here. Puts the Heavenly on to this Morgana, a bit of a law rework, I guess, right? She is the fallen angel after all.
Okay, he cut the Malphite. Yeah, he's not playing around Udyr at all, so this is the magic of Heavenly as a comp. You can play around so many different variations depending on what legendaries you hit and kind of mix and match and keep the trait bots or not keep them depending on what else you're hitting.
If you had to guess here, David, right? Like, is it Asu or is it a Rod for the win? Because I feel like Asu's board state is looking incredibly scary at this point as he's gotten towards this level 9. Has Morgana fully itemized as well now.
Oh, I think it's Arat's every day of the week. I mean, it's just the absolute highest cap for one of the strongest comps in the game, in my opinion, especially with all these different legendaries you've hit, the great augment combination as well for Arat, and we're seeing the HP totals here as well. Arzu takes down Potable, still, I think, a valiant effort making it this far with a pretty normal Faded board all together, just the Thresh 3 and the Syndra 2.
Yeah, and also a solid start from Potable, right? When 4th into 3rd, it's an overall pretty solid amount of points to work with here to start off your day. You don't feel over the moon, but you also know that you're not in a horrible spot to work with either.
Positioning to look at, of course, going to be the Udyr, trying to cause some disruption at the very start of the fight, trying to take as much aggro as possible at the very beginning to get into his frenzied berserker stage as quickly as possible. We see now on the corner edge of the front line, trying to tank as much initial damage, and then Lissandra on the side of Arat's going to be so impactful in terms of who she's potting and what she's able to do in terms of taking units entirely out of the fight.
Yeah, again, we've already seen now the allow being removed from the state of play immediately. This means that it's going to be a full-on motorway down towards that center. She gets absolutely bunked by the Wukong, David. And it seems like your prediction was right. Arat in the driving seat here.
It's all my expert analysis as a TFT caster and not the fact that, I mean, the board, I think, speaks for itself. If we're looking at the different units, the double emblem especially, all in all, the stationary support with Banshee's Veil, I think something we haven't discussed yet, but incredibly important. The QSS onto both the Wukong and the Kayn, so relevant for the late game where all the CC comes in. I imagine was very impactful for Arat to win a lot of the fights in stage 4 and 5 with things like the enemy Lissandras, the Nautilus, etc.
Yeah, no, it was one of the augments that you highlighted immediately early on. We were talking about Arat's initial augment selections, right? The fact that this stationary support is one of the best scaling silver augments in the game, and the way he's been able to make use of the Epoch as well is a big thing.
Very interesting from Arzu. Sells the Senna, moves into Kai'Sa instead as a carry, trying to maybe test and see if it'll get him enough. Senna maybe not quite doing it, despite even being a 3-star. This late into the game. I like the experimentation from Arzu. Maybe has played this line before of playing Senna 3 into a Kai'Sa 2 instead. A bit surprising on my initial glimpse, but we'll see if it works out.
Definitely could be a big thing to keep in mind here. That flexibility is something you gotta adore in these top level players here, and it's all kicking out here. We can see the Kai'Sa being able to kind of start dishing out some damage here. This time around, she's also not getting immediately surged down.
Oh, just barely can't get the cast off. Could have been impactful. That will be the end of the road. Arat defeats Arzu. Turkey on top. We talk about the come up in that first game, and hey, he's continued to step his foot onto the gas. 2 wins in a row for Arat, trying to maybe, give Ging the victory that Turkey has wanted for so long in a GSC.
Yeah, also I like the fact that he puts his headset on after the game is done. That's a different level of flex. Again, starting off the day 1-1, you know what? Okay, now time to get serious. Let me put on my headset. Now we're gaming for real, bros.
Maybe it's a debuff. It's like now the training weights are on. He has maybe like some kind of a song on blast, trying to put him down. Making sure the refs are not checking him PC after those first 2 wins in the first 2 games. We have a break. Ready, interview with Hyrule, one of the German players, ready to go. And then we're going to see the analyst desk break down the very interesting game 2 with that ascending augments really, I think, being incredibly impactful for all 8 of our players.
Hi, I'm Hyrule, or HR Hyrule recently. I'm a challenger player from Germany. Yeah, I'm 24 years old. I like set 11, although the encounters can get a bit messy. Sometimes with like certain portal combination, it gets a little bit crazy. But overall, yeah, I'm liking set. I actually played since set 1, and I think since set 6, then when I really started to play like a lot of more games per set. That's when I really started to like it, and I think since set 9 I started looking into playing competitive. It's not really close. France is much better than anyone else. But I think Germany is on the carve at least. But yeah, I think France are just a different breed. They're all beasts over there. Oh yeah, the offline events are really fun. I went to Vegas and it was amazing, really. Meeting all the players, all the streamers, it was really fun. I was really sad that I couldn't get to meet the players at the Cactus, but I hope to go to the next one. Shout out to my friends and who are always supporting me, and the other fellow high rollers in the competition. I also wish good luck. Yeah, thanks for especially the German community for being so nice, and yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here, while I have to actually carry my cat over to this side as he's being naughty. Now, in this particular game, I feel like we had a lot of game-shaping moments coming from external sources. So first, we're of course in that ascending augment portal, giving us a predetermined augment choice, and with the prismatic as third, you always know there's going to be a hammer coming at the very end of the game, just spiking everything up. But also particularly the encounters in this game, I felt like were so impactful moving through this game. We had the Recombobulator on the Rakan, we had the reduced rolls on the Yorick, as well as the Radiance at the end to give us yet another spicy option, and Arat just moving through the stages, finding everything and more.
Yeah, and Rat was one of those people who did take advantage of that offered Recombobulator to get his board online a little bit quicker. I think just having that direction for such a long time in the game, and then being able to just toss it aside and say, you know what, I found something better later on. I can put together a board that will just crush everybody.
I was really looking forward to seeing what came out from the Prismatics. We know this can be such a game-changing option for a lot of players. And I was kind of disappointed in what happened for Lelouch coming out of this. And I think it came down a lot to augment selection. His first augment, the silver, was a combat augment, but being the weakest of the category, it's like, cool, but not a whole lot going on there. And then 2 utility augments, he was betting on getting that strong late game board with the hedge fund, and it just never materialized in a way that was going to outscale anybody else in the game. So despite having mountains of gold and a ton of legendaries, it just wasn't enough for Lelouch.
And I do wonder if it could have worked out with the, we saw how well the Irelia matched up into boards like the Silas and the Kane that we're seeing there, that, as was discussed earlier in the day, amazing at dealing damage across the board, not so amazing at getting rid of these big bruises.
Speaking of not so amazing, I guess we have to mention the fortune in this game there for Odessa just not working out, had that roll down. We mentioned the Yorick as well, just allowing other players to find more upgrades with less investment in the later stages. But I also kind of really want to pay respect, for lack of better term, to Arzu for how he managed this game. Generally, Ink Shadow, not the greatest trait right now. We went over it top of show with the stats supporting that. This is not necessarily what you should be clicking on. Does it despite that, finds the Senna, plays around the Exalted for the mid game a little bit, and then at the end, knowing, okay, the Senna will not be enough against the board from Arad. I will try everything I can, go for the Kaisa. In the end, it wasn't enough, but it definitely was a valiant effort, and I do want to commend that. We do have our standings ready, so we're going to be hopping over there and see how they look right after game number 2.
Feel real bad about my prediction right now, but it's only round 2. We've got 4 more to go, so Solugasan could bring it back up. But we're seeing here, of course, the players who are having a little bit of a rough start to the day to varying degrees. Again, 4 more rounds before we get into that final elimination round, so plenty of time for these players to turn it around, but a couple of names we probably would have expected higher placements for, including Lelouch from yesterday.
Yeah, and double 61 as well, but it's amazing time for our fans from Turkey. Ara and Darkus in the top 4 together. Last game, amazing as well. Honestly, I think this could be a chance here to see a Turkish player really come out and shine in this tournament.
And I do want to highlight Shurikane as well. At the end of last set, we saw Shurikane kind of step up to a higher power play in terms of the national competition. And he seems to continue right where he left off with his Golden Spatula Cup, doing really well all throughout day 1, day 2. I'm looking forward to what Shurikane has to offer the set. I think this is one of the players that we should be watching out more often for. We're going to be going into a quick break before we go to game number 3. I'm sorry, I'm getting so distracted today. All of these cats everywhere. But we have a break ready and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rising Legends and the Golden Spatula Cup #1. We are heading to round 3 of our third and final day. My name is Kind of Fit alongside Niberia and Awita for these next 2 games. And guys, we are starting to see things develop. We're starting to work towards our tail end of the tournament.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Heavenly, which isn't too surprising, but we're getting to see a lot of really cool angles from some of these players. And of course, as was mentioned previously, there's a lot of players in this lobby who have quite a bit of competitive experience. Of course, Lelouch, former EMEA champion, Shurkane has made it, as well as Voltarix to the World Championship before. So, Prismatic Prelude is almost universally being picked.
I mean, I don't blame them, right? Because Vendor Sentinels is a bit of a mismatch, right? Spatula, I mean, that's kind of also going to come down to who wants to slam what, right? But also a player you didn't really talk about here, Petit. He wanted GSC last set, you know. He's the only GSC winner in this lobby, which is an interesting thing to kind of note when you have players like Zolo. You're talking about Shurkane, right? Lelouch, Volta, all these players that have huge pedigree when it comes to the international TFT space, whether that's through Solo's huge content creation and generally speaking, huge consistency in terms of making final lobbies in EMEA, has never really been able to convert any of those final lobby placements to a championship appearance just yet, but it should just be a question of time whether or not that's going to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and at least for this season in particular, of course we've got our player who finishes out today, someone in first place getting that guaranteed seat in the EMEA Regional Finals. But our top 4 as well will get guaranteed seats at the GSC #2. So there's certainly a lot of incentive, even if you can't hit the very top of today, to still push as far as you can.
I'm looking at the side of these boards and I'm seeing that Clémo is holding 2 Jaxes. I feel like that's a bad sign for how your stage 1 is going.
I mean,
if that's your best. First 2 rolls haven't been great.
I have a question for you, Matt, right?
I'm ready.
If you give Jax an IE in TFT, would that classify as giving him a real weapon, or?
I feel like there's no amount of items you can give Jax that qualify as a real weapon in TFT. I just think he fumbles the bag too consistently.
But just imagine if he had the real weapon. Just imagine how good he could be, Matt. The potential.
It's just so much. That's actually just Jax coping with how bad he is in TFT. It's just like, come on, guys. They only gave me a lamppost.
Yeah, I didn't know we were in the Jax apologist lobby here. Apparently, you're just here for the build above. We'll see if it happens again. Ooh. We've got ourselves, of course, Prismatic Prelude, so our players will be getting a chance to hit something significant from the beginning. We've already got some locking in. Shurkane going for the Wandering Trainers. Tartman, in fact, 2 different players going for the triple emblem start.
We're free? Okay.
No.
We're cooking. We have a Triad Crown now, and Volta's like, I have a Triad Crown here, guys. Can I click it? Am I allowed to click this Triad Crown or not? And the question, and the jury is in. He's allowed to click on it.
All right, this is so bizarre. I was surprised that he rolled over one of his first options, but I guess if he wants to go for that Dryad Crown, give him a chance for that 2-cost reroll, the only currently viable reroll. And Freaky Friday here for Solo Gasam.
What did Senna do to you, Matt? She just got 2nd place essentially in the previous game, and now you're saying that the only viable reroll is Gnar?
I mean, listen, the actual moment that Arzu swapped out Senna looked like he was almost going to win a fight. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
Maybe that swap should have come a couple rounds sooner.
The tough crowd here today. We can look on the right-hand side, though, and find out what the crowd have been doing in terms of their emblems. We've got Clémo, Shurkane, and Yatora, who've all gone for the triple random emblem in this lobby. Who do you think came out the best?
I mean, there's a Fortune Crest on Shurkane, so I'm kind of, considering leaning that way around. But then you look at the fact he's an Arcanist plus Bruiser, so that's going to open up a lot of really interesting lines further down the road for him. If that's
a free Alawi.
Yeah, essentially, right? Just throw in a bit of that. Get the lean into Silas if you want to do that with the Bruiser, or lean into Galio.
I'm eyeballing Yatora though, and if you make it to the late game, that is a disgusting combination. You've got the Dragonlord, you've got the Altruist, which combos so well with those late game units, like that Lee Sin, especially the Xayah Rakan combo. Then you just get a little bit more defensive stats on the front line.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we were seeing from the previous games.
And I think that's a good shout, right? If you...
just the throwback composition to, as was being mentioned before, the early PB days when this was just the best of everything all at once.
Yeah, that's a real thing you gotta keep in mind here. Sometimes you don't always want to get what you wish for here, but I think for Yatora, right, he's like, again, it's a huge toss-up when you go for these competitions like the Wandering Trainer, right? Because it just gives you so many things to kind of take into consideration about how you're gonna be able to approach these games here. But also we do see Solagasaga almost getting rewarded for this little bit interesting way of putting the Infinity Force onto the Kuboku.
Yeah, he loves to brawl. He's got lucky paws, Matt. The more you punch, the more luck you get.
I'm still waiting for someone to whip out the lucky paws. It's so fun to watch. But so far, nobody's been brave enough to try it on stream.
So we've got one more person to assess here, Clémo, with the Altruist, with the Invoker, and with the Behemoth. This feels a little bit less obvious in routes to go, but presumably there must be a way to at least get two of these emblems into something vaguely meta.
And I think one of the strengths of all the sets of emblems for the players who went for the Wandering Train in this game, you can make them fit into late game compositions pretty easily. Like Invoker, Azir's there, Behemoth, you've got a ton of frontline options. Then Altruist, you're always going to have that Rakan in either the frontline or the backline as Xayah to combo with something like Kai'Sa. So I think all three are getting options that, should they make it to the late game, will help them quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that especially when you think about the fact that like there is a chance here for someone like Clémoulahagra here to like just play the Ash board, right? You Behemoth on the Ornn, that's a natural overlap. Then you have the Invokers you're talking about as being one of those verticals you normally push, and you can kind of cut one of the quote-unquote bad Invokers if they even exist. At this point in time, they don't really do that, right? Now Altruist could be a Rakan in the front line, just randomly thrown in there for a little bit of bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely feel there's some good potential here. Some of the ones we haven't talked about as of yet, which we saw a glimpse of before. Petic with the Trash to Treasure, of course, we did see a little bit of that yesterday, having some great success. And Tartman with the Shopping Spree, which we know can be incredibly strong.
Yeah, Lelouch, another tempo game plan here, right? Picking up the Birthday Present, one of the more defining augments at the moment with a Prismatic Opener, because of the fact that there's so many powerful forecasts, it's very difficult for you to kind of low roll your Birthday Presents once you start pushing that level 9 mark, where you start really be able to get the power level off this augment. Because in the past, there were a lot of bad rolls at times when this augment was a possibility for you, and then all of a sudden you just lost all of your momentum.
Yeah, much like Jack said, build a buddy. There have been times when it is just absolutely useless.
Don't put that evil on us again.
Well, luckily, I mean, you can't get Jax after a certain point, so there's only so poorly you can roll.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Trash to Treasure, because of course we're starting off here with a Prismatic Prelude. We don't know what the rest of the augments are going to be looking like, but we've certainly seen this Trash to Treasure turn into some crazy strong boards later on.
I think one of the strengths of it is how well that it can work with those late game compositions, right? This has been kind of a theme of all of our games this weekend, is that the late game is where you have the most flexibility in all of your items, all of your units. You can almost guaranteed find one unit that works for the items you have. So getting all of those artifacts, which are so incredibly powerful in their own right, and knowing you'll be able to find someone for it at some point, is just really useful when you're coming into the late.
Yeah, it's just the fact that, like, again, with the amount of potential reforge you can get it all throughout the game as well, with encounters and just generally speaking the resources you get all across the game, you can get continuous value off the augment all throughout the game, as you're alluding to, Matt, right? And I think another thing that I talk about here encounter-wise is the fact that everyone else has got a completed item plus a component, right? And I think that's something that's really cool. We saw Shurkane just on his first roll almost just get a free Morellonomicon to work with, right? He doesn't have to sacrifice any components to get that anti-heal into the mix at any point throughout this game. Now that's already fully available to him.
Players being able to get exactly what they wanted from pretty damn early on. Take a quick look at the overall as we head into the end of stage 2. Lelouch may well be able to keep hold of his win streak the entire group. Nope, speak too soon. The birthday present he got was a broken streak.
Something interesting just happened here. Solo Gasang coming into that round was going for a loss streak, as was Volta. Solo Gasang broke Volta's loss streak, and then we just saw as well Lelouch's win streak get broken. So coming into PvE, there is nobody on a full streak in either direction.
No, that's a real big thing for the overall economy of the game, right? You don't have anyone sitting above like 50 gold right now, for example, right? Everyone is kind of beside here, this 30, 40 gold. This means that we won't see a lot of people try to like go heavy on free 2, try to stabilize, because they don't really have anything to protect at this moment in time. The only one would be Fatigue here, right? And I think that's a really interesting thing to keep in mind. And also the fact that someone like Solo here, once he decides to turn around this streak here, will have this double artifact set up with the Infinity Forces really start putting on the pressure on the rest of the lobby.
And he's got the Spatula as well to be able to build down. We certainly know that the Heavenly Spatula is highly sought after. I mean, I'm really excited to see what Solo Gasang can do for us here, because of course, coming into this particular lobby with just 4 points, the lowest points I believe in the lobby overall, he does need a huge win if he's got any chance to climb back through the back half of the day.
He really set up to make great use of the potential double melee carrier setup that we've been seeing all weekend with the Lee Sin, with the Kayn here, right? You're talking about Peter here, heavily emblem slammed. You can spread out the Infinity Forces across 2 carries now, and that means that the fact you can also start prioritizing secondary healing or a second Edge of Night towards that second carry. So you have a lot of freedom now if you are Solo Gasang in terms of how you want to approach this game, but also keep in mind here that we have Augment into encounter free 2 free.
Well, as we don't know what the next augments are going to be, so they could be differing degrees of variance, so a lot is going to shift over the next 2 rounds.
I think that's going to play into why we're not seeing these streaks mainly staying in place. So we'll be going from Prismatic to just a gold augment for number 2. But we know already our players, with the Prismatic in particular, have, with the Wandering Trainers, with the Dryad Emblem as well, they've got a pretty good idea of where they're going for the rest of the game to make that augment match.
Combat Caster is just a good catch-all combat augment here, Matt, I would say, right? Raining Gold is the fun option, right? Because there's just so many extra resources to work with, but Combat Caster it's hard to beat.
Yeah, one of the strongest augments kind of quietly in the current meta, because who doesn't benefit from having an extra shield with all the melee carries around as well? It is just so much more value than it would be during a meta when it would be like just Ashe or something similar.
Let's scoot around and check how the boards are developing at the moment. Chicane, of course, one of our players with the Wandering Trainers, trying to make use of as much of this as possible. We can see the Bruiser and the Arcanist and the Fortune, all 3 of them online right now.
Yeah, and a consequence of this low economic game state here for someone like Chicane, right? The fact he's staying level 5 here to get the Fortune, that is you're talking about, Peter, but also remember what we talked about in the previous game on the cast here. The importance of this stage 3 carousel cannot be understated here. And when you are looking to play these Fortune cash outs, and if you get someone like an early Kaiser from this carousel, or early Silas even, just out on the bench to get ready for your transition at some point throughout stage 4, you are going to be in a very good spot here if you are Chicane.
Actually useful 1 cost for once. Is Volta going to be refiguring his board a little bit here? I assume putting those items just onto Vatnar. Yeah, there it is.
Well, we know we've got the heavy hitters being added in. This is one of the things we're talking about before. Our players know the direction, they know what augments to bring online. So we don't have the 2 stars in place as of yet, but with the Dryad Emblem, we know Volta has got a huge amount of late game promise, because he may not have the units, but his items are looking tremendous.
Definitely is the fact, again, this comes down to the fact that the previous encounter we saw Uda call stage 2 here, he was able to find that death cap, one of the better items on Kindred. It kind of goes like blue buff, anti-heal, preferably Morello, not red buff, and then some sort of AP item like the death cap. And the fact he was able to get that for free, plus a good component in a sword for another Gnar item or another carry item further down the road, was a very huge pickup for someone like Volta here. And alongside that, heavy hitters will provide a ton of value in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, even with just 1 stars, look at how well this board is doing into someone like Yutora, who's actually also invested in that board. Like, surprisingly few unit loss there, given the state of the board and the state of the carries.
And
we know that's going to become immensely stronger going forwards.
And keep in mind what we talked about this carousel here, right, guys? Kane on offer, Kaiser on offer here. Priority units secured for Sologasang as well as Chicane.
And remember, Chicane is our player who did get the fortune out of that Wandering Trainer from before, so has a great swing around the sun potential. One player I do want to check back in, though, coming out of this carousel, is our current top player at the moment, Petit, who picked up 2 healthy and has a fascinating looking board coming together.
That is such a weird combination. Am I crazy, Wita, or is this just like a weird combination of items? I would have expected you push for a more late game oriented composition, but instead investing in this like early mid 2-cost option.
Kind of crazy you call it mid already. You haven't even seen it at its full potential, Matt, I will say.
I'll give that one to you. That was good.
No, but also the thing is about when you think about 2 health as a general concept, right? You think about these reroll heavy lines, but also you gotta keep in mind that at some point throughout the game, there's also something that you gotta think about is the fact that you have a lot of strong 2-costs in the game. Where you can have something like Shen, something like the Aatrox in the front line that kind of splashes out. You have something along the lines of the Senna as well. So you have a lot of semi-decent 2-costs just in the first place here. And also, this could just be someone looking to go towards something like the Janna reroll, looking towards the bench, holding onto a Janna. And then you have the Riven, you have all that set up here. Again, the second we see a full-on transition come through from Fatigue, I think it's a little bit more easier for us to kind of make an actual case for why the augment here is going to be a good choice.
I suppose as well with us, not necessarily even having the items on our 2-costs as yet, we do of course have Teemo teasing us from the corner as a possibility. But Patik maybe using that early success to coast out a little bit longer and get a board going longer term. Just take a quick look on the right hand side to see where everybody is at the moment. Yatora and Tartman currently up at the top with a good old-fashioned win streak. Chicane, of course, keeping that loss streak going towards the tail end. Otherwise, everything looking nice and cozy.
A small potential mishap here, I don't know if it's deliberate or not, from the side of Fatigue was the fact that he actually chose to take out his Janna instead of just taking out one of the 2 Kog'Maws he currently has on the board. Obviously, Kog'Maw benefits from something like the Sniper being active, but he lost Invoker in the process.
Yeah, Patik's definitely got something in mind.
Looks like sniper oriented, so this is probably going to transition into an Ashe unless he finds a pretty solid setup. We do know that Aphelios is one of the Exalted this game, so this could signal that he's going to stay on this as a carry just to keep getting that buff in the game, because we've seen how powerful it can be in the later stages.
And it's worth noting as well, on the subject of the Exalted, Nautilus and Lissandra are 2 of our late game Exalteds for our players, certainly going to draw them in the kind of direction of what are already very powerful units.
Yeah, that's really a key point about how this board set can pan out. And again, Clémoulahagra here, he doesn't even have to play Exalted on his late game board because of the fact he got so much extra value from the dummy here, but with the fact he's able to get in that behemoth as well, it just frees him up a bunch of extra slots he can kind of work with, and I'm really excited to see how he ends up navigating that as we come towards the end of the game here.
Going into stage 4-1, we've got our players with a decent amount of money in the bank, as was mentioned in previous games. A lot of incentive for our players to try and spend that money right now to get ahead of the curve. It looks like it's just about to start happening. Tartman's chucking the money in. A lot of our players actually holding back, I think waiting to see if others will pull the trigger.
Yeah, surprising lack of full rolldowns here. As we see Tartman going down for all of his gold. Gonna find a way on the bench. I think trying to fit an Exalted somewhere here. Setting up for the Porcelain. You can see that Lissandra in the later stages will be useful. Does have the Ashe, so already a pretty good setup here from Tartman. The level 8 roll down went particularly well, so he should be able to continue this win streak already on 5, and his economy will shape back up as he keeps going.
Yeah, and I think that big thing you're talking about here is also the way you're alluding to, right? So he can start putting the copies at the front lines that he needs to find to kind of get this board fully supported. But at this point in stage 4-1, you have a 2-star Ashe, you have a 2-star Ornn. You can't really complain too much about what has come your way so far, but a strong selection of augments here for Sologasang opts for that inspiring epitaph instead of the not today.
Yeah, I really would have expected the not today here, given that he already had the slammed Edge of Night, and it's been shown to be so strong with those melee carries that are really defining them out of this weekend. But instead opting to really resell over, swap out augments, as we see Chicane rolling down, picking up. Well, he's keeping the fortune. He's got 5 fortune, and now maybe looking for even more of a cash out. He's got 37 luck stacked up at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to buy him a little bit more time to work with. And I like as well that he's been able to put together some elements of the board to come. We know that Fortune, into Trickshot is necessarily a relatively easy transition, so he's already got the Kaiser up and ready to go for when the cash out does come.
There's also an important thing to kind of keep in mind here with his final augment choice being that Fortune Crest, right? So there's indications that this is going to be a long-term investment for Chicane throughout this game here, and I think that's something that's going to be super exciting. And also, keep in mind here, he's one of the players that had the strongest start to the day so far, right? He is super at home in these spots. And even with this heavy investment and this huge upgrade, he still continues his loss streak.
Yeah, that Fortune 5 are going to be able to give him a little bit of healing at the beginning of the round, so works similarly to a metabolic accelerator. So he's able to keep digging a little bit deeper as we see that luck already go up to 51 with a couple of turns left.
So guys, was pointed out really well by Makes and by our admin Danny. I think I assumed there was an Annie on the board because we'd hit up to Fortune 5, but there actually isn't. There's Fortune 7 on the menu with 2 emblems in play. We know what this looks like long term. It's world-endingly strong.
Yeah, and that was one of the things that I was kind of talking about when I was alluding to the fact that this is going to be a long-term investment for the likes of Chicane here, right? And it is one of those Exodia states that get enabled by the fact of a first augment like the Wandering Trainer, by the Sentinels at the start of the game as well, right? When you get access to these very powerful +1s with these with these trade augments being added back into the game, you get to play for stuff like this.
I would like to add in here, in case you, like me, have literally never gotten to play Fortune 7, it is a little bit ridiculous. You have the heal to player health at the start of each combat, but now you gain extra awards, more luck stacking up, whether you win or lose, and you get to hold a festival every turn, so you can choose when to cash out turn by turn if you get to that 7 fortune. But Chicane is quickly running out of turns at which to choose, so we'll see if that pressure point ever gets stopped.
Yeah, there's no Annie on the carousel here for him to kind of snatch that 7 fortune away. And as we've been talking about all throughout today and the weekend, Annie is one of the more sought out units in the entire game. And as you talk about with the Exalted setup for this game as well, Annie is going to be in a lot of boards. A lot of people would like to play Ash here. Speaking of, there's one in the carousel up for grab for either of these top 2 standings.
I believe there's, yes, further to your point, Weezer, I believe there's around 3 or so different other players who are already playing Annie at this point, slopping those out of the pool. I mean, this is such a huge turning point for Chicane to maybe go further. We'll cash out right now, hoping for something a little bit stronger, but we've got some decent forecasts, not quite the forecast we were hoping for.
You're missing the one he's actually looking for, but... Oh, well, I mean, that'll help. I don't know if this is a good enough cash out to change his luck.
He did just roll a 6. I will say that his luck has been changed quite dramatically, Matt.
True. We'll see for how long. He does have the potential for Thieves' Gloves, instead opting to give the Infinity Edge over to that Kaisa. She does have the Trick Shot in, just 3, not 4 yet. But Chicane, I think at this point, is just going to try and survive, try and build out his board as much as possible so that he can make it to that 7 fortune alive, crucially.
Well, so follow on to what you were saying before, Matt, once we get up to 7 fortune, it completely changes the nature of the beast here, because we can just keep on winning and keep on surviving. We're trying to, at that point, build the strongest board we can while also keeping Fortune 7 in at the same time. We've seen what 100 fortune can get for us longer term. 250 fortune, we've seen it before happen on stream.
You know, the fortune that I'm really aiming for is the Fortune 500, Matt. I don't know.
You know, you're kind of on fire today. I will give you props for that.
It's Annie! Sorry to jump across you.
We've solved our problem.
That's a big deal.
We maximized shareholder value, guys. We did it. We found the Annie. Yes.
In order to maximize shareholder value, we're splitting up this board into 3 separate companies. Annie and Friends. It's a really deep. really deep Embracer group cut. But now we do have that 7 fortune online that we were talking about. I legitimately do not know how much luck you get each turn when winning. So be interested to see what happens there.
Wait, to tell me if I'm wrong on this, I believe it's around 45 or so. Because I remember a player having to go about 5 turns or so just to go in for the 250 cash out, which is multiple legendaries repeatedly.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I was so close to making another joke about 45 or so, I will say, Peter, but I'm going to spare that one for you.
Thank you. You were a merciful co-commentator. We get to see Chicane, though, with 7 fortune online. This doesn't look like an econ board right now.
No, lots of power there coming in. That Silas really giving Chicane his money's worth, and he's smiling, knowing that this has been an incredible setup for him. He is
what?
Yeah.
Could we be
fortune emblem?
All right,
we're
Matt.
cooking with gas now, gamers. We're cooking.
Matt, you said before that you hadn't seen Fortune 7 before. Have you seen Fortune 9 then?
No, if I'm Mort Dog, I'm headed into the back end right now, being like, hold up, Fortune 9, we gotta cook.
All right,
So-
we'll keep Rita. Let's keep it a mystery until it happens because it's an incredible reveal. The secret trait of the set.
So what I will say here as well, right, is that as long as you want to stay on this board set here, that allows you to kind of take off some of these more middling units for the board set, right? You can start kind of getting that 4th trick shot into the mix, right? Get that last bit of damage burst onto the Kaiser here. So we are still lacking a little bit of frontline upgrades, right? You're looking at an Annie one, you're looking at a Gallia one, but these units are really sought after. And at this moment in time here, Chicane doesn't necessarily need a whole lot extra to work with. Meanwhile, you see Todman at the top of the standings, finds the Annie, finds the Lily at 10 streaking.
Ooh.
He is on an absolute tear at the moment.
It's hugely important for Chicane, before he goes up against players like Tartman, to try and get as many wins as possible. As you pointed out before, Matt, we've got the healing effects of Fortune still in place. So every round Chicane is winning, he's pulling himself further back from the brink while also gathering resources.
I kind of just want to highlight as well, this board in a vacuum, ignore the fortune trade. This is just a Kai'Sa late game board. Like, this is exactly what you would want to run for a Kai'Sa board in the later stages of the game. And then on top of that, he's just getting free drops every round.
Yep, and he gets to keep the stacks. It's oh no, I didn't get to keep the stacks. They went back down. Unlucky.
Okay.
I don't play econ trades, by the way. I don't know if you know, that's like my biggest weakness of like my entire TFT career. Is like I have never enjoyed playing econ trades, So, but they're like super exciting to watch, Matt. Do you think this is the game where we finally get like, the original Fortune highlight in competitive TFT?
The good old Azir 3.
The good old
after
Azir
being
3.
knocked out.
Yep.
We can see. I mean, look,
it's
Max has
Tottenham.
been looking for it all weekend. She's been begging us for the 3-star legendary. If ever there were a player to deliver on it, it is Chicane in this game. And he's got plenty of rounds to work with, running up against Tartman, the #1 in the lobby, and it's looking pretty good here for Chicane.
No way. That's absolutely crazy. You said, we've got resources flooding in. If you look on the scoreboard as well, there are several players who are running out of gas. They've got no money left in the bank at all, and they don't have big streaks either. I think we're really going to start to see Chicane punching up the table at speed, while again, it's considering to get stronger and stronger.
He's just having a party right now, like he gets like these huge influxes of resources 24/7. And again, keep in mind, he finds a Silas. That's a key unit for a lot of the boards in the lobby. Like, you're just taking these units out of the pool for free essentially every single turn here. And meanwhile, Solo Gasang and Clémoulahagra are both struggling down towards the bottom of the standings here. Solo Gasang not really able to fully get this board online. Has the Aurelia 2 with a Rachel and a red buff alongside the Kane. On paper, it looks strong.
Yeah, on paper, looking very strong on the board. Still surviving for the time being on the left-hand side of the screen. Clémo running out of units very quickly. Ash has one more ult in her. She gets taken down. Meanwhile, Solo Gasang, that Aurelia still uncontested. He's going to be able to take down Yatora and keep himself alive for this game.
Wow. It's astonishing Chicane is knocking players out while also gathering further up. So we're down to our top 6 Solo on 1 HP and a dream. You can see from the bottom there, the Heavenly Kane board in every other circumstance, you've got a double Infinity Force Wukong. This would be the kind of board that could take you very far in this game, but this is not a normal game by any measure.
No, you just have this huge X factor called Chicane in the mix, right? And you also have someone like Volta who's been on this Nara line saying, but if it's going to be a relatively low cap lobby, I'm going to be flying. And then all of a sudden you look around and then like you hit the fortune on the side of those wandering trainers, right? So this is just one of those games that just happen once. This is a lightning in a bottle game of TFT, right? There's just no two ways about this now. Chicane, with this influx of resources, starts building up that secondary Saya carry here. It's even rolling just to like avoid hitting anyone, like avoid giving anyone else time to even think about going towards level 9 before it goes towards that level 10. And now we see what Patik has put together with that treasure.
I'm going to guess it's not going to be enough, but we'll see how it goes. The Kaisa in the backline firing away, but Chicane as well. Look at his backline, completely uncontested. Teemo firing away, poisoning the entire board there of Patik. And Chicane, one more ultimate from that Kaisa will take down Patik's board. And this, looking pretty unbeatable, guys.
Yeah, well, we were talking right back at the beginning of the day that people were saying, we're starting to look more at Teemo as an alternate damage source. You're so flooded with stuff here at Chicane. You've got such a good board for taking advantage of it and making these extra items into meaningful extra DPS.
Yeah, also, guys, we forgot to mention like the very important technical term for a game like this. This is a tried and true tuber right here.
Chicane rapidly coming up with the clickbait title.
Yeah.
You won't believe fortune. Meanwhile, Sologasong on the left-hand side, still working with this Aurelia composition. Volterix has finally found his upgrades. Stuck on those 2 stars for so long. On the right-hand side, we can see Lelouch fighting for his life. Doing pretty well against Patik's board as that Morgana doing so much work for him. On the left, Sologasong Aurelia is just popping off and rips through Volterix's board. He keeps himself alive, and Lelouch on the right-hand side, not quite as much luck as his board and himself will finally fall.
And I think the regular tempo of the game has just been completely thrown out of the window at this point. I think for players like Volta, who've got this infinite scaling side of things with the Dryad building up, in a longer, more temperate game, perhaps it'll work out. But you've got Chicane getting drops of double legendaries at this point. It's only getting worse from here.
This is just ridiculous, right? And also, I want to highlight something here. The win from Sologasong against Volterix is actually incredibly big, right? Because the thing is that if Solo had hit into someone like Chicane, for example, right, that could have been his end of a charge for a top 4, but winning that head-to-head against Volterix is absolutely massive for his options of staying in this game, pushing towards a much-needed top 4 finish after his horrific start to the day.
There we go. Level 10 headed up there with the Tack Crown. Not going to roll down because he's got no gold left. But given these Fortune 7, I don't think there's going to be a
Yep.
Really Sins in the shop. How does this
the game's
happen
trying to tell us
in this meta?
I mean, he is level 10, right? It's a 40% chance per slot, and then you can do the math afterwards, Matt. I don't do math, right? But that's a very... Another alternate win condition being presented here for Chicane, as if the 7 Fortune continuous cash outs wasn't gonna be enough.
He's the only one running Lee Sin. That's how this happened. There's literally no other Lee Sins in the lobby right now.
Well, we've seen Volta getting knocked out there. The only thing that really astonishes me at this point is that Solo has been able to build up a win streak while Chicane has been running Rothschild through the entire lobby. Somehow, he's got some wins over everybody else.
I was gonna say here for a second, right? If you're Chicane, right, do you like find the PvE rounds boring at this point because like you only get 1 anvil? When you just like get, and every other round you just like get 3 anvils on average, like
absolute downgrade.
How do you use the whole cruncher at this point? I guess you just do that. Like, that's just so much going on here. It's Hartman, like he's level 10, I'm in a pretty good spot, level 10, fully upgraded board, but it just kind of pales in comparison at this point.
Oh boy.
Sologasong trying to find his way through, though, with that Aurelia running into Tournament. Both of them on their last legs, pretty much. Tournament has 2 losses left as we see this Aurelia just continues to start tearing through these boards. You can see the attack speed, why it's so strong on her. She actually uses her ultimate instead of just sitting there for most of the fight. Going to be able to get another win for Sologasang, who not only has made it top 4, but may be able to make it to a top 2 at this point, because he's on a 5-win streak. If he can somehow dodge Chicane for just a little bit longer.
Which he has managed to do here, because we do see Todman has Chicane as his head-to-head matchup for this fight. And again, for Todman here, is kind of like his winning spot would be to try to chase down an Ashe free. But even then, when you look at the board state here from Chicane, that's not even going to be a guaranteed win at any point. He's starting to run out of item slots on most of the important units just because of all of this full-on burst. He even starts chasing down the Kaiser free, right? You know what, guys? Like, this board isn't even Hyrule. We're still rocking anyone, you know? Like, it's not Hyrule, okay?
Can we talk about the sniper's focus, Lee Sin, really quick?
Go ahead.
I don't know why that's happening, but here we are.
We live in a world smothered by every kind of thing you could imagine. I think in some cases you just be like, you know what? I've got no more room. There's no room for anything on this board but just absolute chaos. We see we've already gone past the point of no return for the rest of the lobby for Chicane here. He's healed up a massive amount, and he's going to take Tartman down in that round.
Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Sologasang going to do the exact same. Petit going to take a loss, so I might be right. Might be Solo versus Chicane to end up the lobby. And I did want to make a minor correction. I remembered that you get an extra point of range, and then Lee Sin's ultimate is going to kick people several blocks away. So,
fair enough.
Very 5-head play on the sniper's focus that I didn't recognize for half a second. So,
do
did want to
you
give that quick shout out.
Do you know what the real 5-head play here was from Chicane, by the way? Like, imagine like having to spend an entire augment playing trash to treasure when you just get it for free every turn.
Bro, he's just set himself
the trash
up.
treasure we have at home.
Why does this Thieves Club even go? I guess Tristana just now gets a Thieves Club, you know, Rascals Clubs. I mean, like, it's just insane.
You just need...
Udyr.
There we go.
All right.
It's not a 3-star 5 cost, but it is probably the only Lee Sin 3-star you will see on this patch.
Oh my god.
How much does one ult do? Really, it's not long for this world.
She's not allowed. When the Saturn just comes in and says, nope, you're not allowed to do that.
Aurelia lasting way longer than I would have expected on the right-hand side, but Kaisa will take her out. Down goes Sologasang, down goes Petit on the left-hand side, and Chicane flexing his biceps as he takes the win. First place. He knows exactly.
That's one for the history books.
Yeah.
That was absolutely astonishing. We didn't get to see the full power of the tree unveil, but ultimately, it didn't even feel necessary.
What a bang.
You really need someone to clip that biceps flex from him, because that just fantastic. Mean mugging the camera. Oh, Mace has got it for us. It's fantastic. I'll put it on camera next time when we come back.
As much as we have any thoughts left in our head after that game, before we head to break, anything you'd like to break down?
No, but I want to introduce that we have an interview ready with EYellowTomato, and he's a doctor in real life, so he's smart. You should listen to him.
All right, we'll catch you guys in a few minutes' time with our analyst desk breaking down that travesty of a game.
Hello, I'm EYellowTomato from Greece. I'm 27 years old and I'm a doctor. My feelings about set 11 are that I'm taking the set more chill because I'm getting IRL diff. But I like the set, it's pretty fun, and the encounters provide more RNG for the audience. I think it's worse for the players because it's bigger variance. I started playing TFT in set 6. My friend was playing it, and I thought I'd give it a try. I feel like the Rising Legend changes in this set are super good for the community because we have double the spots from last set for Worlds, and I think more players will try to compete in this set. I mean, my goals are obviously to go to Worlds, but right now I'm getting IRL Drift, so I hope that next set I have more time to play the game and compete more seriously. I'm going to be a little bit biased here, and I think my fellow Greek player TFT AUG is going to be the best. Okay, I want to give a shout out to all the Greek players like TFT AUG, Charu Win, Sixdot, Captain Anchor. And I hope all the Greek players that have qualified to the Spatula Cup do well.
You know, we've been hitting the gym over here, but it doesn't look as strong as that gameplay we saw from Shurikane in that last round. And I will take a little bit of credit, you know, because Chad always says we're caster cursing. I shouted out Shurikane prior to going into this match saying this was a player you need to watch, and boy did he show us why that was the reason. Of course, you gotta find all those fortune emblems. Let's be honest here, let's be real. It's definitely not something you can completely influence, but playing to his outs here, finding those fortunes, and at the end having a board where he had 11 units fielded and was running out of space to slam any items onto them. All of it leading back to that wandering trainer that we saw picked up in that very first prismatic, David.
And looking at the kind of first or eighth nature of it, the random aspect of the emblems you're getting, Shurikane, Fortune Emblem, knows how to play around these econ traits, has done so in so many of the sets he's been competing in. But on the opposite side, Yatora and Clémou, not really the strongest of Sentinels. Yatora maybe for the late game, but I think just had too big of an early game to get to that point healthy enough. Clémou, not the strongest combination with Invoker and Behemoth, goes 8th in the process. But a player I really want to highlight is Sologo-san. Perfect combination of augments for this Heavenly Cane board. Didn't really stabilize early in stage 4, lost a lot of HP in the process, but with only 1 HP and a dream, was able to claw his way up so many standings while, let's be honest, dodging Shurikane in the matchmaking for many, many rounds.
I also want to shout, yeah, he did, but I also want to shout out Patik. Moving through this, we saw the Trash to Treasures in the past days as well. I believe Stylet yesterday also being able to maneuver this one into a first. It's a very strong augment, but it sometimes can be super hard to play around. You always gotta, you know, keep your head on level, and playing this together with 2 healthy is not the easiest feat. I feel like really kind of figuring out how to mix and match that comp to make sure it works out in the end. Of course, then capping out with the 4 costs as we see in this past catch everywhere. But I do think it was a quite interesting board that maybe didn't get as much recognition due to someone just running a lot of fortunes in this lobby.
And we saw it, I think, 3 times on main broadcast yesterday, Treasure. And the first 2 times we saw it, it was a 7th and an 8th. And the last time with Stylet, it was, I think, it was a first for sure. He beat Darkest in the very end, the last game yesterday. So it goes to show it's an augment that when piloted correctly, when you are able to really understand the synergy between artifacts themselves and what units to place them on, you can have an extremely high cap for a Prismatic. But when you're not entirely sure, a little bit dizzy on how to navigate it, it could spell absolute disaster.
Well, something that hopefully doesn't spell disaster are our standings that we're going to be taking a look at. Of course, at the bottom, the players that unfortunately are not in the greatest spot. And Lelouch, after a great run yesterday, just not able to find that same angle today.
Alan as well, one of the players that was able to hold rank 1 for quite a few days in the last 2 weeks on the EU West server. Not the strongest start to this day 3. So for both players, maybe just now looking at accumulating as many qualifier points as possible with the idea of winning the tournament outright, a little bit too far out of reach after these first 3 games. Players who are definitely in contention though, Shurikane and then Turkey close on his heels. Darkest and Arat still putting up some great performances. With Potable, I mentioned, rising back to his peak form, in my opinion, in this set. 4th place currently in the standings.
Honestly, these standings have me really excited just looking at the top 8 names. Of course, this is only after 3 games, so it is a small sample size, and I will kind of take it with a little bit of salt. But we're getting a lot of new names coming through on day 3 today, which is definitely exciting. We're going to be cutting down to the top 16 before we go into game 6, and then to the top 8 after that. So it's really about finding these breakpoints, and I assume we're going to be seeing a lot more risk willingness play coming out of our players, like the Wandering Trainer triple hit that we saw in the previous lobby. Our casters are ready. We're going to be heading over there to the 4th game. Now enjoy that game here in Iberia, Counterfeit, and Weta.
Oh, Peter.
You get one of those per day, Peter. Meanwhile, Matt, we want to talk about the new decor in your room. It looks a little bit different. I know,
Yeah, I feel like, I really haven't had like a painting or any art in my room anymore, so I figured I would get something that really reflected the Rising Legends energy. So I've got this little painting of Shurikane here. I think it turned out pretty well. I even painted the live logo just for, so it matched what everyone on stream was saying.
Yeah, like that's much better than like wooden floorboards behind you, right? So
no longer the wooden floorboards.
That's a deep cut right there for the old schoolers out there. Speaking of old schoolers, we have Mateus in the mix. We have Potable in the mix as well, but we also have Darkest in the mix. Peter, 22 points after the first 3 games today.
Yeah, it's worth noting that we haven't really touched on it a ton so far, but today is being run at least partially under snake seeding rules. So players who've got a lot of points will end up in lobbies with players who do not have so many, which means for players like Electro and Animosity in particular, this will be a very, very hard lobby to perform well in.
Oh, come on, give me the Scuttle Puddle. Potable, my man. Like, in this lobby, I would expect literally nothing else from Potable. Like, you see something that's high variance, he's in. Unfortunately, most people going for the rather predictable component anvils. Stylet going to be the one who wins out on that.
Which is like a totally fair thing to do, right? Because there's so much value in having control over how you get to approach the early game, right? Because you can start slamming your frontline items, for example, or you can already just like get that last Whisper online, lock yourself into an AD line. So there's so much value in having these component alvils to work with at this point in the game.
Yeah, the old adage of like play what you hit works a whole lot better if you don't have to worry about items. Like, whatever you hit, you can find items for them because you've got a bunch of anvils.
And also, like, another thing I was speaking with Stormy this morning. He didn't have the greatest day 2, I think. The greatest event in general, I think it's safe to say, right? But we were kind of talking about the fact of, like, how you kind of lost agency about, like, how you want to play the game in terms of, like, from the item economy after the change to portals as being, like, instead of the opening carousel, right? And, like, so, Mordog, if you're listening out here, or anyone on the TFC balance team. How about you make
Always
one of
a good
these?
start.
No, this is a real suggestion, you know? This is a real suggestion. I'm not even trolling at this point. But if one of the opening item drops guaranteed, which is an animal, it doesn't have to be a portal, right? Because then you start give. Yeah, okay. That's so too on the board while I finish my point. That like you get that agency right now would be a lot. I think it would be a great change for the game. You know, like having the agency to kind of make your item decisions. You see, pot of ball, that's a fortune unit, my guy. You know, you know that that's why he's complaining about, right? It's not because it's a Zoe 2. It's because it's a fortune unit.
Look, game recognized game.
Of all the players, I love to see pot of ball across there. But as you guys are talking about having the items or the choice of components, definitely great for our players who do have the early direction coming from their units. It will be silver augments, so they're going to need to strike out a little bit more on their own with some more generic options. No trait-specific augments to give us an otherwise clear path.
I mean, pretty decent path here for Electro opting to pop in that Story Weaver, which probably indicates not going for Fortune. But you never know. Might be able to find them later on. Finding a ton of AP items, though.
Yeah, and I think with the commitment of also going towards the blue Kale as well, right? You're already kind of now saying that you're going to be going down that route. And someone that is in a very non-committal situation right now will be Darkest. Their spot right now is just, you know, upgraded units plus some heavenly stuff. Very common way to play the early game.
Yeah, see, they're very calm about how things are going to be proceeding, but I think they'll still have a decent shot here. Going for the Thieves does keep things nice and generic. Up against players like Ateas, of course, who are putting their initial augment choice on layaway, making sure they've got long-term potential as well.
So I'm looking at the Exalted for this game, and I'm a little bit curious how it's going to look in the later stages. We have a Thresh, Ashe, and Diana, all of whom are pretty solid units in the later stages, and we've also seen Teemo be used in those late game Kaisa compositions. So a couple of variations of Exalted that may work in our players' favor here.
You're forgetting to shout out the real homie of the Exalted trade here, Jax.
Yeah, Jax.
Maybe exalted status like gives him the real weapon, you know, like he becomes a deity, you know, and then like
he'll finally do instead of 4 damage, we've amped him up to a massive 5.
This isn't a build a bud lobby, Wheater. We have to put these dreams aside, at least for now.
We can build our own buds.
That's why I'm here with you guys, you know. But yeah, no. But the thing is, Gluteus here on a bit of a loss streak opener has a stationary support that will come through in a couple of rounds. And we saw in the last game like how powerful the stationary support can be. So it is one of the more all-around just super solid, super strong silver augments. We saw in the same game as well with Lelouch, like playing the tempo with this best friends 1, was unable to fully capitalize on that, but you can already see right now for Fifek, who was also in that game, has a very strong setup here with Last Whisper plus the Edge of Night.
Yeah, best friends making for a pretty intimidating looking lineup. As you can see across the board, our players, of course, after just a couple of rounds, starting to build out a little bit more. We're not seeing anybody leaping out as of yet. Blackza, with the early trip into Fated Animosity, as you guys mentioned before, you know, being able to see, okay, I've got the dry units from the early on, I've got those component anvils, I can get in some extremely good items from the start of the game.
I do, however, see a potential problem here. Blackza was pretty strongly angling towards that Dryad reroll, given that he has the Kindred 2 and has already slammed that Titan's Resolve. And you'll note on Animosity's board the exact same thing. So one of them is going to be pivoting out, and I suspect at this point it will be Blackza. That Titan's Resolve can be used on something like a Kane or a Lee Sin or even a Silas late game. So you've really got your pick of the litter at that point.
That was very close to being a literal mirror match right there. You know, like the Kindred 2 on both sides. Lacked a bit of aura here and there, but you know, that's just what's to be expected here. You can see Gluteus here really prioritizing the glove so much to the fact he's actually sacrificing gold value here by picking up a 1 cost, right? That kind of speaks volumes about how important items like the Last Whisper is right now in the game, i.e., for example, for some of those AD lines, and I think that's just a pretty interesting kind of thing to highlight.
Well, taking a quick look at where the HP totals are coming out of this carousel, Startup, of course, the reason he's able to pop through the very top of the scoreboard is thanks to picking up the tiniest Titans from early on. Doesn't have any kind of fortune in place as of yet, and you have got players like Electro and Darkest again. our two Turkish players in the lobby, currently both of them on win streaks.
Yeah, and
I feel like
Darkest
we're
got
good on Kindreds, guys. You can stop taking them. We've got like 7 or 8 already on boards at this point.
Yeah, but you know, like when you get the 1-2 freeze in there, you might as well just make use of the value it generates, right? We see here Electro with that silver spoon, which means that his level up breakpoints will be a little bit off at some point throughout the game, right? The 3-2 doesn't become a clean cut, but something like the 3-1 does instead. So if he's able to maintain a streak going in towards this PvE round here, as we do see Galteas putting up a pretty decent fight with that last Whisper Slam I was talking about as a consequence of the glove pickup, then he should be in a very good spot.
And Matt, we were discussing this before. Certainly we had Paddleball come across expressing his admiration, displeasure, acknowledgement of this Zoe 2 coming in very early on. We thought maybe we'd see a Fortune line coming out of it, but maybe we're actually in the line here for something on the Arcanist setup, because we've got something very good AP items right now.
Yeah, and this is also, for me, screaming the potential for vertical Story Weaver. We haven't seen it a whole lot recently, but for a time, the way to play the vertical was itemize for your Aurelia in the late game and use Zoe as a secondary carry. You wouldn't bring her 3-star in the more recent variations of the composition, but if you're starting with a Zoe and you've already got a Shojin, there's a whole lot worse you can do than just putting the two together.
Someone who's got something else special going on is Starlight here, has managed to actually find his way onto extremely early Exalted. Alone was the one, kind of capping out the 3 to get that online from the beginning, so hasn't actually put together a streak up until this point, but we know he's going to be ticking up in terms of getting that trickle of XP in for a while, and at least getting first blush in on as strong a comp as possible longer term.
I have a serious question for you, Matt, while we have some downtime.
Okay, I'm ready.
What do you think Styler's favorite Taylor Swift album would be?
I feel like he'd really love that Anti-Hero song. I feel like that's just the right level of edgy for him.
Yeah. And you already know right
now. Something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like Midnights, And also, Matt, you already know right now, and Peter as well, there's going to be someone in chat that's like, oh my god, all I hear about Taylor Swift is against my will. And I think it's kind of impressive, right? Like, she literally wrote an entire album about Twitch chat. No, that's the real Tortuous poet. I mean, the writing is the same level as a copy pasta, to be honest, right? So, like,
That wasn't what I was expecting this conversation to go, honestly. You're just going completely over my head, and then it went off the rails real fast.
Becoming a GTA streamer within the next week.
Uh-oh. All right, gentle friends, let's swiftly get back to the game itself. Fifek, we can see here, so we will be seeing it in a few minutes per second, along with Blackza. Managing to have a good amount of money in the bank. You mentioned, of course, Kindred seeing a lot of play here amongst our players as a way, just, as an item carrier. On the other side, though, Glateus has managed to find his way into Fortune after we were teased with a Zoe 2 before.
Yeah, going to be able to pick this one up for Glateus. He's been angling for this Fortune in contrast to Electro. Glateus has been angling for Fortune since the beginning of the game. We saw very early on that he was holding the Kabuko as well as the Teemo. Finally seems to have hit. So this has been his strategy since very early on. As we come into the second augment selection of the game, we're going to have gold augments.
Yeah, a bunch of all-around options here, right? I think that, like, Capricious Forge is always pretty solid. So is Divine Rolls, though.
We'll be little buddies.
Yeah, that's kind of like, what do you want? Do you want, the really good one, or do you want the other really good one? Do you want immediate combat power, or do you want the chance to hit your board much for free? And I think that Little Bodies is the more flexible one, because you can kind of lean away from having to hold on to heavenly units, right, so you don't get those extra rolls. But just the fact, like, Little Bodies, we've seen all throughout the day, there are so many incredibly high-value, low-cost units, like, for example, Severe and Teemo, if you go down the trickshot route, right? So the augment just fits perfectly well with what's going on.
Matt, I think this is as clear from Blackza as possible to say, I could have got into a fight over Dryad units, but instead I'm putting up the clearest sign of surrender, going to level 7, getting the late game augments in place, indicating that we will be able to see Animosity, hopefully, make an unfettered run through Dryad this game.
Yeah, absolutely the smartest choice there for Blackza. There's no way you win that contest with yourself intact. Like, you could absolutely fight for it, but you're down in units, and all you're going to do is hurt your own chances. So finding a way out of it, using those 2 stars as temporary item holders, the items are flexible enough to make it into the late game. Now we move over to Potterbull's board, looking for something AP. Probably just going to go for what we saw from him previously in that faded Syndra vertical.
Yeah, and finding a route like that generally speaking isn't like super contested, and it just gives you a lot more freedom, right? Because one of the big things about patches like this is also being able to say, you know what, I'm not going to contest the tier S. The tier S comes in the current situation, and just go towards something like those tier 2 compositions, like what Syndra Fade is at the moment. As we've been talking about, these 3-star forecasts are such a central piece of winning out at the moment in competitive play. So having easier access to a Syndra free compared to something like an Ash free is a huge boon as well.
And you know that's exactly what is needed. I believe from across our first 2 days of play, it was around 1/3 of games that were won by 3-star forecasts. So it's very much on everybody's mind going forward. Electro, though, the one who hit the Zoe 2 out of the gate, has not stopped rolling through this game, along with Darkus, his fellow player from Turkey, has been on a win streak up until this point. And I think it may well be that Electro will make it out unscathed, while Darkus' streak will end.
It's worth flagging here. A, that's exactly what happened. And B, the only people coming into that round with full streaks were Electro, Darkest, and Potterbull. So we have 3 people who have pretty heavily fortified economies coming into this round, which is in stark contrast with a couple of the games we've had today, where it's generally been like half successful streaks.
I love the way Potterbull was just like, you know, like I need a tier. Obviously, I'm not gonna take the Ash away from you guys, right? And just like man mocked it for a second, and then the second that the next round of people came out onto the character was like, JK, I'm gonna take it away, and it makes perfect sense for Potterbull's spot to pick that up as well here. Now we see Darkus' position. They are just chilling. They have 50 gold, free level 7 free 5. There's another encounter right around the corner as well, right? So if that's going to be that cast 6 encounter, for example, then you want to hold on to as much gold as possible.
We've seen how impactful that can be in a game overall to get that extra burst of XP in. I mean, as we were saying before, man, you know, Darkus was on that massive win streak, did take the L there to step back, but we can imagine the Darkest board will look very different longer term. For Electro, everything's still staying together. We'll actually go up against Darkest. At least this, if we see Electro win here, it won't be taking Darkest streak away.
Yeah, incredible positioning here to start it off with that Shroud here for Electro and getting so much healing. The Unified Resistance is really just stonks here for him, and we can see this Zoe is just going to clean up the rest of the board. She's been given so much time to get stacks for her ultimate. So we'll be the 9 streak coming in for Electro, and I personally would look a little happier than he does if I were in his position, but I guess confronted with the gravity of the situation, coming in, I believe, with only 7 points.
Yeah, so the thing about Unified Resistance, right, is that over the course of like for our Fortune 500 coming established last game, right, over the last couple of sets, it's kind of been like a minor thing that like goes onto like the balance sheet and the annual report. But at the like with the recent changes now, it's a key part of the annual report. Like it's an entire chapter in itself. That's how much in popularity it's risen. Okay.
Yeah, well, we've been working pretty damn well.
Not impressed.
It's all right. I kind of get where you're going with this one, but as we check in with Animosity, interesting setup here. So again, we've got these temporary support items in place. Those are the ones with the little blue highlight around them, so they're not here longer term. And we've got the long distance pals for our Dryads here. Of course, the board built completely around our Kindred and our Gnar, but they both get knocked up into the air instantly.
Potterbull sniper on that one just completely predicts the positioning. And he's going to be able to win this round off the back of it. I do want to highlight long distance pals with Gnar is particularly useful because he gets those bonus stats as the round continues. I believe long distance pals is not snapshotted. Wida, maybe you can correct me if it is, but assuming it's not, this is a very powerful combination.
It's one of the reasons why, historically speaking, it has always been very strong in compositions that enjoy utilizing something like the Titan's Resolve, right? Because you get that shared value over the course of the game here. Meanwhile, someone like Animosity, you know, he's sitting in a pretty good spot, right? He's 5 NARs, 60 gold still to work with, so he's not too far away from considering himself to be in a good spot in terms of hitting here. Blackza is another player that will be hitting, hopefully somewhat soon for his own sake. Went to level 8 here, sitting with 50 gold to work with on this roll down coming up shortly.
And when it's for Animosity, it's important that Blackza does hit relatively quickly because, as was noted earlier in the lobby, people are seemingly using the Kindred as an item carrier for the time being. This roll-line will hopefully free up some of those Kindreds to allow the 3-star to be possible. Early hit on the way, going down pretty low, and actually managed to hit some pretty decent units on the tail end.
Bit of a dizzying roll down, honestly, but looks like it is going to be the Heavenly Cane direction with that Lee Sin. So those items will be going to good use, holding on to that Hui, which you talked about last game, of just like the viability of picking up a Hui and just sacking the entire stage. But I don't know if Blackza has quite enough HP for that.
No, that's the thing, right? But again, he should be relatively stable considering he's on little bodies. He has his duo carries online as well here and can start working his way towards a potential Ornn 2 with this pair. So there's a ton of options right now. And even if he loses one more, he should still be in a pretty good spot. He's level 8, has that natural upper hand on the players that are still kind of holding on. Someone like Kuteus, who is not level 8, he's very low. He's full economy, still alive at level 7. Sometimes reading those arenas can be hard, you know? Because like in some arenas, you know, those little lights have things floating above them, and sometimes it's just the lights that indicate everything. But we are going to be going on to that last prismatic augment here, Accomplice. Pretty good augment, I would say, but Potterbolt disagrees with me.
Lucky Gloves would be an interesting pickup here. Has a free glove on bench, so that would give him 2 Thieves Gloves with optimized items. That will be what he opts for. Still hasn't really hit any units that he needs for this composition.
Well, we'll keep an eye on what ends up trickling through. So we've got the level 8s coming in across the board. Animosity, as we noted before, has been trying to build up for a while, but is still quite far away from those Gnar 3, the Kindred 3. Even if, you know, we've got the Baboon in place, which of course we know is extremely strong, and our items are good, we still really need those 3 stars.
Yeah, I was going to say that Baboom is the single strongest augment here for a Kindred-focused composition. Both Kindred and Syndra are probably the 2 biggest winners from that augment, getting that 75% bonus damage every other cast that lasts for a set amount of seconds instead of just casts is so strong for someone like Kindred, who's ulting very frequently.
You can see it already, even just at the 2-star version, it's cutting through the board, but I do have to wonder, you know, as we start to move into stage 4 in a serious way, our players start to really get their boards online, if Animosity has lost too much speed from having some of his units contested.
Now it is cash out time here for Stylet. Never mind, it's not cash out time.
Whoa!
He rolls a 6 though, right? Which means that this board has to hold him on for a long time here. Was probably hoping for a 2 or 3, much more easy to work with, but that is not going to be the case here, but the reward on the opposite side of the field here will be pretty big.
Quite fortunately, so he'll get a little bit of health back, which may be his saving grace in this position. But yeah, 6 rounds from now, I'm not too confident in this board full of almost entirely 1-stars is going to be doing too great in stage 4.
Kabuko being our primary tank is always a little tough to deal with, but you can see Zyra, even at 2-star, is doing a pretty good job of at least getting a couple of deletions in, and you know, it could easily be the difference here between Stylet cashing out successfully and not, just getting a couple more units off the board and a little bit less damage per round.
Wait and see for this carousel here. There could be some really big swingy options to be picked up here for our players here. Styler would probably like to see an Annie. You can kind of hold on to have easier access to that pair, but not going to be the case here. Silas and Kaiser, though, those are 2 premium forecasts for the players currently on those lines, but we do see a couple of upgraded Silas's already.
This is way 2 for Blackza. He needs this. And he gets it. He's going to have that Hui too. He was already cooking to try and make a Hui, and now he can pivot it to another unit.
I was so sure you were going to say this is going to be way too important for Blackza to miss. You're going to go down that route, Matt, there for a second?
I keep missing them. These are easy. These are teed up for me, and I keep missing them.
The thing about Wei is like it's one of the greatest names to like have have like things to work into, right? Because you have whey, you have the whey you can walk around, right? You have whey protein. You have so many things with whey to like make jokes about, right? That's absolutely.
Weeda pulling out his rap dictionary every time a new unit comes out.
Oh my gosh, the whey mines are open for business. Once we check around the board, we can confirm, yes, Blackza does get the 2-star whey online, itemized as well with the Morellos and the Ginsus. Everything else on the board, though, is a pretty standard-looking heavenly board. The Kayn, the Lee Sin, they're both up to 2 items so far. And as you said, we've got Blackza able to start printing units from this point forward, especially if he can keep on winning.
Yeah, and absolutely as well. Something else to keep in mind here in terms of Blackza's long-term potential in this game is that if he's able to stabilize, as we see fighting against Fife right now, who is on a ridiculous set of combat augments and is very strong, as said, everything he needs to like be a dominating factor at the moment. He has an extra duplicator on the bench, so in case he finds something naturally here, he can start working his way towards a 3-star at all cost. That is going to be the biggest thing to keep in mind here, but now we get to sacrifice something to Cho'Gath. Losing a shop slot forever, I always feel like is such a huge investment.
I will say, this is better for one player than all of the rest, and that's Blackza, because Hui, as slow as he is, can really make up for missing that final slot and just getting you the components, because he can just print you something. If you're failing to roll one specific unit, he can get you the rest of the way.
But if it's good for one player, it's bad for Animosity, who noted before has been really struggling all game to get the Dryads into place for 3-star versions. It's pretty much a copy pasta of what we could have had from before. So we actually see it in a case there. So either you give up on the extra components and make it harder to hit, or you take the components and pray that you've got better luck in the late game than you had in the early.
And this board is just evaporating against Blackza's board, who has been so stable. As you mentioned last round, Weeda, Fifek was kind of on a nuts board, but we can see that this board in and of itself is pretty stable.
Yeah, and also it's worth remembering here that he was still looking for that Lee Sin 2 in the previous fight, but now has it, and he immediately looks around the lobby and sees that there's a huge amount of Lee Sins in the mix. So you know what, I'm going to try printing the Kayn. That's going to be my more reliable hit this game. And as you can see here now, Ani2 on offer for Electro. Huge hit here to kind of turn around this loss streak he's built up over the last couple of rounds.
It's the Altruist Dragon Lord board. We did see a little bit of this turning up in our stats, and Matt, I think you were bringing it up before as a possibility, and we had the Wandering Trainers in place, but this is the board that was built from that immediate Zoe 2, no longer in place up to level 9. Electro is moving towards the end zone with 55 HP and a lot of gold still in the bank.
That's a gnarly shot right there, I will say. That's just...
I think he found it, guys. Maybe he should have gone for the one less slot at that rate.
No, but it was on the right, Matt, so he wouldn't have hit right because it's the rightmost slot that gets removed. You gotta see the vision here. And we can see Animosity. I will say though, did decide to go higher level, right? Didn't stay level 6, tried to match the lobby tempo that way around, and I think that is something that is very admirable about the way he approached this game. Meanwhile, Stylet 74 on that lucky tree right now, but we still gotta get there.
He's got to get some eliminations in this round, Matt, because otherwise it's going to be all for nothing. He's teed up for an amazing game, but this is an amazing loss. Electro just rolls through and demolishes him. He's out of there, and he will get no fortune today.
So frustrating if you're in that position, just needing one more and just not having the board strength to get. I think he only eliminated one unit, if that. So really unfortunate spot. And you're noticing on the right-hand side of your screen, Electro's gold rapidly decreasing because Stylet was contesting that vertical Story Weaver. So good time to roll for Electro as we see him hit that 2-star Azir. Hopefully, among other things, now that he's level 9.
Yeah, we see Potter Ball spotted here, still struggling to find that Syndra 2, but has just won a fight, and he still has 40 HP to work with. But he is down to just a 20 gold here, but he does have the Lissandra in the mix as well, does have that set in the front line alongside those two beefy copies of those behemoths here. So in a spot we've seen him play from before with that 3-star set, still need to find that 2-star Syndra, and everything will be alright in the world.
Yeah, the Lucky Bloods are really doing a lot for him here.
See, well, I mean, of course, we've also got the Orn printing items as well, which I think is going to make up for a little bit of the lack of items on the Syndra at the moment. The Thresh 3 is absolutely astonishing. Holds out such a long time. I think it's not going to quite be good enough here, but it'll keep Paderborn from dropping down further.
Another thing that's also worth noting here for Paderborn is the fact that he already has the remover on the bench, so doesn't have to scramble for a replacement copy of the Aria to do. See Animosity finally finding that last critical upgrade to his 2-cost seal with that Kindred 2 now being in the mix here, but still has to figure out the proper positioning for this long distance pals. It's one of those small mini games in TFT that you sometimes got to figure out correctly, because if you move one more unit to the right, all of a sudden it's on the wrong unit. But it's a strong board here on a free loss streak, has to turn it around.
Ooh, the Zephyr's not going to help him out, but there's a lot of synergy among this board the moment that Kindred starts casting. Gnar giving her ability power alongside that Archangel's. If he can just stay alive long enough, this board will work wonders, but it's like a 12 versus 1 against that poor Gnar, and it looks like Animosity will take quite a large loss. Not enough to knock him out of the game, but damn close.
Also very difficult when you get hit by that Lissandra lockdown on your singular big melee carry, right? Really just makes it difficult for the Gnar to put in any of the work that it needs to do here. We see meanwhile Paderborn's actual board here loses in a heads-up fight yet again, so needs to find that second final copy off that to get to the 2-star mark to even be able to find stabilization in this game.
I don't know what Animosity picks up here either. Like, I don't think there's an item or a unit that saves him. Can't go for the 6 Dryad, so the Azir isn't really doing much for you. I'm not sure Last Whisper is the solution either, but playing from a difficult spot.
I mean, for this point, yeah, Animosity just isn't having the game he was looking for here. He's most directly up against Blackza from Spain in terms of just trying to fight for that 6th place. If Animosity can survive one more round, then perhaps he shall get there, but we've got Blackza there. You know, he's got so much in the tank. We've got 2 big carries. The way to point out from much earlier on. It feels like Blackza is on the path to much bigger things in a battle for 6th.
We don't have to upgrade that Rakan.
That was a duplicate we were holding on to for a 3-star 4-cost win condition that is now gone completely to the wayside, no longer achievable at all, but it should be a huge upgrade, even though Rakan not quite at the power he was in the set.
Against Animosity, this is going to be a pretty simple matchup here for Blackza. Just needs to be able to take out those singular carries in the backline. Lee Sin doing so much damage in the front, just knocking things to and fro. Gnar getting targeted by both melee carries of Blackza, and down goes Kindred. Animosity follows a 7th place.
Gosh, I mean, we talked about before coming today. We've seen some great performances from the Dryad board. It just wasn't meant to be. I think in this game, you know, for me, the big decision there, so many other people deciding to just take away the Kindreds to use as item carriers. Ultimately, it did not work out. Paderborn now our lowest HP player with Blackza just above Gutes. The rest of them all on 20s and above. So top 5, now our conversation as the Syndra will finally be hit.
You can see the reaction on Paderborn's camera, right? That golf clap coming in. She shows up to the party. I would say she's showing up fashionably late, right? Like, it's at the point where she's still come in here, get a job done, but you would have liked to see her in the office at 10 a.m. and not at 12. You know, that's kind of like the vibes that she's giving right now.
Well, and Paderborn's in a really interesting spot here as well because of the lucky gloves. Ornn isn't really doing a whole lot for the team other than being a tank, which again, very, very useful and valid, but not getting the full like item benefit as he runs into potentially his last fight of the game.
Yeah, no, I take your meaning that if we have more space, we'd have more printable, useful items, but hey, at least the Syndra is up to full itemization. Lissandra will be able to cut through the units as well. It looks like Paderborn is going to win pretty comfortably on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, Blackza and the way to get ejected forcibly from the game. What a high roll to end out there.
I really expected it to go a little bit better for Blackza there. Like, that board looked pretty reasonably strong, but I guess just missing that high-end cap that it would have taken.
All right, round the board again. We have... Please, talk to us about Gutes.
Yeah, you know, like Glatea's obviously a very nice person. Met him in real life. Also has
what I was looking for.
No, but like he has found stability on this board, and as you guys have been talking about as well, the Teemo 2 here kind of being a secondary item holder for the AP setup. Meanwhile, the Sire has just gotten access to that Thieves Gloves instead. And sometimes you roll Morello plus Warmock's armor on your AD carry, and then sometimes you hit the nuts when you don't have the lucky gloves that Patabol has access to.
I really like as well having this cybernetic bulk at Prismatic here to prop up the front line. Got a lot of time for all of these trick shots to get the job done, and we'll see how he does up here. Let's see, his opponent looks to be Fipek, who is on the loss streak right now, or Darkest on the win streak. Maybe we'll start to see elimination in this round. Patabol on the elimination station does not get a good Zephyr.
Not able to stop it entirely, but that Syndra going to be able to fire in of the backline. And the same thing going on for Darkest board. You see that Ashe trying to fire away, luckily able to target Syndra in the backline eventually, but just not getting there. Has to chew through this Thresh. He finally falls. Ashe starts to move towards the Syndra, but she gets off one more ultimate. Stunned out before she can get a third one off. She's taken down, and Patabol, teacup to the face, gets knocked out in 5th.
And despite another loss, Glateas does secure himself a spot into the top 4, and now the roll down commences, trying to figure out if there's any upgrades to his board that he would like to find here. But that has been freed up by the other players. And Udyr 2 could be a nice one. That's an upgrade at least, but again, you need to figure out how do you put this in. You know, Udyr 2, he's very good. You know, he is incredibly good, but again, it's not the super solid one, because the 2-star he would have liked to see here, or even the chase down of the 3-star of the Kai'Sa, but no upgrade on the side either, but the Udyr 2 now makes way for the front line.
Well, Darkest took out Patabol in the previous round, is now looking for the next person to knock out of the lobby. We have the good crowd control to keep away some of the trick shot damage for longer into the fight. We see the Ashe scaling up as well. It's so powerful. Unfortunately, Udyr has been kind of removed from being the major tank he could have otherwise been with all those items, and that means that Glateas just gets walked over. We're down to our top 3, maybe even top 2 if it goes against Electro.
Lissandra's gross. I feel like we haven't talked about her much over the course of the weekend, like as the utility carry that she is so often, but we can see with Darkest board, as you were calling out during the fight, Peter, just completely neutralized the carries there for Glateas. Like, yes, really cool that you've got that 2-star Udyr, dude. Shame it's not going to get to do anything other than be stunned for the entire fight.
Yeah, we can see here now, Fifek, he's making use of this best friend setup we've been talking about here, but again, it does mean that you have to be very clear and very convinced about how you're going to be able to move around your setup here. But I also want to highlight the fact that we have Darkest and Electro in top 2 yet again here. The Turkish approach for this GSC keeps on going here. Like, they're just making a great case for themselves as a very strong region we need to keep an eye out for.
No, you took the words out of my mouth there, Wheater. I think it's been a fantastic tournament so far for players from Turkey. I mean, with boards like this, you can expect big things, and I think it may well be the tail end. The Zephyr does buy a little bit of time. Electro, I think, just stays alive, yes, but barely.
Give him one more item to try and make his way through this one. His board is incredibly strong, but I think, again, if he runs into Darkest, who seems to be champion apparent to the lobby, because they have established an incredible composition. Oh, picking up the porcelain emblem as well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It may be over for everyone else, guys.
Let's see that emblem being slotted into place. We already have 4 porcelain. We have got a Lux. He's not doing a tremendous amount. You could just... I suppose the only thing we've got here, Matt, is what you mentioned before. We've got not that many slots to be able to fit anything else onto the board.
Oh, I'm picking up Darkest. I really like this change in the board. The only time I will say that about adding a Jax, because now that you're level 10, that Exalted is going to do so much for you. 5 Exalted. This is a ludicrous amount of bonus damage.
The Darkest will be fighting on the right-hand side. We can see, you know, the Exalted 5, as you mentioned, just going to be a ridiculous amount of damage. You need to get the burst in before the scaling up really happens. Just about make out the Azir in the top right-hand corner for his opponent. We'll be able to spend a decent amount of time scaling in the round, but Ash just by herself walks in and deletes everything. She is a monster, especially as buffed up as she is, as I believe that may well have been 5x. No, it was the end of the game. You were right, Matt. Darkest destroys everyone.
Beautiful finish there from Darkest, that porcelain composition. You know, we talked about how strong Ash was, and for most of the weekend, nobody got to play her. So once you see Darkest going that vertical porcelain with that itemized Lysandra, you can see just how strong that composition can be, even against Electro's incredibly capped late game board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great, just another great expression of skill from Darkest and really showcasing their ability to play these really capped out late game boards that they made a name for themselves with all the way back in that Dragonlance with those Guardians and Dragons, right? So again, it's a very classic comfort zone for someone like Darkest, and so far it's been paying off.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing to see a player returning to the form you know that they are capable of. During the break, we'll be hearing from Havali. When, of course, we come back from that break, we'll have our analysts breaking down the last game, and of course looking forward to the rest of the day to come. So stay tuned, GSC1 will return in just a few minutes time.
Hi, I am Havali, a 20 years old Turkish player. I play TFT since set 4. Yeah, that's me. I think this set has a good design, but encounter mechanic is more fun but less competitive right now. I think strongest TRC right now is absolutely France. After that, I think comes Germany. Before the tournament starts, in general I walk on the grass for calm down, and I came home and played. Set 8 was my best performance, I think, in GSCs. It is flex meta, like for 5 cost carries comps, and same like this meta, so I will be success probably in this GSCs also. My first goal is make success on Rising Legends Finals. After that, the next part is gonna be worse, but first of all, I need to make success on Rising Legends. I think ladder qualification is better because you need to more consistent in every patch, and that makes you better player, I guess. Shout out to my mom, he's supporting me always, and shout out to my friends in TFT. They are also had to improve myself. So yeah.
Welcome back to the analyst desk after a game that was pretty crazy, but it always comes back to one thing for me, and that is going to be the Exalted this game, David. Once again, we had Ash in there. Once again, we had Trash in there and Alun, and many players seeing this and saying, yeah, that's where we're headed. Darkest and Potable having similar ideas here. If you're looking at the comms, you can see that both of them were thinking about kind of the Fated being played in. But I think Darkest's idea is just a little bit stronger, capping out on the Ash rather than the Syndra. Of course, if Potable had been able to find that Syndra 3, there would have been a much bigger fighting chance, but that didn't come to happen.
Not just the Ash, but the Lissandra too as well. We saw those last few fights, just how impactful she is with these kind of carry itemization setup as well. I think Lissandra, even without items, does a whole lot. But when she has the items, she's just one-shotting anyone she's potting. And it just seems, so impossible to fight against if you have melee carries especially. Two of those players with melee carries, Blackza and Fifek, playing the Heavenly Cane line. Second for Fifek and 6 for Blackza, and there's a key distinction between their augments that maybe it helps us understand why the disparity in their placements. For Fifek, 3 combat power augments, making these heavenly units, or the bruiser units rather, so effective at clearing out enemy boards in stage 5 especially. Whereas Blackza, I think, fell into a bit of a bait. The Hui 2, I don't think it really synergizes that well with a Heavenly comp. There isn't really single target. The fights are not long enough for Hui to do his thing. Overall, I think Blackza at some point should have sold out of the Hui, which I know hurts. It's a 2-star 5 cost, but I think it would have been the correct play. And also playing around the Soraka Rakan version of this Heavenly comp with little buddies, I think is not optimal as well, because you have a 3 cost and you're not getting any bonus. I think there's other more Sage heavy lines with this combination that works a tiny bit better. So overall, some optimizations for Blackza, a player who has played a lot of Heavenly Cane. So I'm surprised that maybe this was the final board he ended up on in this game.
I do kind of want to give an honorable mention out to Animosity, because I think it was you, David, saying earlier that kind of with how good Gnar is, we do expect every lobby to have at least one Gnar player come on through, and Animosity for this game was that, but the spot wasn't really that great. Not being able to find those 3 stars for all of stage 4, really, then the Cho'Gath encounter comes by, everybody else gets extra anvils, extra item power, and for Animosity, that option wasn't really viable. Finds instead the Gnar 3 right after, but the rest of the lobby was already so ahead in power level that it was too little too late, unfortunately. Goes out in 7th year despite Baboom being such a strong prismatic for the Gnar.
Yeah, I think the spot was great, just the rolls were not. Mortog not really in favor of Animosity in this game, because I think the augment selection was great. LDP, Baboom, these are win-out augments. The 7th place, considering he's uncontested, considering the augment selection, is surprising and confusing and disappointing. But I think a lot of that comes down to hitting the Gnar 3 on 5-1. When we've seen players hitting Gnar 3, as early as late stage 3 in some of the games this weekend.
Well, we are going to be seeing what players have hit in their standings as we are moving over to those. We're going to be checking out what's going on. We will see a cutoff happening after the next game. Just as a reminder, we're going to be going down to our top 16. So anybody that you're now looking at, they need to find those wins to crawl their way into the top 16. And of course, anybody on the other slide still needs to have a solid performance to stay in those top 16. And I would say it's looking pretty close, with only Shurikane and Darkest just dominating this day.
Getting very, very far away from the rest of the competition. Players like Double 61, though, who had a great day 1, continue to have consistent results in this day number 3. And with 7 games, there's that extra little bit of room to catch up to these 30-point players and maybe close the gap in the next 3 games.
We're going to be seeing whether or not that is going to happen in our next game. We only have a quick break coming up, and then we'll be right back with the action here at the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. Stay tuned.
welcome back. We are here with game number 5 of the final day of the first Golden Spatula Cup. My name is Iberio, joined here by the lovely Makes and Impetuous Panda, my 2 best buddies. How we doing? We got 3 games left today. I can count, I swear.
Yeah, me too. Most of the time anyhow. And we have 8 players in our next lobby. You're looking at them right now. Of course, we are going to be expecting a cutoff that can vary, but we're thinking 20 to 23 points are needed. So double 61, pretty much safe. Anybody else still needs to rack up a point. Seolanash sitting pretty comfortably there. And then at the bottom, Gobo needs a top 1 finish and lucky tiebreaker. So wide range in this lobby.
For Gobo and Roki, really just all about getting qualifier points at this point. They can't really mathematically still be ahead of that top 16 cutoff for the most part, coming into the last 2 games after this one. One more thing to keep note of is the last hope for a few countries in this GSC. Glimpse for Sweden, Patik for the Czech Republic, with Skipe as being one of the big misses in this weekend. They have all the hopes of their country on their shoulders coming into this pivotal game number 5.
Oh, I was thinking Roki would do it. I saw him running around those portals thinking, maybe we're going to get into a Scuttle Puddle game. But no one wants to. Can I just say how much I love this little legend? I think it's so cute.
It's just a little guy. He's just a little fella.
Yes!
Listen, Iberia,
a little guy.
you can call every little legend in the game a little fella. I want you to be a bit more detailed.
That's why they're great. They're little creatures. They're so cute.
Handun for the win. Gobo knows what's up. But, of course, we have yet another game where we know there's at least one prismatic augment coming around. So players will be ready for a little bit of variance.
I love this orb. Just kind of a throwback of the other patches that we've had in this set. You know, Bard from the very first patch, Yone in the second big patch. In this patch, they're going to be immediately sold for better units, unfortunately.
Really haunted by the ghosts of meta past is Gobastur's bench. Okay, he's got a Rek'Sai too. That exists. I am curious though. Panda, what are your thoughts on the prismatic first? Because this is not the first game that our players have opted for what I would consider a high variance portal, which generally in the past they've kind of shied away from.
Yeah, it's going to be quite impactful. Obviously, there's the biggest variance between the best prismatics and the worst prismatics, just because of how impactful prismatics are overall. It's just, you know, there's just more space to hit or miss when it comes to the really impactful stuff. Birthday Present is an interesting one I think we saw a lot of in this set, but Boom is another one. And we saw there was that Rek'Sai too. There are items for Gnar. This could be an angle where Patik tries and follow down in Animosity's shoes, or maybe just playing for the Fortune Star instead.
Rolls it away because he sees that somebody else also has that spot with Lakoko already having a Gnar on the board. I think you're just going to be too wary to go down that path. But of course, stuff like Starter Kit could be very interesting coming through from Gobo at the top there. And we're also seeing a Wandering Trainer on Lakoko that should be interesting to check out whether or not the traits giveth or the traits taketh.
Actually, a pretty decent setup here for Roki as well with that stationary support.
Wait,
really
pretty decent. This is Darius 2 we're talking about. Hello, this is a clear 5 to 10 win streak already for Roki on his comfort comp. He loves playing the Heavenly line. Really, most Spanish players do coming into this tournament.
Are you including yourself in that?
I am, very much I am.
I know you do. Yeah, but checking out this Wandering Trainer here, I already called it out just now. We're having the Snipers, we're having Invoker as well as Behemoth. I think you can work with this, just knowing that Ashe is pretty good, should be favorable. Also, the Exalted is coming in at the bottom there. And I think this one with Lysandra is always going to be something players are thinking about, although the other units are a little bit weirder to fit in.
We saw all of these units on... was it Patik's bench earlier? No, it was Gobo's bench. So he accidentally sold away Exalted in like different turns though. So we're gonna see. Oh, all right. We've got an Ornn at 2-1. I'm not sure how I feel about the starter kit. It seems like he got an Ornn and a Rek'Sai, which is not what I would be hoping for.
I think it's fairly strong. The only problem is the fact that there isn't really DPS right now, so you might be just kind of attrition fights where you're stalling out. I guess Riven is your best case of DPS in this case, so hopefully finding more of a balance between backline and frontline with an early Ornn that can print so many items with given enough time in these kind of slower stage 2 fights, I think could be pretty impactful.
Yeah, I mean, it's, after all, still a forecast that you have in stage 2. It's a tank, which is even greater, so you are going to be able to just have a lot going for you, but Google finds more and more of the Dryad comp. Could be going down that path.
I'm curious. Like, it's looking very likely at this point. Already has that Nara. Of course, you already have the Ornn as well, so you just need to find a Kindred. And Lakoko is holding a Kindred, but these are very atypical Kindred items, so I would expect them to go on to either that Aphelios or an Ashe later on, so I wouldn't consider this a straight contest of that Dryad comp.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that that we need to fear 2 players going for the Dryads, just looking at what kind of boards we have going on right now. I'm also a little bit relieved we didn't touch on it too much, that with the first augment being a prismatic, we're not seeing any trash to treasure. This augment to me is just so strong, especially when it comes around as first, and so not having that in play is definitely something that will take out some of the later danger for most of these players. Although I do think there's some potential, especially for players like Double, who picked up that shopping spray. We saw how that one could work out, and we're also seeing a fight just drag on forever.
Man, I was getting smurfed on. My God.
I love stage 2 Kindreds because it's the tanks are just like, hey, get back here. Hey, get back here for like 25 seconds.
Morgana, stage 2-4.
I see.
A very high-level game of competitive TFT awaiting us with a bit of a high variance encounter here, completely switching the flips, the switches, the everything when it comes to
completely switching the flipping the switch. We're having it going.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, no?
Hold on though.
Sounded cool.
I know I've seen at least 2 players who are rocking a Rage Blade and a BF sword, and you're telling me that Ashe is the only thing that wasn't picked up on that carousel?
This
is a bizarro TFT game.
So there is one player, Zul, that's on the Faded Emblem, which I think is going to indicate playing more for the Syndra, and also indicating to Lakoko, hey, Faded, I'm playing down this line. We talked about it with Cuban in the first day, the winner's interview, and he mentioned at this level of play, players can very quickly see, hey, this guy has a better spot for this comp. I'm going to respect it. No point in contesting and going 7th or 8th.
Yeah, and I mean, you're mentioning it. Seoul and Asha on the Fated Crown picks up the Syndra from the forecast carousel, as well as a rod on her. That's like the most best in slot option you could have gotten from this Morgana encounter. Just everything you wish for and more. Definitely in a great spot to run down that Fated line.
And Roki continuing to go for the Roki Classic with this early game strength. We already saw that the Void Spawn plus the Aegis, or a Locket rather, is going to do a ton for that frontline survivability. Having a Kayn on top of it, with the Reaper enabled, probably going to do pretty well for him.
Gonna have to hope for a BF sword on this Krug round, hoping to get a BT potentially onto this Darius, which then later on will of course move on to the Kayn. And especially with the D0 portal here off of the stationary support, you definitely want to go into Heavenly to get the extra buffs, the team-wide buffs onto the ZZ Rot as well. And Locket just overall great with duelists, but great with any melee comp that wants to kind of stall out for those very first seconds of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting your Kayn or even your Sylas, if that's what you're running, into the fight with the extra shield, you're going to be very happy about this one. But as we are moving into Krugs, we're going to be checking in with our streakers. Patik just now getting that 5-loss streak going, and Roki still on the 5-win streak. So both of them are going to be able to make some money here. Roki on 20, a little bit less than what I would have expected.
I'm amused by Patik's spot because he's like, oh no. Can I beat Krugs with this board? Having to buy out a couple of units just to make sure, as we see Double also rocking the Fortune. And this is why I was surprised we didn't see an Ashe picked up. both Double and I believe it was Lelouch, might have been Lococo, have a Rage Blade plus a BF sword.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure if maybe that's just saying, okay, those melee types, the tanks, they're a little bit stronger in the early game because Ash relies on so many items to actually ramp up and be good. Maybe it's also part of, you know, that Rage Blade being good on many other carries in the early and mid game and them relying on just finding her later. Definitely an interesting point to maybe ask our analyst desk later.
And we'll
Here's
see
Sewell's board.
what Double wants to move into with the shopping spree as well with the Rage Blade slammed. I'm very curious. Has the early Silas, but again, not really the items for Silas just yet, or really the makings of that Sage comp. For Zul though, early Ash, IE, Rage Blade, Faded Emblem, Syndra. What more can you ask for?
I have an idea. Maybe for a light, you know, it's looking pretty darn dark for Seoul's camera.
Listen.
Not good for your ice, buddy.
Zil was at Leipzig, so I think he's now maybe trying to adapt for the next LAN event and just playing in the dark every tournament. I think this is really good big picture mentality.
I love it.
Alternatively, doing a Batman cosplay, fighting from the shadows. So we see Double is going to invest in that gunblade, ultimately.
Augments come through. This time around is going to be golden augments. So we know not prismatic, but could still be some interesting ones. Lelouch nearly insta-picking that heavenly crest there on the right-hand side. You're seeing all of the options that you have. And for Patik, it's going to be a very quick click on the 2 healthy as well.
You have to assume he will be trying to angle towards Kai'Sa later on to the game. Has the last switch already slammed, 2 healthy. An easy fit for Kai'Sa. You have the kind of a natural fit with Riven, Aatrox, and Teemo, which is just a lot of great extra health. Wow. And of course, if the caster mentions it, the unit will appear. Kai'Sa comes in from one of the fortune cash outs. Only, oh, okay.
Found it! Was that just 3 Kaisas? He didn't have a duplicator, did he?
The moment you said this makes I'm like, sorry, it's only me that has this power, and then another Kai'Sa appeared. I'm like, okay, never mind. I'll stop talking. Oh my goodness.
All right. Well, that's one way to get an early game lead.
Does this game count with the stage 2 carousel and then this? Does it? Can we just start again?
Pause. There's more dog interference.
So unfazed. Patik is just like, yep, just another Sunday.
I would like to get like 3 or 4 different sound bites from moments in this game from Lelouch's stream. I just want to hear his thoughts on the different occurrences, the different happenings.
I can relay his thoughts to you, but not on broadcast. I'm pretty sure I know what he's saying.
You have to go through like 7 profanity filters if you want to have it on broadcast.
We are having all of our augments now, and there is going to be yet another encounter coming through. Teemo here. I think I saw Mortok post a stat on Twitter the other day saying that most of the players actually get this one right, like 80% of the time. So we'll see. We'll see what our players think.
That makes me feel stupid. I get it wrong a lot.
By the way, an opportunity here to give some players a tip, and I think it's going to be valuable because I didn't learn this till quite late into the set, all things considered. With a pick like this for an encounter, you can click on the little, pink swirly thing in the top left on a different player's board and see what they picked as well for all these different choice encounters, which is a big deal when it comes to trying to min-max and get all these little details, especially maybe not so much with this encounter, but with other ones in the future.
I didn't know that. I feel really
I said it would be valuable. I learned very late in the sets for how much I'm searching for the hidden tech every single day.
Looks like both players probably gonna be happy with this one. I can't imagine Lococo was like, I'm gonna lose, and then fully itemizing the Kindred.
I don't know. He's definitely gonna win here for sure. Bobo is gonna take a loss, has been flip-flopping a little bit here, and Roki just building out that win streak, but we're gonna get yet another round of 4 costs here on the carousel. I assume the Silas and the Syndra are going to be high priority pickups here for players, as Patik wants that Silas.
I love Zul the moment the carousel loaded in, the Syndra was passing right in front of him, and he posture check walked up to the gate, and he's like, oh wait, I'm last pick, this is not gonna arrive for me. But he was like, huh? He woke up basically.
Sometimes, you know, you're sitting in that little circle and you're like, I want this, and you start clicking just out of muscle memory, really. So I get it. I get it.
Just lose all your fights the first 2 stages, and you no longer have that problem.
Yes, unfortunately, I most of the time then also lose the game, so I will not be following this tip, David. Thank you very
You know
much.
what we call that, Makes? We call that a
Skill
player
issue?
diff.
I was also going to go for skill issue mix.
Thank you.
So I'm glad we were on the same page on that one.
Well, I have something positive to report. We're seeing a 3-star on the NAR players board. Only issue is it's neither NAR
add an asterisk
nor
there, mate.
Kindred. Yes.
Unfortunately, neither of the 3 stars that are actually useful. But hey, look at Rek'Sai go.
Don't you do Rek'Sai like that. My girl is heavy lifting.
She's doing it to herself. Are you watching this fight? She's just kind of sitting here.
Hey,
God bless her.
Rek'Sai just tanked like 7 Ashels. What are you
Right?
Please,
Like,
some respect on this
still
unit.
alive. So the rest of the team that's not doing their part, Rek'Sai was standing until the
fair.
end.
I'll see that.
All right, Ash encounter.
It is really helpful for players to know exactly when they will be losing to Zeul and Roki in the next few fights, considering the forecast they were able to pick up very early on into the game. Oh, can we add yeah, I guess we can add Fatigue into the mix as well with the Kaisa too.
Right, yeah. Just finding that from the fortune. He didn't even have to go that low, I think, is the big part for me. Being able to retain so much HP and then have such a great cash out of the fortune is definitely something you're going to be so happy about. And then he also has that too healthy. You were mentioning it earlier. Finds the Silas based on priority in the carousel. That's a scary board that you're looking at. And I think even players like Seoul and Roki, if they have Patik in their, well, Ash notification, they're probably not going to be too happy about that.
Don't worry, guys. Rek'Sai's got this.
I love the Ash notification as if like you're getting like a ding. Oh, you're facing Roki. Sorry, that's a loss.
I was thinking about how to say it. You know, I still meet people that like have been playing TFT for a very long time that don't realize that the game tells you who's in your match pool, or even if you have the Ash encounter, tells you who your next matchup is. It's a thing.
I think, and Mort Dog, I hope you're listening. I think that if you know you're going to go up against the 100 streak player, instead of telling you that you are, it should just flash a giant L on your screen.
Yeah. Next round is guaranteed loss, and then just Mortok with a thumbs up.
Heavy roll down here from Roki on the Heavenly board. Despite having a 10 win streak, knows he's contested on the comp, levels to 8 on the PvE round, and rolls fairly heavily here, trying to find these units early into the pool, knowing that, hey, if I continue winning, it is worth losing interest gold. It is worth going down to 10, going down to 20, because I'm getting the win streak gold regardless.
Absolutely right. We're also seeing a roll down here from Gobo, trying to secure that Gnar, trying to secure that Kindred. But thus far, the shops are not really giving what we're looking for. One Kindred finally shows up here, slowly but surely making way. But a lot of gold already spent. He's going to be needing to sit a little bit more out. Roki,
Jesus,
still rolling a little bit, but making back up to 30. A lot of upgrades all across the lower lobby.
Guys, it was a single Kindred one. I don't think it's looking great for Gobo.
He's rolling on 7 as well, so just slightly worse odds for finding those 2-cost units as well. Looking at double side though, has found the Ash, has a Rage Blade, has a Gunblade slammed already, but already being targeted by, it's just a Yone, not a Kayn, so we see the fights definitely going in Double's favor and not Lelouch's, but Double at 41 HP, the lowest player in the HP standings, has to find a way to stabilize throughout this entire stage 4.
Can we quickly ask what Lelouch is actually doing? Like every time his player cam comes up, he's like in the weirdest position, just playing like on his side with one arm stretched out, feet up in the air. Is this what high competitive TFT gameplay skill looks like?
I support him. I support him in his weird posture. I'm the same way. I'm glad we're not on cameras anymore because I just randomly just sit back. And
Roki just making sure the numbers, crunching the numbers, making sure his thoughts are correct in terms of what pivotal augment he's picking in Game 5 of Day 3 of GSC number 1 in Inkborn Fables.
Tactics.tools/stats/augments.
And he's like, yeah, I'll take Tiny but Deadly for my melee bruiser comp. That does make sense.
That
Thank you,
does
stats.
track. Also tracks Gobuster finding that Dryad crown, and Seul, who's on that Syndra, finding Baboom. Also a pretty good pickup there.
I think Seul comes out of this one ahead relative to everyone else. I think that's just perfect for his composition. He's got the faded crest already, so really strong composition coming out from him. Meanwhile, Roki seems like he'll still be continuing that win streak as that Kayn finally lands on that Azir in the backline. Why am I forgetting names of things?
It's okay. It's a long day. We still have a couple of games to go, Matt. We're in this together. And if you're frightened by a Kayn 2 with full items on 4-2 with Tiny but Deadly, I understand.
And this is okay. Now we're
Wave.
understanding why maybe Gobo was fine moving up into level 7 to roll, using the Hui as a way to print these last few copies of the Gnar, of the Kindred. Well, the Kindred maybe not so much, more the Gnar.
What is he cooking? Selling off the Kindred, popping off the items.
He just knows he's too far away, so he's not really going to go for Kindred 3. I think it's completely fine with the Dryad reroll. If you're too far from either the Gnar or the Kindred, you just push levels, forget about it, and then move the Kindred items to the Azir, for example.
Gotcha.
That was the duplicator as well. Yeah, a lot committed from Gobo here. 40 gold. We have the duplicator. We have the Kindred remade. And slammed that Aurelio back onto her. Yeah, I'm not loving this. I don't know how you guys feel about it. I think it's meeting a similar fate to what we've been seeing from the other Gnar boards, where the units just don't come online quick enough, and then despite the augments being decent, something like Starter Kit doesn't give you the board strength that you need to deal with all of these forecasts that specifically in this game have been appearing from the very start.
I think for Gobo is also as well a bit of a bait from the game itself in terms of getting that Gnar 2, stage 2, getting the Ornn from Starter Kit. You think, oh, you know, it's impossible to not play for Gnar reroll here. I have an early Ornn, you know, everything is setting up in this direction, but you don't really want Starter Kit for Gnar. It's just the Prismatic Augment is basically dead in terms of what the combo is trying to do. You don't need Ornn early in terms of it's not going to be that impactful to you win streaking as often if you don't have items for the Gnar, for example, or the Kindred 2 in the first place. So all in all, I think he was a bit tricked into going down this line and just hasn't been able to find the success.
Speaking of finding success, Likoko brings yet another forecast online here. And at the same time, we're seeing Seul hit 2 of them, Ashe and Syndra. With how many players are angling Ashe, I would say this is a huge pickup for Seul, finding her now and upgrading her. She was left on the carousel earlier on, Matt. I know you feel strongly about this, but now we're starting to look for her.
There's a lot of multi-way contests going on in this game, and a weird amount of people are coming out fine. Like, there's a lot of people who have hit their 2-star carries despite being contested. Seul, of course, being the most recent of them, as we're going to see this Syndra just start chewing through that front line as she finally takes down the last frontline unit. And unfortunately, Kai'Sa 1 just not going to cut it at the end of stage 4.
And Zill's only going to get stronger as we move into the late game, considering he still has a 2-item Ashe and a 1-item Syndra. And especially with Baboom, Syndra with 3 items will be an absolute menace going into the stage 5 and maybe even stage 6.
Talk a little bit about Glimpse, because we did see his board just now. And I think an issue that I'm seeing for Glimpse is that he's kind of double contested on the Kai'Sa. Not really finding what he's looking for. So still on the Kai'Sa 1, we know that somebody else has somewhat natural, the Kai'Sa 2 very early on. So some copies already out of the pool, or a little bit with the back against the wall of your Glimpse. And Gobo down to 4 HP. This could be the knockout.
Right, here we go. Still no healing item there. Running up against Rokiwarrior, who has just taken his first loss of the game. Kindred going to be doing her level best to get some damage down. Rek'Sai gets a 5-person knockup. All right, I'll stop trash talking her for just a second. Nara going to be able to get some healing. Rolls the Hodge from the Ornn. This is the best round Gobo has had this entire game. It's the 1v1, the Kayn versus the Nara. Kayn takes a W, and Kindred just can't hop away fast enough. Maybe a tier gives her another ultimate. One more ult, not enough.
No. I was gonna say, Gobo's so fine. Close. Morgana sucks. I've never seen her win a 1v1 in my entire time playing heavily this set, but unfortunately, that's the end of the road for Gobo. My goodness.
I was thinking the same thing, David. In the middle of that call, I was just like, oh, there's no way he dies, right? Oh no. Oh no, Morgana's actually doing something for the first time in her life.
That was a rough one, being so close to at least taking one win, saving you into Raptors. Gobo could have had another chance here, but it's not going to be that way. Checking in with Glimsto, I was just talking about that board, now also on his last life. We're starting to lose players, 5-1, left, right, and center. Checking with Pitik, rolling down here a little bit on 9, trying to find those very important upgrades.
Udyr pair, Lissandra as well. The tattoo is not really one of the best at all. I think even one of the worst. So could even consider, if you find the Lissandra 2 or just a better legendary, to not play the Udyr in the first place, because it's not really that impactful. But if he finds the Udyr 2, of course, it will be a viable way to cap out this board.
Checking in with Glimpse, going up against Pitik. We know Pitik just upgraded, but so did Glimpse. Did find that Kai'Sa too. It's Kai'Sa against Kai'Sa. Who has the better front line? And the enemy Kai'Sa on Pitik's board just exploded back there.
AoE doing so much in this fight as Glimpse gets one more ultimate off. That Udyr lasting worryingly long, but it's all going to turn out fine as that Galio continues to tank the front line. And Glimpse survives for yet another round, and Pitik down to 12 HP.
A lot of this comes down to the caretakers chosen. The Radiant item coming in on the level 8 means that, hey, yes, you don't get the immediate power from the Prismatic Augment right away on 2-1. You kind of slowly get this drip feed of power as you scale into the late game, which is why we're seeing Glimpse lose so much HP, but now look relatively strong, beating out Pitik.
Of course, for Pitik also, we have the Accomplice, so it could always be a little bit round-based what his board strength looks like. This time around, we have the Solari going as well as the Gem, and going up against Roki, right-hand side. That could be a tough matchup coming through. The left-hand side, it's going to be Lakoko, I believe, on the other side, with the Wandering Trainer. So both of these players trying to stay in here, trying to survive into that next round. Kai'Sa left-hand side is going to barely lose this one as Glimpse gets knocked out. Pitik is able to hang in there.
And after that first ult, the Kai'Sa targeted back onto the Kayn. The Kayn did not have Edge of Night, so this is where that itemization is at kind of a little bit problematic for the Heavenly player. It was an easy cleanup after that second ult.
Pitik out of gas here on this Kai'Sa composition, still stuck on that Udyr 1. So we move over to Lakoko, also out of gas, contested by Double 61, by the way, for those at home. I'm not sure if Double has even hit that Ashe 2 yet. No, he hasn't. So Double in a really rough spot.
I just quickly want to mention that the only two players that are currently in a good spot in terms of economy are Roki, who's been streaking for forever, it feels like, and Lelouch, who is playing unconventionally, at least in terms of sitting positions, so maybe there's some new tech on the horizon that we need to pick up. For now, it's going to be Double 61 going up against Roki, the lobby leader. We talked to him earlier today, was saying that the Spanish region has been growing, has been getting better at preparing together, and it seems to be showing.
And for Lelouch, reminder, Lelouch was on 8th place coming into stage 4. He lost that one fight in 4-1 when he was still carrying a Yone, then immediately had a huge roll down, hit the King 2, and then was completely stable until this very last fight. Might be enough for a top 4 though.
Double, I think, in a much more dire spot, has leveled up to 9 to try and find something to cap out that board. Was not able to, and Roki, admirably continuing the strategy we saw him win day number 2, game number 1 with. Just having that huge HP barrier coming into the later stages. Lelouch, webcam, I think, bugged out. It's now an animated cat gif.
Okay.
I'm not complaining.
Wukong 2 is
double,
really
though.
big here.
Yeah, big pickup for Lelouch, but also big pickup for Double, because Double was able to find the Lilia too early on, and now of the carousel was able to finally pick up a Lilia item to make her a little bit more useful. She's necessarily not the greatest for cost, but still running that Ash 1, you need something to help you with putting that damage out. So that's the chance for Double to turn it around. But we're going to be looking at Lelouch going up against the board here, trying to stay in this tournament. It's Rokiwarrior on the other side, not worrying about anything. But it seems like this time around, at least, the fully itemized Morgana is doing her job.
And the Wukong 2, I think, more than anything, massive upgrade for Lelouch, I think definitely swings this fight in his favor. One more mention with the last carousel, we also saw Zeul pick up the Shojin for the Syndra, so really important item pickups for quite a few players, which could dictate what this top 4 looks like after these last 2 fights in Stage 5.
And Double out, despite finding at least one AP item, the Ash one not being able to help him through these stages here, to help him against Patik's board. Both of these players were on level 9, just able to get more board strength out there on Patik's side.
We're down to our top 5, and we have 3 players on the brink of elimination. Patik now trying to optimize his board as best he can. This Randuin's is actually going to do so much work for him, and we'll see the matchup he gets. He does roll into Lococo's porcelain board. We'll see how well he does.
Backside, you do have that Ash too, just firing free, but the positive note is that she's far away from the Kaisa as well as the Zaya. You would have liked some items on that legendary 2-star, but for now, she needs to do as much heavy lifting as she can. Everything collapsing onto that Lissandra is not going to be enough. This board should be able to take down an Ash, I sure hope so.
Gunblade, the Gunblade is really big.
Oh, Patik hanging in there.
Gunblade MVP.
The Gunblade's so big at the end, healing, and the Ash, just her attack speed, she's so quick to deal damage, it's so consistent, the stream of damage that comes in. So when there are these last minute 1v1s or 2v2s where units are walking up, this sometimes buys Ash enough time to actually clean up fights.
Positive note, there's a dragon, so hopefully we can find a Zaya item.
Yeah, we're running here into Roki's board, and we're seeing that he's sitting on quite a bit of gold at 52 still, going to be pushing for level 10 and trying to finish up this board. Has a couple of units you'd really want to see 2-star by this point, but may be able to pivot into a bunch of legendaries to try and finish it out. Speaking of, one of those units was Morgana that was unupgraded, now able to find that without even having to roll.
Very curious how, with this amount of gold, we're really going to see Roki and him express kind of what he thinks the highest cap version of Heavenly is, because he has enough gold to hit pretty much all the units that he wants in the next few fights in this stage 6, and 60 HP to work with as well, so a lot of time to buffer.
I'm surprised he leveled and rolled from this position, given that he has so much HP.
I think you just want to get to the units faster, you know, before anyone else can. You want to take them out of the pool, maybe have a chance at assembling that 3-star epic unit. But for now, we're going to be looking at Patik, who's fighting for survival. Yet another Ash on the other side of the board. But this time
Kaisa,
around,
though.
we have a Zaya item. Kaisa found that Ash, and it should be good enough to hang in there.
Incredible positioning there on that Kaisa, just able to absolutely execute the Ash.
Lococo offered another Ash in shop here, but knows other players are running her as well. Rolls her off.
And it was Zeul who was looking for a potential Ash 3, obviously hoping for Lococo to have died off quite a while ago, to maybe on his massive roll down find a few of those extra copies and get a little cheeky Ash 3 win condition instead. But in the end now, both players are rolling all their gold, trying to find any upgrades, considering they are all on 1 HP, and Lelouch as well on 1 singular life now that we're in stage 6.
All right, this final elimination fight for some of these players. Petit down to that 1 HP mark. Lakoko as well on the left-hand side. You're going to see that Kai'Sa firing away, mashed up against the Ashe of Zoilanash. The Ashe completely uncontested. On the right-hand side, you're going to see another Ashe as the primary carry, and Lakoko maybe running away with this one. Both of our low-health players make their way out of it. Zoilanash, though, on the opposite side, takes a loss. Lakoko does survive, as does Petit.
And Lakoko was fighting the ghost copy of Seoul here. We're also seeing Lelouch get knocked out in the same breath, makes it into a top 4. We're going to be seeing whether or not that is enough for him in the later standings. But Lakoko truly on a miracle run here, making it through all of those stages on so little HP.
Unfortunately, I think for Lelouch, it won't quite be enough to be above the top 16 cutoff for these next 2 games. But Lakoko and Petit should definitely be in contention to make it through. Lakoko on 20 points with a top 3 is guaranteed.
Potential final fight here for the entire game. We have Lakoko's board going up against Petit. Neither is a ghost in this situation, so Lakoko pumping away with that Ashe in the backline. But you can see the Kai'Sa on the other side of the board, completely uncontested. The Xayah behind her, just so much damage coming out from this backline. A stun saves a little bit of time. The Gunblade doing so much, but just not enough. So Lakoko falls, and it is down to our final 2.
And look at the discrepancy between the HP totals. Roki sitting on level 10, more than 50% of his HP. Both of these players yoinking in, trying to get that upgrade, but the Heavenly Emblem was left open for Roki.
I think that's a big mistake from Petit. I think he just had a better chance of winning any of these next few fights, denying the Heavenly Emblem over trying to get a TG for any of his units.
Remakes that Kai'Sa.
That's a Lee Sin 3.
Yeah, I don't know how much that Kai'Sa is going to help, Chief. It's a Lee Sin 3 plus a Wukong 2 upgrade. You can see Roki fist pumping. He knows exactly what's happening this round. After such an incredible early game, the Econ dominance celebrating because he knows he's taking this lobby home.
Kane going for the bicep flex. Roki just happy to be alive. Just hands up in the air.
Did you see his little move with the hand? Just like cutthroat looking, kind of?
Yeah.
And saying, yeah, you're done.
Mean mugging the camera.
And then he's like, oh, I have 12 points.
3. Slicing through this board for Roki. Everything collapsing onto the Udyr here at the end. Petit, our former GSC winner, making it, and Roki with a little bit of a shy flex to her at the end says, yeah, I did it.
I'm going to take my chances. I don't get to say this very often. Spain, #1 for the first, maybe not first time ever, but very rarely, unfortunately, in GSCs.
Mace and I were kind of like mind melding with each other. I'm like, I don't know if you want to do this, David.
Listen, he already cannot make it through, so I'm safe. There's no caster curse that can happen.
Just waiting until finally you're like, am I clear? Is there anyone to curse? No. It's Spain.
There's nothing on the line.
Let's go. Oh, beautiful game. Beautiful finish there from Roki, and mean mugging the camera with the best of them. Such a great showing from him. Coming into the day so nervous as well, just so impressed. We're getting an update from production that his mom went into the room to cheer with him. That is so cute. I'm gonna cry.
I hope it's
Can the video of them
send us the video, guys.
Can we get an allowance to
It's
show
a family thing where they all just also do the same gesture the moment he wins. It's like a muscle memory ingrained.
Try and lift him out of the gaming chair.
That's going to be it for this game number 5, though. And of course, we have a cutoff, a new thing for this set specifically. So we'll see how it all pans out in these last 2 games. We have an interview with Clémoulahagra, one of the winningest players up until now in set 11 in the 2 different lands that were played. And then, of course, the analyst desk breakdown of this game 5.
Okay, so hey everyone, I'm Clémou. I'm 21 years old from France, and I've been playing TFT since set 5 and competitively since set 7. So set 11, I really love this set because I really disliked set 10, and since the start of set 11, so I kind of took a break in set 10, and since the start of set 11, I've been playing a lot and enjoying the new mechanic a lot, and I've been doing well in tournaments as well. So I think the EMEA system is very good, probably the best in the world. Because TRCs are a lot of fun to play in. The LAN was very cool. I think it's a good thing to introduce one LAN, and yeah, it feels very good to play. You have a lot of ways to qualify to GSCs, and yeah, it feels very good to play. My goal is to make Worlds for sure. I don't really want to be a pro player, like I'm studying as well on the side, but I just want to make Worlds and maybe win Worlds. It's my dream. Big shout out to the group of French players that I've trained with. I think we are a lot of very good players that can do well. A group of like new French players that I think can do as well as the old ones. So big shout out to Goboster, Benfak, Yaroy, Vomendes, Rebanav, and yeah, big shout out. Welcome back, one and all, to the Golden Spatula Cup number 1. We are coming close to the end of the Golden Spatula Cup, and we will, of course, be cutting it to our top 16 as of this round coming in. But before we get into all of that, Wita, let's talk a little bit about that game that just passed. A prismatic prelude. We knew that we were in for something spicy from the beginning.
Yeah, right. We saw the starter kit. We saw the shopping sprees come out again. Comfort zone for double being in the shopping spree, but not exactly what I wanted to see here. And then you have the end-all be-all. This is traditional stationary support here, really carrying the early game from Roki, who was on a ridiculous win streak to start the game, Peter.
Yeah, honestly, he had an incredible run through there. I mean, I think especially having the slam in there for a little bit of extra power, but the endgame ball was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Heavenly, we expected big things from it, but I don't think that's anything necessarily overly new in that one. Starter kit in place for Gobuster, and then apparently the game decided, you know what, that's such a good idea, I think everybody else should have a forecast for free as well.
It's just one of those things where it's like you have some encounters in the game that will just end up kind of just changing the way the game is played out and how the tempo kind of navigates, right? We used to talk about how prismatic augments really was the big kick of that, like really changing the game here, but as we saw, this carousel really was one of the bigger changing points of this game.
Of course, we can't go too much further without acknowledging some of the cash outs here, including some very irresponsible use of Callista powers here, as they successfully summoned not one, not two, but 3 different Kaisers just by speaking it into existence. I don't know what we should do about these people, Wita.
We sentence them to 5 years of victory dancing. They got to do the workshop, Peter. We don't do the workshop.
Well, spoilers for things to come. One thing which was brought up in the cast which I wanted to bring to your attention particularly, I think it was Matt who mentioned that we did see in this lobby, I think maybe because of the Morgana coming in early on and particularly and handing out all those extra forecasts, we had three different players who were contesting each other for the Ash line. And while two of them were able to get the hold of the 2-star, I believe Double actually died with one still uncompleted.
Yeah, there were multiple kind of ways of going about this game, right? When I was watching Campus's co-stream, because that is the one that has Double's POV, because I was kind of interested to see how I was going to navigate this game. And even with the additional rolls from the shopping spree, he was unable to find those last two copies of the Ash to get his board online. And you know where they were, Peter? They were on Sulanash's bench.
Where were they?
They were on Sulanash's bench.
That scoundrel. Well,
I would say it's smart gameplay, Peter, but yeah, each their own.
It can be both things. Outrageous. Well, so I think as we are just looping back around again, of course, we will be announcing in a few moments what we've got going in to our top 16. Again, we'll be having 2 lobbies running simultaneously with our remaining players. But Wita, I don't know how well this is going to work in the small box we have here, but we have seen across the whole of the day some very specific victory dances being deployed. I don't know if within this very constricted medium, if you could perhaps throw some more ideas in the mix, because we're going to be seeing the biggest victory dance of them all soon. They're not showing you on camera. There we go.
I'm just over here dancing and there's no reaction. Like, come on, like, let's book. Yeah, no, Remix Rumble was last set, but like, get warmed up, get those hips ready for the last 2 games of the day. You want to party with us.
All right, well, the party's certainly heating up. We will have our standings. We will have our top 16. Of course, the cut to top 8 as of next. But we will, of course, pay respect to everybody who didn't make it across the line, including at the very top there, Arap, falling short ever so slightly.
Yeah, Wet Jungler also faltering here at that last hurdle. That's a rough one for him, obviously. But again, a player that we know has that consistency in his locker. And when we get into the next slot, we'll get to see the players that have made their way into the last last game of the day. We do have the top 16 game, and then we're going to have the top 8 game afterwards. Little bit pro, harder ball, making it on the tiebreakers. 2 Spanish players, much to the delight of David, but also Peter, some real heavy hitters here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Darkus has been having an incredible day, really evoking what we saw on previous days. I mean, it's not a Lush perfect style game, but still, not dropping below top 2. Bear in mind, in his last 2 rounds, we cut to top 16 and to top 8. We will not be seeing a points reset. So Darkus has got the best possible position to make the run in and take the championship.
Yeah, but we have seen these players from these positions in the past kind of lose the gas at the last hurdle, right? So you can't rest on your laurels just yet. If you are Darkus, you still gotta absolutely just grind it out.
All right, well, Shadow friends, we will be popping across in a second to our casters once again. 2 more games to go before it's all said and done. Weedham, of course, we've done everything we can to prep our players. They now know the best dance moves. We'll now have to see how they're going to dance their way onto the convergence. Welcome one and all to game number 6.
Time to celebrate, baby. Ludwig's here with us. Our little kitty cat. Look at him. Oh,
you were pointing at me for a second, Iberia. I'm like, yeah, I've been here all along, Don't ignore me.
We have different pet names for David on this broadcast. But
that's why we have to talk about our special guest. Yeah, the cat must have pressed a button here. Just coming by.
Wait, blaming the cat? Come on, Megs. That is very low.
Look at him. He's
plausible deniability. I will say, you guys didn't get to see this who are not on the green room, but Ludwig was harassing Meg something fierce, like just walking up, headbutting her. It was, I thought he was trying to do violence. It was terrifying.
They always like jump up and try to kind of like cuddle as close as possible. They're very needy cats, but enough with the cat stirs and the car stirs. We're going to be talking about our players because we have our top 16 and our lobby ready as well. They're all going to be scrambling, trying to make it into those top 8. So high risk play, Panda, is probably going to come around.
Before we go into the game itself, I want to quickly highlight something from the standings. Arat finished 17th, lost tiebreakers, didn't make it to the top 16 cut. Arat started with 2 first places, and then just did not quite make it happen in the last 3 games. So really, really unfortunate. We had that Turkish lead at the very beginning. Darkest went down one path and is now currently sitting sole champion on the points, and Arat unfortunately stumbled along the way. So maybe something to look forward to in GSC number 2, today's experience, and try and make a big comeback.
Yeah, a lot of the players we're having here today are some names we'll recognize. You know, we've been kind of talking about them throughout. Patik, of course, off that last game, has made it into that top 16, and we happen to see our lobby. We know what it is, and we're not ready to show you guys yet. We're keeping the cards close to the chest, but I am going to say, there is a certain multi-time regional champion. There is a certain GSC winner, perhaps. Who's to say? Who's to say? But I'm really excited to get to see them actually compete against each other now that we're out of snake seeding.
I'm going to talk about someone that's actually not in our lobby, because I quickly just want to mention Arzu, who's been sitting in the top 3 as well, just barely behind Darkest and Shurikane. We were talking about Arzu in the top of show when we started today, saying this is yet another player coming out of the Tunisia region, really showing us that high-level competitive gameplay that we usually only get from Brixton out of that region. So cool to see this kind of follow-up talent come up and through the ranks, like Darkest, like Arzu, even like Shurikane to an extent. He's been around for a long time, but back up at that level.
And not surprised to see Arzu doing well considering this patch. Quick notes, I'm not sure how much of this is true evidence and true reality, just maybe my take on it from playing ladder a lot, but there are quite a few MENA players, Arzu being one of them, Talal as well, who seem to be addicted to playing any kind of melee bruiser comp. Last set, it was Riven reroll. Every single game I queue into them, they're playing the same comps, sometimes contesting me. This set, it was Yone and then Heavenly Kane as well. Just so often I see them playing down these lines. I think it's really a comfort comp for both of them. So Arzu having success in this tournament makes a lot of sense to me. We
are, of course, going to see Riven reroll again this set, right, David? I feel like we've had a conversation where you're like, it's super viable, one of the best bruiser comps.
I'll give you a leak. It'll be the patch right after Worlds, you know, the 4Fun one.
Oh, okay. I see.
Mortok told me he's giving 3 times the stats on everything for Riven, and she will be an absolute menace.
She'll finally be maybe useful at 3 stars.
Okay, you have those kind of connections, David, then I do want to ask for something. Can we put Assassins back into the game?
Listen.
See, I can't even say that without laughing.
You know, I have...
Here's our lobby, though. We'll move on.
My caster pay does not quite make it for those level of bribes. Makes, you know, only Riven buffs is what I can amount to.
Honestly, check out the RGB that Blackza has going here. That's how you know he's a true gamer. Putting it in the camera, even.
You think it's an accident? He was this morning 20 minutes setting up the keyboard, trying to make the most of this day 3.
Just make sure it's right flush with the line, 100% the angles on.
Thank you, Lilia,
I'd say.
For moving the augments to random rounds. Always a great help, Lilia. We appreciate it.
Eep.
Thank you, Mix. I thought that was Kog'Maw.
For Lilia, who's not here to defend herself.
The funny thing is, I see your cameras. I saw both of you starting to giggle. You cannot pretend you didn't find this funny.
I will admit to no such thing. That was just me sneezing quietly through my nose, not laughter.
I have allergies.
Sure.
And that was just me coughing really quick and high pitched. It's not laughing. Sitting here, potentially just a 2-star Kog'Maw out the gate for Patik. We have seen the reroll happen earlier to not so great effect. Wet Jungler almost made it work. But we are going to see this as an early game item holder, perhaps. Lots of power to get that early game started.
There is an option where you play that Kog'Maw and then go into the Mythics with something like the Lilia in the long run on Invokers, but we are going to be buying it, so there could be a chance for trying to go in that direction, depending on what else comes around here. We're also going to get a look at our Exalted at the bottom there, and it is going to be, if my eyes don't deceive me, Lee Sin, Galio, a Loon, and then we have Caitlyn and something I cannot make out because it's too small.
Hear me out.
Oh, are you going to cook first? You want me to cook first, David?
Cho'Gath, a Loon, Kog'Maw's an Invoker. At level 6, a loon fits the comp.
works.
1 cost reroll, and you're 8th place, baby.
That's right. That's all we gotta
True,
cook.
right?
We're ready. And you know what disappoints me though, David? I was looking at this Exalted. I was like, okay, you got the Caitlyn check, you've got the Cho'Gath check, and Fatigue Natural 5 Cogmoss, and left the extras on the bench. Just not even entertaining this great high level idea, which is clearly correct. And not at all bait.
Clearly. Well, I will say with these kind of units, you can definitely play around it in the early rather easily, right? Pick up that Assault at 3, try to get that extra damage buff, maybe save a little bit on your economy for not needing to level, depending on how quickly you can move it in. So there is a chance we're going to be seeing a little bit of that Exalted being played. But of course, with neither Ashe, nor Kayn, nor Silas at the end there, maybe not an end game option unless you really natural so many Lilias. But
Caitlyn, you sniped the wrong unit. Malphite had like a sliver of health kit that was like, yeah, I'm gonna destroy this guy.
Double had the most like deadpan disappointed look the moment that round ended. Just completely over it. I feel him.
Checking in here with our players, as we are seeing augments come up quite soon at the top there. Lilia, move them around. We're going to get back to carousel to back augments.
I was gonna say
the
moment
we haven't gotten augments yet, huh?
The moment there was dead air, I'm like, time to fill with some talk about the 2-1 augments. I'm like, wait a minute, there haven't been 2-1 augments.
We'll have lots of augments. You'll see them in a second. All of the augments. Well, barely.
I'm gonna guess the third one's at like 3-2. We're just gonna get all of them and then play the game for the rest of the match. We are seeing Blackza go for this carry Darius.
Because the last time I said something's gonna happen on broadcast, we found a Kaisa 2 just from a fortune cash out. So you're not allowed to say that.
Okay, fair enough. I'll keep my predictions close to the chest.
Oh.
I see
Is it time? Take a page out of Zill's book, build a button to Darius 3, play your usual heavenly line, and success. But no, Blackza just rerolls.
You mean build a button to Jax 3?
Gonna alert you. Wandering Trainer picked up, Trash to Treasure picked up on the right-hand side. Another one coming through on Lakoko. How many can we get? Another Trash to Treasure. Will there be a triple threat on any of these augments? Tartman still thinking about it. Does he roll the hedge fund? Trash to Treasure. Triple, baby.
And wait for next augment.
We're not allowed
Next
to
augment,
say things. It just
prismatic buried treasure for all 3 Trash to Treasure players. And they will become the pirate kings of this TFT game.
Oh my lord.
Oh, good lord. All right, what happens with these compositions? Chicane, Ghostly Faded. You can cook something with that. You can get at least 2 Ghostly.
Play around the Zendra Lilia, I think could be a viable option here. If you're not contested on that, that is.
I love Chicane saying, yeah, I'm definitely going to hit Fortune again and just run it back, hit my 7 Fortune stage 4. Not quite how you expected it to go.
I think at this point, you probably shouldn't click on Wandering Trainer anymore because you've used up all of your luck.
It can't get better, that's for sure.
Exactly. Well, we're going to be having yet another set of augments right after this, so everybody should choose very carefully what they're going to grab from this carousel.
I feel like everyone just needs to take a deep breath because this is an intense 3 rounds. Augment into carousel into augment, and the first augment was prismatic. So whatever happens, it's all up to Mort Dog now. Oh no!
I did say
I shouldn't have said anything.
So let's see how many buried treasures we find for our Trash to Treasure players. Surely.
Well, we did have the Ghostly Crown being picked up by Chicane. We get another Trash to Treasure. Does double. Want to give us number 5 in this game here. God. He says, no, I will not be dealing with these kind of shenanigans. And that's going to be it. No buried treasures. No additional Trash to Treasure.
We have 4 of them in the game. This isn't supposed to happen.
All right, question. So Trash to Treasure is so good because you can build out so much strength, particularly early on. if you have as many as this, do you get to a point of return of investment where it's like, it's not that good because other players will have the same level of strength, so you're not allowed to streak? I feel like that might be the case.
It'll still be worth it for like HP preservation, but I'm with you on like the econ win might not be as big as you'd expect. So we'll see as it develops. We see Likoko actually just slamming that spark, trying to get a little bit more early damage, but not working compared to someone who, like Blackza, has used like actual items, for lack of a better term, instead of waiting on the artifacts, slamming things that he knows are going to be very good for him in this early game.
Let me ask you a question, David, because we haven't talked about this Wandering Trainer just yet, and we do have Sage as well as Stormweaver on there. Could be a very easy into the Silas comp, no?
So we talked about in game 1 about that Exalted combo being like, you know, the easiest path possible into obviously playing heavily. This is just even easier into playing Silas. Every single one of these emblems is going to help out. So you have Storyweaver. You can potentially drop out of the Bruiser line in the late game, drop out of the Galio, keep only the Ribbon for Ultras and have Storyweaver regardless. You have the 5 Sage potential. You have the Umbral, which is a little bonus that you don't normally have space to tech in for the Silas as well. So I think Likoko knows that once he hits the board, he can potentially hit on level 8. He will be incredibly strong, happy to open fort most of this stage 2, guarantee the 5 loss, play for as much econ as possible.
And I mean, if anybody will do it, it's probably Likoko. He loves lost streaking. He loves losing that HP if he can turn it into economy and later strength. So that's exactly what's happening here. Everybody else is going to be on a similar trajectory, besides Potable, who's trying to build up that 5 win streak. Will probably, succeed at that as well.
And one more note, the Silas makes very good use of the treasure of so many different artifacts like Zonya's, for example.
Yeah. Baboon picked up there for Tardament, I believe it was. And I'm interested in seeing where that goes, because obviously you could go for the Kindred as the more traditional route. But in a lobby like this, I feel like we're going to see exactly what we've seen multiple times over, where Kindred just gets rolled over because you can't hit her fast enough to be relevant.
I'm pretty sure that we're going to be going into the Syndra line with the Faded. If you're looking across the Exalted, you could maybe even try to make something happen there with like Caitlyn on Sniper and a Loon and then a Galio frontline or something like that. So there's a chance of trying to get that Exalted worked in with the Faded as well. And I think Syndra still makes not as much as Nara Kindred, but still makes a lot of value out of that Baboon.
I wonder if we actually might even see some form of 4 Umbral version of the Sage Silas from Likoko, considering the Exalted as well. If you can fit in a Loon, the Galio is an insta-fit, and maybe even leasing with Dragonlord with Diana that adds in Sage. That could be a way to get even more of a higher cap for the Sage comp.
Yeah, I think out of all of these, I would prefer to have Likoko's, just in terms of how clear the direction is, how clear you're stating to anyone else, if you play this comp, we're going to be hand-holding and my spot is better in terms of getting that extra value from the trades, as well as the trash to treasure. There's a lot of potential in the open for Likoko's board right now, and he knows this, goes into the direction of econ, as we said before, very clear-cut path. And then anybody else that says, you know, I'd like to think about Sage and Silas, knows that at least there's going to be somebody else on that line.
Even out here on Potable's board, the double Trickster's Glass, I'm not sure where this is going. Because I don't have a strong sense of how strong Trickster's Glass is in this current meta. I can see it being useful for someone like Syndra who has those low mana costs, but so many units in that 4-cost range already have prohibitive mana costs. I'm not sure how useful it is on most of the carries.
One thing to note is that Treasure's Glass, obviously in the early game, is more impactful in the late game, simply because a +1 when you have 5 units on the board is just relatively more impactful on your board. There can always be reforged, right? With Treasure, the intended, I would say, mechanic is that you can reforge a full completed item alongside an artifact, and it allows you to reforge the artifact as well without wasting the reforger. So there are still many ways to min-max your artifact and have different ones carrying you through different parts of the game.
Well, I am going to report in and say thank you, Lilia, because augments are coming up next. We're going to be having all 3 of our augments done and locked in for stage 3. which no matter what augment comes now, we know that this is going to be a very high tempo game, a lot of strength right there in the early and open, and it is going to be silver augments to round this one out. Question is, are there any recompopulators? Because surely that would be interesting with some of the pickups we're already seeing on these boards.
Tiny Titans popping up. We'll take a look at those silver augments, as you mentioned, make some of them a little bit better than others. Nothing too crazy coming out, though, as double Giga Slamming items.
Hartman always takes his time. I respect it. Gotta make sure the numbers are right.
Best Friend's pretty good pickup for that free power. We can see it picked up, I believe, also by Shirkane. Yep. So a little bit of strength there for the board.
Fatigue going up against Hartman here. You're going to be seeing that Best Friends on the other side. And really, it is a little bit of the question of what does your trash turn into in this game? Because as you said, David, some of these artifacts are just so good in the early game, giving you those extra units on boards. And then others are just very good at scaling into the late game. Something like the Infinity Force, for example, is just going to be so valuable on so many targets.
And the augment, I think, really shows and gives players a chance to kind of optimize and show their skill, not just in picking which artifacts are actually good and they want to keep and all this, but knowing how to maximize the amount of reforges you get per completed item to try and guarantee, almost with certainty, the exact artifacts you want for the comp you're angling for, like the Coco with the Sage board, for example. So it's really just so many decisions can be made with this augment, and the difference between playing it well and poorly can be a first or an eighth.
Are we still expecting the Sindra at this point for Tarnaman? He's got items that aren't exactly ideal for it yet, but like you said, there's the Reforger always on the bench available.
And you could go into the Aphelios straight just like as an additional carry if you're running the Faded with all of these Infinity Forces, but you could also just, slot in any melee carry, something like the Lee Sin, who's currently exalted in this game, to try and put that exalted onto the board. It really depends on what he's getting, I think, from all of these shops and everything that's coming up. Potable here, building around those accomplice gloves.
And very clearly indicating he's going to be playing for the Kaisa. Makes sense. Tattoo Protection, I think, is one of the best tattoos still in the game. Just really helps with the tankiness in stage 4, making sure you have a strong enough board to make it to 9 to really find that high cap with the Udyr being added in as well. Or just a 4 Bruiser if you're adding the Udyr, an 8 to have the tattoo online. And I think Sniper's Focus, Infinity Force, great items for Kaisa as well.
I can't trash talk this Rek'Sai. She's actually doing pretty well. Tanking pretty hard for this board. Potable will be able to take down that Kale there. Lakoko, lowest health in the lobby, going for, it looks like, Storyweaver till the late.
We're going to be looking at potentially a Morgana, a Silas, something like those lines for Lakoko. We know that from the Wandering Trainer. So right now he's just playing strongest board. Found a Kaisa, she goes in, she carries a Morelos. We don't care. That's what she gets right now, and that's what we're going to be working with. It's really just playing something to not lose too hard while also maintaining all of this economy to go for as long as possible. Lakoko's so comfortable on that, I wouldn't worry too much.
One more quick tip for all our viewers. When you are playing Trash or Treasure, you might be thinking, hey, artifacts better than normal items. Yes. Is it always the case? Not really. You're still obviously going to need some kind of anti-heal, some kind of a shred or sunder as well. So it's why we see Lakoko with some artifacts, but also keeps the Onyx part, keeps the Morello, because he knows the importance for this stage, and especially stage 4 and 5.
A lot of strength hidden behind the items that he did slam, as we see Borg going to be taken down pretty cleanly. As we mentioned, he's not at the final form exactly, and Tardman has been making a pretty comfortable run through this stage, now on a 5-win streak after we saw him last, as we see Shirkane very neatly clean up Pedic's board.
And Tartman already found that Syndra that is going to be a vital part to the comp that he's running with the Faded. I think Tartman should be on 7 Faded if the head count is right over there. But let's talk about counting, because for sure Kane, last time he picked the Wandering Trainer, we saw a lot of Fortune emblems. This time around, we're going to be going for a lot of ghostly emblems. I'm not sure what kind of connection Kane has to the gods of TFT, but somehow things are aligning for him.
Clearly they're tight, if nothing else. I'm curious, how good in theory is 8 Ghostly? Because I have literally never seen it.
Important roll downs. Oh, 8 Ghostly is very good. Maybe not like insta-win game like a few vertical traits were in the past, but definitely it's something that almost guarantees a top 4 if you have the right setup. Like Coco roll down coming in here, looking for the Sage units, looking for that Morgana, finds the Silas as well. And again, so many things to make. The high APM required here for pivoting the board, making sure you know what items to keep, what artifacts to try and reforge. For now, very good setup here. 6 Storyweaver, 4 Bruiser, 3 Sage. What's going on?
I see.
Wandering Trainer helping you out on building a great board. Now, we are in level 8, so there's still potential in the later stages, but for now, hopefully that Silas 1, Morgana 1, just being completely buffed up by all of these trades should be good enough. Umbral also coming into play from that Wandering Trainer. Give a little bit more sustain. You can see it work out beautiful here against Shurkane's Ghostly board. Do you think Shurkane is going to go for 8 Ghostly?
If he has the option to, I think it's a no-brainer. It's just the easiest spike you can get for, relative to the cost of the units and how easy it is to find the units if you have the emblems for it. One thing to mention for Lakoko, this is looking like a 7 Storyweaver setup, waiting for the Irelia to swap out the Morgana. So not the Sage Silas I expected, but rather the 7 Storyweaver vertical with attack speed kill instead.
Just found a Wukong as we were going away, and Chinar, blessed by that same fate, also finds that Wukong to build up the heavenly comp that he's currently running. Does have the Lee Sin in play at the front line there, as well as Dragon Lord. And I think you were excited about the Lee Dragons coming out, especially yesterday, Matt, right?
Yeah, it's been really exciting because it's one of the more flexible compositions. You get this central core of the Dragon Lord, which is a very strong synergy on its own, and naturally follows into things like the Sage, like some other similar smaller synergies. That means you can pretty much flex everything else around that 4 or 5 unit core and give you a really strong late game option.
All in all,
Dragon Lord board.
A fairly poor roll down for Shinar. Finds a Wukong, sure, but has a Silas, which is a great carrier of these melee items. If you can find him 2-star very early in your roll down and go 9 instead. But here, obviously, you'd like a Kane instead, only a Lee 1. So the roll down not going in his favor, and he does not really have that much HP to work with.
Really needs that Kane to somehow come online and try to help him out here to really get this comp where you want to be going. Hopping over to Patik, though, we're seeing a lot of forecasts being not upgraded yet. Lilia is on the bench. We have 2 pairs, well, 2 Silases, 1 Ornn, 1 Kaisa. We're going to be slamming anything we can right now to try and sustain a little bit more. If you're looking down 5 losses, you really want to change that trajectory.
A lot of failed roll downs that we're seeing on this turn. Like, I hate to say it because I love our players, but they really just have struck out by and large the players that rolled down this turn. To the point where you look at Double, Shurkane, and Tartman, the only people with any gold, and you kind of have to assume that's going to be 3 out of your 4 top 4, given that nobody else hit anything and are now below 20 gold at the highest.
Yeah, if you want to just a quick stat to back that up, nearly everybody in this lobby is on a level 8, and the only 2-star forecast we have found thus far is the NE2 on Blackza's board. Everyone else is still sitting on 1 stars, looking for those upgrades, trying to make anything happen. But there is an Aurelia in this carousel.
Doesn't want
he
it.
Go for it?
Goes for the Zir instead. So maybe I was I misunderstood the game plan for Likoko, or maybe just not opting the belt to be that important. I guess it doesn't really matter though. He tries to treasure it anyway, so just looking for maybe the Shiv, but he has Spark anyway, so I'm not sure. We'll see what board Likoko's trying to cook up. I know he's quite fond of Storyweaver as a whole. We saw him yesterday play this Janna board into a fast line that didn't quite work out. It was a 5th in the end, but seems to be a little bit more on the comfort side for Likoko compared to most other players.
Well, he's cooking up that back line. If nothing else, Chicane going to roll what remains of his gold at 6 Ghostly. Not going to go for the 8, I think. 1 short.
I like how this looks with the best friends just Udyr in the middle, concentrating everything around him. But yeah, we're on 7. Not going to make it right now.
No Morgana.
Yeah, really
She's
unfortunate
sitting
on
on
that part of
other
the roll.
boards, I'm afraid. Doesn't want to come around.
Everyone else hit her instead of the carries they actually wanted. So the person who actually wanted Morgana strikes out. And strikes out hard based on the way this fight is going. The front line doing pretty okay. That Tattoo of Protection that was mentioned earlier is putting in quite a bit of work, but this Senna just not putting out any damage, really. And this is going to be a huge loss for Chicane. Luckily, he's going to make it through Raptors pretty much no matter what, but it could get real dire real quick.
Absolutely right. He really, really needs that Morgana to somehow come around and switch her in. Doesn't really have any other carries that are able to deal some damage there, trying to even help a little bit with that Udyr, but without items or upgrades. How much can he really do, realistically speaking? Finds yet another Kayn here, is going to possibly sit on a pair. I think in a lobby where everybody seemed to be low rolling, Kayn low rolled even harder somehow.
And it was 2 decisions, really. The moment you have this Ghostly Wandering Trainer and then the fact that you have the Ghostly Crown on the second augment pickup in stage 2 reminder still, you could go for center reroll. Instead, Chicane said, hey, I'm not seeing too many natural copies. I can go for the 8 Ghostly Wincon instead, but has failed to find that Morgana. So in the end, caught in between these 2 game plans and is now continuing to lose 4 fights in a row now and facing off these incredibly strong players who are starting to cap out every carousel we see from now on. The treasure players are getting more and more of an advantage.
And I think this is a good time to bring out positioning as it relates to Ghostly and how best friends may not be in the best interest of Chicane's board at this point. Ghostly, especially if you're not relying on something like Kaisa that can hit pretty much the whole board at once, is incredibly positioning dependent. You want the most ghosts on the target that your DPS is attacking, in this case Senna. And because you have to spread your units out so that your best friends isn't a useless augment, you're not finding those ghosts on the same target. So Senna is just completely failing to chew through these front lines of the opponent boards.
That's also maybe one of the reasons why Chicane said, okay, I don't want to go for the Senna reroll, as it's just so dependent on trying to get that right target with as many backline carries as we are potentially seeing in this lobby. So Morgana, a much easier hit in terms of how to play out these ghostly hits. And she is sitting on so many boards, but does finally come around here for Chicane. Question is that still enough for him to maybe take some wins here? We're looking at Morgana 1, no items. That Kayn 2 needs to be doing a lot here to try and save him.
I feel this is the classic. Cashers get happy. Finally, he hits what he was looking for the last 7 rounds, and then he just dies because he faces Likoko, who's on a 5-win streak right now. I also want to mention, Double seems to have missed the memo. The French player said, you know what? We're going to top 4 this lobby. We're going to show the dominance of our country. And Double's like, oh, wait, sorry, I'm in 7th. Trying to claw my way back up the standings, but we'll see if Chicane can stay alive for at least a few more fights, considering the HP gap between 8th and 7th place. The Ghostly starting to show its edge, but Kayn as well, an absolute menace here.
And you're seeing exactly the thing happen that is the concern for that Ghostly board. Half the stacks on one unit, half the stacks on the other, actually more like a third on each. And Senna can take one out, but then she's stuck. You have no more ultimate to go anywhere. So unfortunately, Chicane just not able to pull it together in time. Meanwhile, on Blackza's board, bit of a different scenario. Both he and Double are going for this Invoker Ashe combination. Double has actually hit his Ashe. Blackza in a little bit more of a dire position with no gold left to work with.
We're going to be seeing them go up against each other in a little bit, but while we're at it, I quickly want to mention that Chicane going dead last in this game is going to be really important for the rest of the field. Right now, Shurikane on the leaderboard sits at the very top. We're going to be moving to a top 8 after this, and points do not reset. So the field is opening up a lot depending where he and Darkest place in this 6th game, and that means a lot to the rest of the players now.
I love this fight. Set ults and just drags all the melee bruisers to one corner, and everyone else is like, yes, Set, good job. Distract them for as long as possible.
And he doesn't. Melee
and then they're
bruisers
like,
gonna find their way through.
And then he dies in 3 seconds, and they start coming for you, and you start running.
Dinar did finally hit, though. We were talking about this earlier, David. Like, we were just like, this dude is absolutely hosed. He hasn't hit any of his units, needs a 2-star of anything. Seems like he got a 2-star of everything and is now doing pretty well with that duo melee carry that's been terrorizing the entire tournament.
Wow.
And that
Dinar having a good job. Unfortunately, broke.
Yeah. Broke is all hell. I would have just locked it, but I am too much of a gambler to be a good player, so I think Dinar taking the smart choice.
Honestly, we're just seeing the same of everything around these boards. The few players that have upgraded their carries often don't have the correct items. And those that have the correct items don't have their carries upgraded. It's a little bit of like handshaking, but the wrong way around across all of these boards that we're seeing.
Our boards are all garbage for 5 different reasons.
I have to say that first Kaisa ult was the most whiz ult I've ever seen with Sniper's Focus. The set was literally like right in front of her face, and she's like, watch this damage.
They were doing a wrestling promo, and Kaisa's like, I'm gonna snipe him, boss.
Well, we are unfortunately seeing a knockout of our former Golden Spatula Cup champion, Patik, here in 7th place as players are fighting for the top 8 cutoff. We're going to be moving into this carousel. There is another Story Weaver emblem that could be interesting for Lakoko, potentially. Doesn't seem like he wants it.
Oh, the Story Weaver hasn't really panned out. I was hoping to see a 7 Story Weaver. I like my girl Kale to be upgraded, but apparently none of the players agree with me this game, which is fine. It's fine. It's their choice.
It was just a temporary setup for the 4-1 roll down because of how cheap the Story Weaver units were for the relative power, but did just move back into that Sage Silas that we maybe expected at the very beginning of the game.
Seeing 2 players do that now, with Potable also splashing in that 3 Story Weaver. Get the attack speed buff on his 2 trick shot carries.
5 Kaisas. And Patik did die, who was the other Kaisa player, so potentially a game win condition brewing.
Oh,
I don't think it's looking good
once
for Blackza
again, we're missing upgrades, and on the other side, they have come to reality. Can that Azir do enough? Try to get some of that Morello spread out, but look at it! The front line has crumbled. It is no more, and Chinar takes down Blackza. Maybe if we had moved that keyboard a little bit more to the side so it would cover the entire bottom row of the cam for full RGB extra powers.
I thought he was like frozen in frustration, just standing there like complete disbelief, the same facial expression. And then I realized his webcam froze. I was like, oh no, poor Blackza. And then I was like, wait, the RGB isn't moving. He's not blinking. We're good. We're fine.
I love how Double moved into dance for a second. He's like, wait, I don't have treasure. Back off. Don't give these guys free artifacts.
No more dancing. We're the town from Footloose now.
That's honestly such a valid point that I think many people haven't realized just yet. It's not always beneficial for you to get those upgrades. Like, if you're in a spot where you have a lot of resources or other people have more to gain from these resources than you, then maybe you shouldn't participate in the fun that is dancing with Kabuko or fishing with Tom Kench.
Who can resist fishing? A fishing minigame? I'm there.
Honestly, only if we can pose with the fish after. I think that's very important for the little legends.
Or Doug hurt us. It'll be in the next set, clearly. Double 61 firing away with his Ashe in the back line, has that Lilia fully itemized as well, fully mythiced up. Unfortunately, running face-to-face with one of the most terrifying Silases we've seen all day. I don't think this is going to go great for Double.
Annie buying a lot of time, though, potentially enough to stay alive in the fight if he kills off the Galio. He doesn't, but still will remain up at 4 HP. And I did jokingly say that Double had to catch back up to the French players. Looks like they've done so. Chinar now the lone wolf remaining here, trying to fight his way among the 4 French.
That was really close for Double. I mean, just looking across these boards, I don't think there's any board that can keep up with Lococo Silas, but we'll be seeing whether or not that is the case and how it all pans out. Of course, some boards like Chinar's, they're still getting value from that prismatic every single round with pumping up, getting even better and better, and also finds a duplicator just from that Drake.
It's some. Should be able to get that Wukong upgrade, which he's been desperately hunting for several turns.
Heads up play from Lococo, has been scouting, knows that potentially Kaisa 3 is an angle Potable is going for to guarantee the win in this game. Holds a Kaisa proactively on this bench while also going for his own little win condition. Silas 3 potentially being cooked up here.
Other players should wake up and smell the coffee. It's not going to be a good news for you if that Silas is getting upgraded all the way.
Yeah, Potable's board here is looking really good, though. He's got his full upgrades. He got that Xayah to a level 2 with 3 artifacts on her, really good ones. I think this may be all she wrote for double 61, unfortunately. That Annie is going to do her best, but the Ash in the background just gets absolutely murked by the Collector from Xayah. So Double goes down, and that does give us our top 4. Shinar, the lone Turkish player, makes it into the top 4.
And he's not only the only player that's not French in her top 4, he's also the only player that doesn't have access to trash to treasure. So really losing more and more in comparison to the others by the round.
Potable optimizing the rat tactics, buying the Kaisa right at the very, very end of the round when there's the most sound effects happening in the game and no one will surely notice the upgrade happening on the right side. This is the one thing about this patch at the very least. It's going to make it so that all of our players know and optimize all of the rat tactics that are on 3-star and 4 cost for the rest of their careers.
Exactly. Never forget. Set 24, they still remember to buy it before the level up.
Separate on the bench, hide behind the little legend, all the tricks.
Yeah, you can use them, but are they going to be enough? There's a very scary set in that backline there on the side of Tartman trying to deal with Lococo. Lococo on 1 life. Can he make it out of here? I think on the back of this very threatening Silas, it should be possible. We're going to see one more slam, but the Zonias holds true. Tartman hangs in there. Both of these players shake hands. We do have news from the other lobby. I was saying earlier on, now that Chirkane has taken an 8th, the field has opened up. Reports coming in from the other lobby say Darkest took a 7th. So really, the field is not a little open, it's wide open at this point.
I think it's worth noting at this point as well that I think Lococo's unkillable. Every other DPS that we have targets those small hits all to try and get to the backline. That Zonia's plus Diamond Hands is buying Silas infinite time to not only survive and take the brunt of your carry's damage, but also murder them. So there is like no real way past Lococo's comp.
I do believe that potentially Syndra 3 would be able to kill a Silas, and that is currently the game plan for Tartaman. This next carousel could be very important. If Tartaman survives, can Set become the Lucha Libre Maestro with the top rope moves that he has here? Looks like it's not the case. He's being absolutely 2v1'd.
I love
Best Defiance really would have helped him there.
Honestly, this is one of my favorite player cams that we have in Rising Legends just because of how expressive he is, and I completely feel the pain that he just felt the plan was clear-cut, nobody else on that Syndra. He was sitting on so many copies already, and he was just not allowed to finish that plan out as Potable, Chinar, and Lococo are sharing the last of the spoils in this carousel.
Potable going for Thieves' Gloves, and I'm not sure there's anything... Oh, okay, he still has the Kaisa. I was looking at his units, and I was like, everything useful has items. Hold on. But he will be able to add that to the Kaisa, get a little bit more damage to his already ridiculously highly capped board.
And he just quickly checked that Thief's Gloves there on a 1-cost unit. We've been explaining it all weekend, looking what it is. And then
Did he check it?
knowing, he
just
checked
put his
it, despite
eyes.
knowing that it's 2 tank items, he slams it on the Kaisa saying, yeah, what are you gonna do about it?
I think he wants to buy time for the Morgana ult. With the Aegis, he wants a clump, especially the attack speed on the kill as well. So he says, hey, I might as well put the TG on Kaisa. The tank items will help her survive longer at the very least.
As we're seeing that fight make its way out on the right side of the screen, it looks like surviving for the time being. That Wukong's scary, but not the end of the world. And it looks like the Morgana, 1 versus 2. She's able to save
Tank
it on the
value.
right-hand side. Also a win.
He knew that that was gonna happen. That Kaisa eventually becoming Kaisa 3, he could still reforge it and get it off, or just hang with it. It works.
He's got actual items now, at least.
Yeah, this time around. Chinar, 2 HP, Lakoko, 10 HP, and Potable looking over the lobby here with so much to work with. All of these players would be very glad to make it to the Herald, but is that going to happen? Has to be the question, and it seems to be Chinar against Lakoko. Somebody's going to get knocked out here, and Chinar seems to try to telepathically tell his units to win this one.
They're going to do their best, but that Morgana not doing a whole lot of damage for his team, and you can see that front line starting to evaporate. That Silas absolutely unkillable in the front line, stunned up. Who cares? He'll live forever. Lakoko takes that round, and Potable going to be scrapping against the seemingly immortal Silas until that round.
And Gold Collector farming so much gold for Potable. Time to roll it down. No Kaisas being held. 50 gold to work with. I wonder if Potable wants to go to level 10 or if he wants to just try and go for the Kaisa win condition, considering that Lakoko has very little gold to try and deny this.
I was thinking about the same thing just now. So the thing with the Kaisas, she has Thief's Gloves, so technically it could still like roll 2 tank items, for example, and then not be as ideal, but it would still be a 3-star 4-cost. Question is, do you think you can easily hit that, or do you go for the level up and try to hit it that way?
He's holding 4 costs, so I think it will be a roll down. Lakoko trying to deny here. Big roll down here, but the moment that Potable scouts and sees that there aren't any Kaisas and there's no gold left for Lakoko, I think that should be the green light to roll down for the Kaisa.
I think so too. He was just spectating, seeing, and now the roll down should be commencing. We're just picking up everything we can find to try and make this Kaisa 3 come online. 3 copies off to make this dream happen.
There's no
Through
rush,
it, though.
considering the HP.
Yeah, plenty of HP left here for Potable. We're going to be looking in the bottom left corner there for his DPS. Top left, there's going to be a Zephyr on the way, but there's plenty of damage from the front line. This Silas not finding access to Potable's front line. Meanwhile, Potable Zaya just having a clear angle into the back line. It's going to jump all the way around. The Silas really the only one still contributing to Lakoko's team, and that is going to be a pretty big loss when the Silas does go down. Potable takes the second to last lobby of the day.
Unfazed, unbothered, in his lane, flourishing, doesn't need any reactions on camera until the entire thing is won. We are, of course, going to be cutting down to our top 8. There was one more game. It is not over yet. And I personally am pretty excited to see who actually makes it into those top 8.
It just goes to show, you put Treasure Treasure in the hands of players like Lakoko, like Potable, it is hard to see them miss in terms of how good they are at TFT, how much experience they have across so many sets playing around these different artifact combinations.
And we will have that final game of the day coming up. But first, going to go to a break with an interview with Derrotra and the analyst desk to break down the penultimate game of the tournament. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, my name is Derrotra. My real name is Carlos. I'm from Spain, from Elche. I started playing TFT because I like a lot the auto chess games. I like a lot to compete in that type of tournaments. It's really difficult to pass to the second or third day because you have, a lot of people and a few pass to the next day, but it's like you need to do it really well, and I like it a lot. Yeah, I think the live events are the best type of events you can do because it's all the community together. You can do new relationships with another players. You can understand how the game works with another pro players that have another view of the game. So I think that type of tournaments is really, really good because all the communities come together and play together, and it's really important to grow. The best thing I can say to a rookie or players who want to start the competition or something like that is go game by game. You can do an 8 and 7. You can have less than the points that everyone have, but it's game by game. You need to play one game, reset your mental, play another game, reset your mental. This type of games is not like if you lose two games in a tournament, you are out. You can always come back. I want to say thank you to my friends that support me when I play every tournament. They are in my house, like cheering me. So I thank a lot that, and the Timidines community because we are always playing together, and it's really, really good community.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Golden Spatula Cup for the penultimate time. We are going into our final round of play, but again, we're so excited to see how that one all plays out. But wait, let's talk a little bit about our previous game before we do, because, obviously it was an absolutely wild lobby to have half of our last remaining top 16 players in, but the biggest, I think, takeaway from it has got to be the Trash to Treasure, completely defining the lobby.
You can kind of see on this kind of picture just how impactful it is, right? Because Kara Saya, she makes great use of so many of these artifacts. Same thing goes on Silas. When you see on the Galio maintaining that Sunfire Cape, right? Maintaining those items, that effects that you cannot access via those artifacts, as David also talked about throughout the cast here. And with the way the augments kind of panned out this game, thanks to Lilia coming in and making it all random, we got to see a lot more Trash to Treasure than I think no one would see, right? We saw 4 Trash to Treasure come throughout this entire game, right? That's a huge amount of it. You can kind of see both sides of the coin, with Batik not really able to find that full-on tempo with it, and then on the opposite side, you saw the other players have success.
Yeah, I think what particularly made me laugh was having Likoko be like, oh, I've got a second chance to come in on the Trash to Treasure party. I'm absolutely going to do that, but I mean, of course, we also had the Wandering Trainers in the lobby, which felt like they had a lot of potential. I think I did feel particularly badly for Chicane, that they was so close to managing to get together a ghostly board of his dreams.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where like, you start chasing something down and then it just kind of falls flat, right? Again, we have Double here in the picture now. One of the players that kind of didn't get that treasure extra addition of resources offered to him and ended up missing the final lobby by a singular point. We'll get to that in just a minute, right? So a lot of really fine margins hedging in a lot of these games. We can see Patabol, who also effectively ended up missing out on the lobby. So there's a lot of things we can kind of talk about, Peter. And we have some pretty interesting players in this lobby we can kind of talk about quickly.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, I think it's one of those things, isn't it? When you come into a tournament like this, you've been through 3 days of competition to get to this point. Even incredibly decorated players, you know, who've been to World Championships, now the Tacticians Crowns before, you know, they've performed on the biggest stage possible for TFT. They can still have a day where they fall ever so slightly short of the mark.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that you got to keep in mind here. We get a lot of newer faces, and we get Doozy now. That's kind of what like makes the Golden Spatula Cups so special, right? You get to see the newer players come in. You also see the old heads like Patabol shine to perfection as well, right? And I think that is something that we gotta highlight as we do keep away here. We do have our standings ready, I'm getting told, Peter, so let's take a look at them.
All right, well, this will be our 8 players competing for the title here. Do remember, of course, that for the Golden Spatula Cup, in this last game, there will be no points reset, which means that Darkest will have the lead. But this is an incredible situation to be in. For Darkest, for Janar, they've got a chance to bring home the title for Turkey for the first time. For Arzu, for Tunisia, and Little Bit Pro for the Netherlands. So 4 different players with a chance to get the very first GSC title for the region.
Well, yeah. To be fair, like, focusing on Shannara, this is after we switched to the system with having these final lobbies at the end of the day. This is the second time he's made it out of 3 possible. Right, he is a clutch player. Ended up after finally getting into this GSC after some rules we talked about before. Right, that is going to be an absolutely amazing thing to kind of look out for. I also look at someone like Asu, right? David kind of highlighted him over the course of the previous game as a player, part of that meta group of players that really likes to play these melee heavy lines, and also Peter. Bensack. Going into GSC 1 last set, there were 2 French players that a lot of people were starting to talk about. Those were Rebanav and they were Bensack. And Rebanav and Bensack both had really strong GSC day 1s, and then they kind of faltered a little bit over the course of the set, didn't really have the full shine, but now Bensack finds himself in this final.
All right, gents and viewers, I do believe in just a second we'll have ourselves a last game, so ready yourselves. We'll see if we can get ourselves a first-time country winning here at the GSC. One more game to crown our champion.
Thank you so much, you guys. We are back, the final cast of the day with myself, Niberia, joined here once more by Makes and Impetuous Panda. Guys, we have gotten to see these players make their way from 64 down to just these 8. And the most beautiful news of all is theoretically every single person in this lobby can take home the win.
And realistically, Niberia, is that also the case?
Yes, it is possible.
There's a big
that's
gap
realistic.
between the top 4 and the rest of the players. We can, of course, cross our fingers for our favorites, but Darkest does have quite the lead. I think they've earned it across the entirety of this day. And I want to quickly talk about Darkest because on Friday, I messaged them and I asked a bit about their opinions on the meta, on their game plan for the weekend, and I asked about their confidence coming into this weekend, and they said 5 out of 10. They thought they really had to work on over-rolling on level 8. Super important skill to have in this 4-cost meta where you have to go level 9 after that, and also positioning. So not sure what VODs they've been watching, who they've been talking to outside of their G5 prep group from Turkey, but overall, everything seems to be working out.
Well, speaking of everything seems to be working out, I do quickly want to mention at the top and at the bottom of our top 8, we have Turkey.
Oh, no, Mortog, why?
This weekend, we're getting caned.
Look at the laughter. Look at the... Oh, everyone just knows, it just had to be this way.
Admins. Can we re-roll this one? It's just the top 8. Come on.
Let's be honest. Are we all surprised? Was this not just incredibly apparent that the final game of our first major tournament, Kane would be the encounter?
It would have to be. We escaped his wrath.
So I think still many players actually haven't encountered Kane yet. I don't know. I'm very lucky. I get him all the time. But if you are in a Kane lobby, you will see this at the very beginning, and then the game is going to end at 5-4, depending on where you are at that exact moment. So it is so vital to try and preserve HP early on, to try and play strongest board, to get any and all upgrades you can really find to make it as high as possible in these Kane lobbies.
So my only question to both of you is, and there's only one right answer, do you know what the absolute best possible outcome would be for our players in this Kane encounter for their first prismatic augment?
I always go dead last in a Kane lobby, so I would like to know.
Infernal contract, maybe?
I think that's not a possibility in Iberia unless you're hacking. So keep the scripts to yourself, please.
Oh, yeah.
But the answer is, drumroll please, build a bud into Darius 3. You guarantee yourself a first place. If you don't, it's a player diff.
Well, we are seeing someone that has potential for Darius.
He's building his own
for the
bud.
Darius 3 without that augment.
He's not going to pick it up. Come on, man.
Gold
What is interesting about this, though, is that it changes the power structure of the game that we have been relying on this entire week, which is you get all the way towards the late stage of the game, you go for that 3-star 4 cost, you usually end level 9 or level 10. Nobody's going to get that far this game. You need to cap at 8. And that is going to mean that some of the compositions where we've been like, maybe not going to get played so much, might find their way through. We've seen games where that Syndra, headed towards the beginning of the late game, actually looks pretty good. So we might see some of that. We might even see an Aphelios reroll composition, which also spikes relatively early compared to what we normally see. So,
And listen, I think Odessa is cooking. We have Teemo online already. We have Ricochet. We have Storyweaver. Could be a good spot here.
Makes, are you saying he's cooking when he's playing the most played opener in the history of Set 11 into the most played forecast comp in the history of Set 11?
He has it. That's what matters. He has it.
It doesn't matter
This
if
is
the
a
recipe is old.
microwave dinner meal, okay? He is not cooking.
My man is lean cuisining his way to a championship, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, we are going to be getting an update on our Exalted, everyone. It is going to be Kha'Zix, Gnar, Jenna, the Frog Kench, as well as Kaisa.
Hey, can anyone say Kindred reroll?
I think there was one player angling Dryads already. It would feel a bit bad to not play this Gnar. It's Exalted as well. You can play in the early game potentially around some kind of mixed match board with Kha'Zix potentially. All in all, you're trying to save HP early. Any unit upgrade is incredibly important, much more than Econ is.
And we're actually seeing 2 players on the Gnar already. Chinar is running a Gnar with BT, and Bensak, as you're seeing on the other side, is running a Gnar with that Idealism Hodge as well as Edge of Night already slammed. But I think all of them are pretty open still to maybe not go for it, just having it on board right now, not locked into the Dryads just yet. Does not want it. Yeah.
Okay. Arzu taking a loss there. Everyone's slamming everything, which is kind of what we expected, just going for the maximal early game wins. We see Arzu, a pretty good setup for any AD carry.
As I mentioned earlier, well, pretty much every day of the tournament, Darius can hold any item in the game. In this case, going for the Shojin and the Rod. With the best friends, extra attack speed does make a little bit of sense here.
Hey, technically, Shojin is still a sword, so it counts. He can dunk with that. Well, it's a spear even, so there you go.
Dual wielding.
Just like Jax, anything goes. Imagine what he could do with actual items, but for now, we're gonna be happy and healthy here. Big thing is, if you are in a Kane lobby, you're not gonna be seeing anybody going to lost streak, really. It's not a viable option to lose HP, so everybody is trying to win streak here, which is reflected on the right-hand side. We don't have that clear-cut angle of somebody on 5 losses or 4 losses going into Krugs, and somebody on 5 wins going into Krugs. This time around, everybody trying to somehow live as good as they can.
I mean, I think the essence of this is just like seeing how when you have to bail out of trying to streak.
Oh.
Spatula.
One singular spatula. Arzu doesn't want it. Odessa?
Also doesn't.
I love this little legend so much. He's just showing it off.
I've been thinking that all game.
Chinar, who was playing for the Dryad line, is like, okay, thank you very much. Super important to have the Dryad emblem early because it just gives you 4 Dryad before you even find the Ornn. So just a massive power spike, especially in a lobby like this where you want to save HP early. You need these spikes. You can't just save up for this maximum cap that you will be hitting later on in the game. And he has the belt already. I mean, this is perfect for Chinar.
Says thank you very much. Keep in mind though, Chinar, out of all of the players in this group, needs a first and then basically everybody else to come in reverse on the leaderboard to win this tournament outright. He has the Goliath task in this player group, so really needs a lot of things to go right for him here.
And with Kayn in particular, this is a lobby where all of a sudden reroll makes a little bit more sense compared to the 4-cost meta we've been seeing a lot of. Something like a Gnar, for example, that rolls down heavily on 6 to get those 3-star Gnar and Kindreds, usually ends up losing out in the later game to players that end up going 9 and 10 and fitting all these legendaries in. But with Kayn, there isn't really time to do that. So the moment you start kind of losing your edge on the lobby is when the game tends to end.
Everyone dusting off the dear list, being like, hello, old friend.
You're
Let me
saying
check the tiers.
Are you saying Riven reroll will be played, Iberia? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Oh, I would die. I would die laughing, but it would be so great. Fin Tao somewhere's spidey sense is tingling. It's like I sense reroll discussions.
I do think something around like Darius and a Loon could work pretty well, because you get that Umbral early on, and then you get just the power of a Darius and a Loon. But it's not necessarily a full comp, so it will depend on what everybody else can cook up on how to work around it.
Very surprising Bentek is not trying to fit this Annie onto his board. I guess really just values the econ here, but in a encounter like this, or a lobby like this, a game like this, Annie could save you so much HP finding it so early in stage 2.
Shaking his head aggressively, says, no, I don't want the Annie. Not gonna go down that path. I'm gonna need my money.
If I'm any other player, I'm like, I'll take the Annie.
These losses are no bueno. You don't want to be taking that much damage already in the early stages here.
Odessa and Arzu, both lost streaking. We have 2 people still win streaking, which I did not expect to be the case. I genuinely did not expect there to be 2 people 100 streaking through Krugs, but I did expect the loss streaks because someone's got to be the one to lose out on this. So strategically going, okay, I'm going to lose a bunch of rounds and build up my econ is a better way to do it than being like, oh crap, I just lost and I didn't mean to. Let me figure out what to do now.
In the cases for Kayn, I think it's really the ideal start for this Kayn encounter, at least if you were to ask me, outside of obviously Build-A-Bud Darius 3. His board with the Darius 2 fully itemized Heavenly and the Yorick online as well is really, I think, the best possible start you can have in terms of preserving so much HP in the early game.
I think so too. We're going to be looking at Chinar real quick, check in, see that indeed the 4 Dryad have come online. Would be nice to get a bow here to maybe make that Gnar happen, but the shop is going to be gracious here.
And finds half of a Titans and half of a blue buff as well, so, you know, if the odds are hard for Chinar to actually win this all, you know, everything has to go in his favor, but the game is definitely helping him out.
Guys, I'm trying to missing ping and it just keeps changing what Discord window I'm looking at. It's not working. So that's a crazy opener.
Also just had the pop-up for a Gnar 2, if I saw that correctly. Is he going down that path? Has to be a question between
It is
Gnar
exalted.
and Bensek.
So potentially just temporarily using the unit to get that extra bit of gold and damage.
Pretty bad news for Chinar, though.
This Darius is gross. Look at him just absolutely decimate this entire board. I'm not even sure the other units are necessary, genuinely.
And this is where you see a lot more of the early level ups for players because they want to preserve HP, leveling to 6 on 3-1. Obviously, we'll see a level to 8 on 4-1 for sure. for most players. And yeah, Little Buddy's not great right now, which is a little bit sad because usually when you have a 6 win streak, you really want to play your 3-2 augment to give you as much instant power as possible to defend the win streak and get the extra gold. But the cap of Little Buddy's is just too good.
So I was thinking too healthy could be a consideration here because of Nar and Jenna both being exalted and that maybe being an option, but I do understand why we went for the Little Buddies instantly. Arzu with an interesting pickup on the Ink Shadow crest.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised by a couple of... Oh, he's got great tattoos for this. These are pretty good. But I've been interested in Odessa and Darkest both taking pure econ augments. Given that Odessa has been loss streaking, that makes a ton of sense to me. Darkest towards the top of the table, I suppose has just cut their losses and been like, okay, this is where I start losing for a bit. So I'm going to want this extra econ to make sure that I'm getting those maximum 5 interests per turn.
And I'll say it now. I can almost guarantee Darkest will be leveling to 8 and rolling at Wolves, not waiting to 4-1, because with the lead he has currently in the standings, I think the big thing is just trying to preserve as much HP as possible so they can almost guarantee they become champion if they stay healthy in stage 4.
Makes perfect sense. Question is somebody else going to try and do the same thing, maybe deny Darkest just a little bit, try and get their own forecast up and online? Tartman finds a Kaisa here on 3-3.
Got nothing that fits to play around it yet, but still thinking. Cluttered Mind means he could just pick it up without penalty.
And the decision has not been made just yet. You can see it in Tartman's face. Still thinking about it as we go up against Arzu. Of course, if you wanted it, you'd buy it last second. Make sure nobody else already knows what you're on here. But we are going to be going into a carousel right after. So they could still potentially see it then. Doesn't want it, I think.
Yeah, apparently not.
And Ben Sack's gonna have first pick on the carousel. Very, very relevant. Ben Sack, of course, is on 36 points in the tournament overall, 3 points behind Darkest. The only real, I think, prospect of maybe taking that victory away from Darkest, and currently 8th or 7th place now, 64 HP, has the first pick on the carousel, and he's gonna go for the Ash, it looks like.
Yeah, some real high targets in here. We have an Ash with a BF sword as well, I think, as Deannie with the cloak, and Tartman says, thank you very much, I'll take this one. Just such a good tank unit, such a good forecast overall. Both of them being found here by players as we move through. Lots of tiers on the right-hand side open.
Not for long. Darkest at least gonna close out the Hand of Justice. Gonna be fantastic. Has now the 3 items set up for what could be a Lee Sin or a Kayn.
Odessa very clearly angling towards that Kaisa when he hits the quote-unquote late game in about 3 rounds. So I suspect this 4-1 is going to all but decide the game. Odessa, of course, is working with a lot more gold than most of the other players in the lobby because he has already leveled to 7 and is still maintaining 40 gold.
Counter coming up right after this. That could be very important to what the rest of the game looks like, to what players are doing. It's something like a Yorick comes by. Oh, Lord help us, really.
Looks like Odessa and Arzu both preparing for the next LAN event. Playing in absolute darkness, taking a page out of Zill's book. Odessa, there's a rule that players have to have the webcams for day 3. Odessa basically is saying, I'm just here so I don't get fined. You get the shoulder
Having
shot.
the side angle cam.
It looks almost artistic. I respect it, okay? Lakoko still on 100 HP as we are moving into the encounter, and it's going to be training dummies.
Not sure how
Honestly,
much this helps.
I'm not too mad about this because it's at least low impact. It's nothing like game breaking on top of the Kayn encounter. For anybody that's tuning in, we found ourselves a Kayn lobby as last game of the day today, so we're in it for a spicy one.
Look at the big picture. Look at the parity between the HP totals. It's almost as if players are trying to preserve as much HP as possible. I wonder why that could be in Iberia.
Gosh, it's a wonder, given that this game is about to end in like
Wait,
5 to 10 minutes.
we have like 2 stages. Come on, don't scare our poor players. Bensek is starting to sweat. He's like, wait, I'm 8th place?
Stage 6 takes a hot minute. You'd be surprised how quick this game is going to be done. But Lakoko here angling for more AP focus. He's got that Teemo itemized. We've seen how much damage this Teemo can put out with that trick shot. And David, you're signaling in the chat the same thing that you mentioned a little bit earlier, that Darkest is very likely going to hit the roll down on this very turn.
Could be Wolves, could still wait for 4-1. I think a lot of players are angling the Heavily comp. I think it's one of the easiest comps to play high tempo in early game and then transition cleanly. So I think for Darkest, it would be wise if they have enough gold to level up and start rolling right now. If not, even the 4-1 roll down could be extremely relevant. And yeah, we're seeing it from Darkest. Has pumped to almost level 8, but
Go
yeah,
8
does
right
not have
after
enough
this.
gold. Yep.
Yeah. Will be happening after Wolves. Lakoko in a similar position though, so 2 players trying to make a run for it here.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lakoko's still 100 HP, guys. This is looking maybe a little bit of a concern for the rest of the players in the lobby. Able to maintain that 100 streak all the way to stage 4 and a game that ends halfway through stage 5.
Kane, Azir,
Hwei,
Ken,
Azir.
All right.
What the hell is going on?
Not necessarily the unit we wanted, but definitely 2 legendaries of the same type in the same shop. And you can see Chinar just coming by, checking in, seeing what's going on. So are the other players. Kane found, Morgana found, but no upgrades just yet. Not the best roll down, but at least you found the units.
Yeah, not too bad items on them either. It's going to be the Adaptive Helm plus likely the Rabadon, so giving some actual damage to the Morgana to allow Kane to clean up after.
And I absolutely love the ballsiness from Shurikane. Said, you know what? I'm just gonna roll on 4-2 for my heavenly board. Surely, what can go wrong? Surely not every single Kane will be taken out of the pool by then.
That would be so crazy.
It's not the case just yet. I think we're seeing 2 Kanes out. A third one on the side of Tartman back there. There's still good chances. First,
This is
we're
the
gonna
classic
get
where
Ogmans.
Shurikane just
Could
rolls and
be.
hits the Kane too. Not today for
not today.
Darkest.
So good.
Oh, wow. Already had one, gets a second one on the back of Not Today here. Very nice pickup, but Shurikane gets an Heavenly Crest. All right, Shurikane, can you hit is the question. Odessa already rolling down. Bensek already at 0 as well. Heavenly units popping up left, right, and center.
Bensek looking in a decent position. No 2 stars. Shurikane.
Well, Shurikane, I'm sorry, but this is on you, buddy.
Yeah. Maybe a little whiffed on the roll down. Has a Wukong though. We've seen that be useful. Doesn't have the Edge of Night for the Wukong, which is not ideal.
Does have 6 Heavenly, so that's a lot of buffs. You can see some of those Heavenly units are going on a nice little walk before they join the fight, just from all the way around, trying to wrap this comp. The other side is Darkest, who did find those units, but still sitting on single
Darius?
copies. And
Darius?
you can see the power from Darius.
No, this is not normally.
Darkest feeling the pain here, flashes that emote saying, come on now.
Honestly, Shurikane shouldn't have rolled.
Actually, if it wasn't Kane
Just
encounter,
waited with the Darius.
That would be a very good point. It would be correct, I think, for him just to not roll with the HP he had and Darius 2 as an item holder for stage 4. But with Kane, I think you're forced to. You can't just go fast 9. You'd lose too much HP in the process.
What is Lakoko doing, by the way? All the way down to 0 gold, 100 streaking. I see a 2-star Silas, 2-star Kaisa. Yeah,
He's winning
and a new
this,
deer.
He's still on 100 HP. Keep in mind, this ends at 5-4. Everything in the Kane Encounter games is about the HP preservation, and if they want Lakoko to not take this one, they need to start doing damage to him.
it too early to say congratulations? I should wait.
It is. So the thing is, if Darkest makes it into the top 3, they win no matter what.
All right. We've got
so it's not only about the winning.
And if
also about the
Bensak
rest.
goes 8th, I think even the top 5 would also guarantee the same outcome with Darkest becoming the champion. That being said, currently Bensak and Darkest 8th and 7th in the standings.
Yeah, Darkest not having their greatest game, unfortunately, and Bensak denying the Wukong that Darkest so clearly wanted.
It's like the entire lobby is trying to play the same board. I don't know about you guys, but Heavenly, a little too straightforward in this lobby here. Everybody wants it.
All right, so we have an Aurelia with attack speed, thanks to... I almost said Into the Night again. I will never get you.
Not today.
Not today.
Arzu is Into the Night, though. You can make that mention at least.
If you squint real hard, you can make out a face.
I had to like...
He has become the night. He's not just into the night. He was molded into it.
Not in
born
this
into
set. Else I would be worrying about our players.
And there's an Ashe with some really good items, and that's going to be an Ashe too the moment this round resolves. That pair on the bench for Arzu. Going to be able to turn this around most likely. 47 HP, so not in a bad spot either.
Finds that win against Odessa, but Bensak and Darkest both took another loss here. It's starting to get real dire. I mean, if you die before the cane comes around, then you're also 8th, right?
This opens...
That's to be avoided.
It opens up for some really heroic potential win out for Lekoko. All things considered, Lekoko needs Darkest to go 7th or 8th, and Bensak to go 5th or lower. And with the current HP lead they have, it might be almost a guarantee they're winning this lobby, right? There's 3 more rounds left before the 5-4 cane encounter. 100 HP still. You couldn't have asked for a better game 6 or game 7 rather for Lekoko considering the cane encounter.
Yeah, it's looking entirely possible for Lekoko at this point as he runs into Tartaman, who seems to have won the Cane Wars with a Cane 2, I believe the only one in the lobby.
Not Tartman can maybe put a stop to this. Does have a fully upgraded cane trying to move through these stages here. The healing maybe comes through, but it's not enough against this Kaisa here. And Lekoko is running away with this one. Bensak 2 HP, Darkest 9 HP. All of the eventualities are aligning in Lekoko's favor.
And if neither of them have their upgraded boards, I mean, we've got a Cane 2 here for Bensak with the Idealism. So the Hand of Justice is doing pretty well, but I don't know. It's not
biggest
looking
things
great.
to watch out for is really just this next fight could already decide the outcome of the tournament because Lekoko just has a massive gap. Really, it's about Odessa out-surviving Darkest and Bensak and guaranteeing Darkest go 7th in the end for Lekoko to get the victory here. Going to be really insane. Darkest as well. This last fight means everything. The entire tournament, 18 games played before this, resting on the results of this final fight.
Bensak hits the upgrades.
Through. Yeah. Not the same fortune favoring Darkest on the right-hand side. Slams out Adaptive, trying to make something happen here. Would have liked maybe another Edge of Night, instead gets the IE to try and get that Aurelia damage spread out. You can see not happy with the state of this board right now as both of these players are fighting for survival in this tournament, in this game, to somehow maybe climb one more rank and deny a potential win. You can see it's working out for Bensak on the left side. Edge of Night kicking in for Darkest, but it's not enough.
Darkest falls, Odessa survives, Bensak does as well, so that is Darkest in 8th place, and unfortunately they were in a position to lose all of the tiebreakers, so they are out of contention for the champion.
And this is it, with only 2 rounds remaining, with Arzu at 5th place with 36 HP, and with Lekoko with a 16 win streak in game number 7 of GSC number 1. one of the players that I think has been one of the dominant forces in Rising Legends history all the way back in Gizmos and Gadgets. He really started popping off. Finally gets a GSC championship.
Bensak needs to win this fight. The left-hand side, we have Odessa fighting for his life, as well as Bensak on the right, going to rely on that Morgana to put down some damage for the Kayn, but running up against that terrifying Ashe we saw earlier from Lakoko, the man who may be able to save his championship hopes. The Kayn pops off, takes down the Ashe, and Bensak looks like he will survive this one on the left-hand side. Odessa is down. Bensak has the Kayn, has the Morgana, both still alive. That Udyr is taken down. Odessa 7th, Bensak 6th, and Lakoko 1st.
Arzu can't lose 20 HP though in this next round. I think it's pretty much impossible in stage 5.
It is going to be mathematically at least questionable whether or not Bensak can get up to that 5th spot. It could be, I guess, no, it couldn't even be a tie. It's just too much damage that Arzu would need to take here in order to move to the other side. And at the same time, Lakoko has such a massive gap on the rest of the lobby here. No matter what happens next, he is going to take this one. Kayn comes right after this and will end this game.
There we go. On the right-hand side, we can see that Dryad composition, and Lakoko even moved out his strongest board, just tossing the Udyrs in there, knowing that it was the last round of the game, and there's no way he can be unseated. As Bensak, that board, still surviving against this Wukong, seems like he will be able to take home that win, despite being 2 HP. Now we don't have confirmation just yet, so I'm not going to say anything that I can't take back, but we may have a champion.
We are going to be watching Kayn take out our players one by one. Your current position is your final placement, and he will take them all. Bensak in 6th, Arzu 5th, Shurikane right behind them in 4th, followed by Tartman, followed by Jannar, and Lakoko taking that entire game.
The disbelief on his face.
Crunching the math, maybe not fully aware of what could be finally a championship win for Lakoko. Again, for France, the dominance here. Tartman, so happy to see him in this top 3 as well at the very end. And Shurikane, a player that made a big comeback on ladder, last set, rank 1. After that set 5 Worlds appearance, kind of disappeared for a few sets, but then come back now and finally find success in a tournament. So big for the Polish player.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Shurikane up there, but also Arzu Darkest. We've been reffing about Darkest for the longest time, doing so well in this Golden Spatula Cup. I think Inkborn Fables has a lot of fun competitions to uphold in the future.
Yeah, not least this one. We are ready for a break, and afterwards we will have our lovely analyst desk break down the game and announce the champion of the Golden Spatula Cup for the first time in Inkborn Fables. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ultimate part of the Golden Spatula Cup #1 of Rising Legends here in Inkborn Fables. What a hell of a final game we got there, and honestly, I couldn't have thought of a more dramatic encounter to define the entire thing than getting everybody executed at 5-4. But, Weta, of course, you've got a lot to talk about here in terms of this game and the tournament itself. I think one of the things which did come up, of course, during that final round, which I think is worth addressing because I know it was, come up in the Twitch chat and such, is why Coco approached the final round in the way that he did, benching a lot of his strength of his board.
Yeah, so the thing is that it's worth noting here, like Coco didn't have the chance to do the math about X player being this far behind them in the standings and all these types of things to keep in mind, right? And that's a super important thing to kind of notice here. So he was like removing the strongest units from his board to guarantee that he didn't accidentally deal a ton of damage to a player that then knocked the player that was close to him in the standings further up the standings, stuff like that, right? It's all about like not having to the ability to do the math on the fly, right? And it makes perfect sense that Coco had a huge HP buffer due to a perfectly played game with the hand he was dealt. He just took it and ran with it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't barely even imagine being in Coco's shoes in that situation. Where, the complete concentration on his face, moving through every part, just seeing that it was all coming together the way it did. But, we can't go too much further without acknowledging, the heir apparent to the title here, Darkest, just everything falling apart for him there, and the worst case scenario manifesting.
Yeah, that's just the nature of these finals, right? The thing is that everything is in a game like TFT, we have there's a potential 7-point swing that can occur in a singular game of TFT, and that's one of the reasons why these finals are so hyped, because mathematically speaking, everyone in this lobby was in the running to potentially take the title away from Darkest. It just happens to the fact that Coco was the one that eventually pulled through, and then there's going to be additional stress factors because you're going to be playing much more different. You're going to be playing way different than you would normally do in a game of TFT when you're playing to defend your title with a relatively big gap to the next person, to someone like Bensak with 3 points down, right? And okay, I just gotta play for a 4th or a 5th, but I still gotta put together a coherent game plan, and bam, all you're thinking about goes out the window the second that Kane encounter shows up.
Yeah, we can see the final moments of the game playing out here. Of course, Darkest, having already gotten through, you see the stare from Coco as I think it starts to percolate through his brain exactly what's happened in these last few moments. I think you're right, though. I do give him credit and further to what you're saying of saying, this is an incredibly high-pressure situation, and actually having the wherewithal to at least take some kind of moves on his part to try and make sure that he played towards the tournament situation rather than just towards the game.
Yeah, that's not the big thing to note as well here. Coco is known for these huge, amazing day 1 and day 2 runs in our EMEA Finals, as they was losing to earlier on, all the way back in Gizmos and Gadgets. He came bursting onto the scene at that Rising Legends Finals back then, and he is the player with the most day 3s in GSC history, period, together with Wet Jungler. There are very few players in EMEA in the world, period, that have more experience in these scenarios than Coco.
Yeah, and I think it's it's kind of an apt comparison here. You mentioned with Coco having those incredible days before, because he's functionally been in the same position that Darkest has here. Having done pretty much everything right in the days before, and then having it all slip away at the very tail end. Honestly, of course, for our Turkish fans, it's going to be a huge heartbreaker to not get that first GSC win. But as you said as well, Coco very much historically has been working his way towards today to this point. And of course, getting that space in the EMEA Regional Finals, the chance to go even further.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Now, Coco has already achieved the first big goal for a player of his caliber in a competitive season of TFT, guaranteeing himself a spot at the Rising Legends Finals. For a player like Coco, who's been to the championship twice already, again, he wants to get there for a third time, and now he can put all of his focus, all of his eggs into the basket of thinking about how he's going to put himself in the best shape for that finals come June.
All right, we have got our finals standings confirmed. Our tiebreakers have been broken. Bear in mind, of course, as well as we have our champion, we will be having our top 4 players with guaranteed spots in the Golden Spatula Cup #2. Coco confirmed as our champion today. Darkest falling oh so slightly short. You can see how close it was. Tartman and Chicane will also be back here, guaranteed for GSC 2. But what a thing it is to look at the end of that scoreline.
It definitely is one of the biggest things we kind of think about. And also for something like Darkest, they had really bad tiebreakers going into today as well. So they really needed to guarantee themselves at least a sixth player to be able to kind of get above Lecoco's points. And again, it just shows that it's like when you get to these close finals, like the points total can swing so dramatically, right? Someone like Shinar was at 33 points, I believe, going into 32 points even going into that final game, ends up in a very high points total.
All right, well, we've got the man himself on the line, Lecoco. Welcome to the stream. It's our pleasure to formally announce you as the GSC1 champion for Inkborn Fables. I want to, I'll ask the obvious question. What are you feeling like right now?
I'm feeling amazing. It is good to finally win a GSC. I've been here since a long time, since the beginning of Rising Legend in set 6. So yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I mean, and also if I recall right, you played in some of the qualifiers even before Rising Legends was a thing. You've been around for a long, long time.
Yeah. I'm here since the beginning, but I'm competitive. I'm playing seriously since set 6.
Yes, and I want like the biggest question I think in everyone's minds right now, right? You're going into the final game of the tournament. The Kayn encounter shows up at the start of the game. What went through your head there?
I was like, oh shit, that's gonna be crazy. I hoped that I could eye roll my opener, and I did. I sure did. Yeah, it was funny. It was funny. I had a lot of fun in my head when I saw Kayn for the last game. It was we don't see Kayn so much. I think I had like 2 games of Kayn.
He's one of the
during
rare
the
ones
set.
for sure.
Yeah. So that's it.
Well, I'll take a little sidebar for a second, just to I want to kind of like to get the overall picture, because we talked a little bit about that game, but can you talk to us about your tournament overall? How did you feel coming into it, and how did the overall tournament seem to you?
To be honest, I wasn't really confident on this patch. I was searching myself even during the tournament. I think my day 1 was pretty bad. So I tried to improve on each day, reviewing some players who did well on day 1, day 2, like Lelouch, for example. And I'm glad I could step up on this last day. And I'm really surprised that I managed to win with that 8th on start. It was really difficult for me to play for the win with such a bad start, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Also, but one thing I want to talk to you about, right? Because you are currently a part of the Gentlemates team together with Enzo. Again, how does do you practice specifically with Enzo, or do you have a bigger French practice team? Because we know there's a lot of bigger French practice groups. Who are your main practice partners?
Yeah, we practice with Enzo. We have a big group with PDB, Enzo, Rires, Cambiz, Double 61, TLT, Ketzer. We are a big group, and we try to help each other the most we can. And currently, I think we are doing pretty well on the start of the set. So I want to thank all of them for their support.
And Obviously, take this as you will, but I know in the last game, the main player you're really playing up against there, apart from Bensak, was Darkest, of course, racing to the finish line there. Do you have any words for him, after such a close race?
For Darkest, you said? Oh, well played, mate. It was impressive. I feel kinda sorry for him that it was Kane on this last game, but good GG.
Well said.
Yeah, and the last thing, which is like one of the French players you didn't really mention, I believe, in the practice group was Tardeman, right? And you mentioned him as like being your 8th best player in the power rankings you did earlier this week, as like the 8th best EMEA player.
Who did you say that? Sorry, I didn't.
Totman. My French is not very good. Yeah.
Totman, yeah.
And again, he found himself here as well. Do you think he's one of the players that we should keep an eye out from the French space, or do you think it's someone like Bensak as well, or it's a Repanab? Like, who's like the new French players we should keep our eyes out for?
Yeah, I think Totman is a really good player. He's not new. He's good since a long time, I think. And Bensak too. Bensak, I feel like a new strong French player coming in this set. Even in set 10, he was really good, I think. So, yeah.
All right, Coco, we're almost ready to let you go, but we did get a special request from a question from Makes. I've been asked to ask you about cats. I don't know if these are your cats or just cats in general, but I'm told you have something to say about them.
Okay, can you repeat? I didn't catch the last phrase.
Sorry, I'm going to wait just a second to see if Makes can come back and clarify exactly.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I understand it was about my cats, but yeah.
Yes. I'll rephrase. What do you love about cats?
Oh, yeah, it's my favorite pet. Me and my girlfriend are really into cats, and I have 5 cats at home. So yeah, I love cats. So I don't have yeah. I don't have anything to say about this. I just love cats. I'm not a dog person, more like a cat person.
I think you having 5 cats is saying enough by itself, honestly.
And with that, Lakoko, we're going to let you go in a very brief moment here, but do you have any people that you want to shout out before we let you go?
Yeah, I can say it in French.
Yes. Yes.
Merci beaucoup à tous les fanmates qui nous ont supportés avec Enzo durant ces derniers mois. Merci beaucoup. Ça fait plaisir de se sentir épaulé, et je tiens aussi à remercier la structure Gentlemate pour tout justement l'encadrement, tout le support qu'elle a pu nous apporter ces derniers temps, et ça fait vraiment plaisir d'être au sein d'une structure comme Mate. On se sent un peu comme une deuxième famille, et ça me fait chaud au cœur. Voilà, merci à vous tous. Je vous aime.
All right, incredibly well said, Coco. Again, congratulations on becoming the champion of the Golden Spatula Cup #1 for Inkborn Fables. Of course, you've got that guaranteed spot at the regional finals. Hopefully, we'll get to see you back here during the rest of the season as well, just to keep your eye in all the way there. But again, congratulations and incredibly well for competition.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, Wita, that brings us almost to the end of things today. Gosh, I mean, what an incredible tournament we've had. Again, the 3 days of competition, especially the extended end towards here, which gave us such a insane ending to the whole thing. It's worth, I think, before we really tie up here, in terms of the general thoughts from the tournament, what's your kind of biggest takeaway from here?
I think that the biggest things when we kind of like look about like how the people have played all throughout the weekend, it's all about the fact when you have metas that like this one, where it's all about those forecasts. It's about like how you get there. It's not so much about the end result, right? Much like a math question in high school, it's more about the answer doesn't have to be correct. The way you get there has to be correct. And I think that's the biggest deal. I think that's what we've been seeing all throughout with all the Kane comps kind of taking different ways into playing the Ashe and the Kaiser boards with the Exalted being brought into the mix. I think that is the biggest thing that we have learned all throughout this weekend.
All right, well, we're going to learn something a little bit before we end out here tonight. We had a contest running through all 3 days of the competition. We had a separate one just for today, of course, under the same conditions. We did, in fact, in Silly Voices, deliver this at the beginning of the broadcast. But, Wheater, I hope that you have got your best Silly Voice on to be able to read out the result of our competition here today.
The best time to grow a fortune tree? The Fortune 7 tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
Nice. Good job, Pink Blossom Team, and congratulations on being our winner. Oh, I think it was a nice calm proverb to end us out with. The other proverbs have been a little bit more surprising. But for us, that will bring us to the end. Of course, if you'd like to come back for the Golden Spatula Cup number 2, our second of the 3 this season, you want to be here on May 24th at 4 p.m. at CEST. For now, of course, we'll have the North American co-stream start up in a little bit. If you'd like to follow any of the folks involved in today, we'll have our socials coming out in the chat at the moment, but just a quick reminder. In terms of the overall product here, TFT Esports EMEA is our main one, then play TFT everywhere else. For the casters, then you'll be looking for, as you can see, at least partially on the screen here, at Niberia, at Impetuous Panda, at Makes_, and then beneath our names you can see at Counterfeit Cast and at Wheater Cast, because Wheater can afford one more S than I can. Thank you guys so much for joining us again. May 24th is the time to come back and join us down the line. Thank you so much everybody for watching. Thank you, of course, to all of our amazing backstage staff making today's production possible, and we'll see you guys down the road.